Hey guys, we've got a cool intro today. Just bear with me. I just want to get a couple of viewers in, a few people in chat, and then, because we're going to watch the cutscene, it's going to change the title. It will be really cool. So, actually, here, I'll play now that I own the full game, I'll play the Heavensward thing, and then as like the waiting room. So here, enjoy this. Okay, so that was the Heavensward cutscene recap. This is the Heavensward intro screen, which I couldn't see as a free account. This is the first time I've ever seen it, as I speak now, in my life. So we'll just enjoy and we'll vibe on this. In a minute, the stream will start properly, and we will have the actual expansion that this story playthrough's starting with, Stormblood, and it will go to the Stormblood scene. So yeah, see you guys in a moment. All right, guys. This music's interesting. It's kind of ambient, right? It's kind of like quiet and vibing. All right, you guys ready? So we're going to move on from Heavensward. The first little bit of this stream, what I'm going to be I'm going to be talking as though you're a Guild Wars 2 viewer that knows nothing about Final Fantasy 14, and I'm going to do a little bit of a recap of where the story is over the part. I did 12 streams on this expansion, Heavensward. And I'll just give you a little bit of a recap of the important stuff to know. Very, like, loose overview. And then we'll go through. My idea here is that this is fully followable. And then we'll have a blind playthrough as we run through. I think my Heavensward playthrough is very followable as well. But, you know, I was a little bit sloppy with it. And that's to be expected because I'd had a, like, 3-4 month break from the game. But we're, like, going back to back. I also want to talk a little bit about the review. So anyway, let's watch it. I don't know what we've got here. I'm assuming this trailer is the one we watched on stream the other day. So just for any Guild Wars 2 viewers, what's happening here is Heavensward is the equivalent of Heart of Thorns. And while Season 3 was going on, the patch 3.x, basically Flashpoint just came out with Guild Wars. They're moving quickly to Path of Fire. Final Fantasy is a couple of months ahead. So they've just finished their Season 3, and their Path of Fire is releasing now. This is Path of Fire, but on the Final Fantasy side. And it's just a couple of months ahead. Stormblood. So POF is what we're thinking about. Heavensward was basically the Heart of Thorns equivalent, and we're now POF era. So ready? All right, wow. This loading screen is much more energetic than the other one. So it's Stormblood. So yeah, the equivalent of Path of Fire. From the trailer, do you know what I've noticed? The Heavensward trailer and the core game trailer are full of like very specific references to what was going on with the story. Like all that stuff with Rabon and Nidhogg was in it, and Estinian, or what looked like Estinian was in it, and like... But the Stormblood trailer was just like random people fighting. I mean, the Warrior of Light versus random people and stuff. I mean, I don't know, it's interesting. So, the story at the beginning of this expansion hasn't even really explained why we're going to the Far East. Essentially, there's a neighboring nation so in Final Fantasy, people can kind of will things into existence through various methods. They can like summon very dangerous things called primals. And there was a super powerful one that was just summoned in the story called Shinryuku. And we were like, this is really bad. So we used some ancient machine tech to try and destroy it. They got in a massive fight and like wiped each other out. Shinryuku has been like incapacitated. The machine we tried to fight it has been incapacitated. We don't know where they are. I'm assuming they're coming back later in the story. And essentially there's been like a giant magical destruction over this neighboring nation called Alamigo. And we'll be going there. But that's not the Far East. The Far East is really far away. I have no idea why we're going there. One new character has been introduced to the story recently who is from there. The place is called Doma, as far as I know. And so one of our characters might be headed there. But what's going on, we have no idea. So it's a pretty simple start, really. I mean, it's not that complicated. So let's just run on in. Now, it's going to be a bit of a slow start here on the stream today because I just bought the game. So I might have to do a bunch of configuration and stuff. They actually forced me to fully uninstall the free trial and install the whole thing again. This stream was going to start 2 hours ago, but I just had to remake my whole character. I had to redo the whole thing. Not remake my whole character. I had to redo the whole install. And it literally took forever to download. It looks like it saved my stuff, though. So, hopefully we'll be okay. Right, so we're in the gold saucer. My macros are still here. My UI is still set up. Okay, so we're still all good. We're all okay. So, so now that I'm not a free trial, what do you guys... Is there anything I should take advantage of now that I'm not on a free trial anymore? Anyone got any thoughts? Can I play triple triad in the expansion is also what I'm wondering. Let's go back home. Actually, I should go to where the expansion questline starts, shouldn't I, really? Which is going to be at Mordona. I'm going to speak to Alphino. Sell all the Allagan coins. Oh, yeah, I don't have a guild cap anymore. Retainers. Have I tried Frontline? No. We're not doing that at the moment. We'll be playing the expansion. Apply for the partner program for Final Fantasy. Your content is awesome. Thank you. I don't know how that works or what that means, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't know. What do I do? I mean, I own the game now. So how do I know my guild cap's gone, first of all? So this might start a little bit slow for people because... I mean, I anticipate the stream to go on for a while, and I am literally playing the game. I mean... Midge basket. Why don't I remember getting that? Where's my currencies page? It's here, right? Common. Guild 299. So if I just sell a little bit of something, we should see, right? I should be able to create parties now, which is good. What else should I be able to do? All my what have been the other restrictions on me? And by the way, let's just be very real here. Playtime. Wait. What's the command? It is playtime, isn't it? But it's because I have system messages off, I think. Okay, the final hour. Oh my god. What's the /age thing in this game, guys? I can't remember. Oh, there you go. It's printed. 12 days, 8 hours. I don't know what that is exactly. Someone want to do the maths on that? 12 days times 24. I'll get a calculator out. That'll be streamed below. 12 times 24. 288 plus 8. 296 hours of free trial gameplay. 296 hours. And I explored pretty much everything. I mean, I didn't really complete progression on a lot of stuff. I could have done way more classes. You could easily get 1,000 hours out of this free trial. Easily. But, I mean, I think what I did was quite reasonable. I explored, I plumbed a lot of it, you know. The only other thing that I think would have been reasonable that I didn't do is I could have got a healer class and I could have got a physical range damage class, you know. So I've got every type of class, every category. Oh, and I could have leveled these a lot higher. I could have maxed a gatherer and I could have maxed a crafter. So there's a lot of progression I could have continued to do on the free trial. But yeah, about 300 hours is what I got there. So yeah, there is a challenge to get a Guild Wars 2 stream going. You just spend the potatoes. It's under the message. Lots of people redeeming those at the moment. Can I just say thank you as well? An anonymous gifter a second ago gifted 10 subs. Every day I wake up, I look, we've lost subs, and then somebody gifts a bunch. So thank you very much. That's very, very lovely of you. And if anybody enjoys this stream as it goes along, please do feel free to either follow or do that. I'm trying to see if I can make this work. Right, so yeah, what am I going to do? I'm going to sell some stuff, right? But where's a regular vendor that I can just sell to? I don't really even know, to be honest. Up here, maybe? Free company? Yeah, I can make a guild now, can't I? Would I want to do that on my own? Or is that, I mean, how is that compared to Guild Wars? Would I want to do that? Forge sales? I mean, there's shops. Yeah, so you guys can contribute 2,000 potatoes per day to that. If you want to earn more potatoes, we can run predictions, but you guys have to give me ideas. So you can spend some potatoes to get a prediction going, and then if you win the prediction, you can get a lot. What else was I not allowed to do? This person doesn't have a cell. I'm just going to go back to Uldar. I know we were not there. We were there and then we left, and now we're going back, but I'm going to do that. I'm not going to Mordoda. You need friends for a free company? My friends list has got plenty of people on it now, but I assume they already have guilds. I could already have friends. These are just random people that have sent me requests. If you guys want to, if you play this game, you're welcome to do it. I mean, the problem is I think we have a majority EU user base that watches with the hours I stream and stuff. And so I don't know how many people really are on NA. I mean, we can look at all that stuff later. So let's just go to the adventurers place. It's raining. This is a desert town and it's raining. At a merchant, just right click your inventory to sell. Oh, okay. So let's see what we've got. Look, this independent arms guy. Well, can I sell to him maybe? Any merchant? No. Is there really not a single merchant in this tavern? I would have assumed there would be. The proprietress, she won't sell anything. She just wants to play triple triad. Has he made retainers yet? I literally just started, so no, I don't know that. Do you guys want to see me get retainers and do that right now, or do you want to see me get stuck in with the story right now? I mean, I'm in no rush. I'll take it at my own pace. I got a weird thing going on inside me at the moment where I'm like in the YouTube mindset where I'm like, I don't want to dawdle. I don't want to like waste people's time or whatever. But then again, it's a stream, so maybe I'm supposed to just chill out with it and go a bit slower with everything. The quartermaster, well, this is unbelievable. Honestly, just to find a single vendor. What about you? Shop. That just says shop. I must be able to sell something over there. No vendor has a specific sale. Just drag the item from the inventory into the vendor and it will sell automatically. It's funny how I've got 300 hours and I'm not even familiar with this because there was no point in me selling ever because I was gold capped. So like this guy. So 10 pieces. Did that work? Currency. I went over 300s. Okay, I can sell all of these then. So these are all quest rewards that I've been gathering for ages. So we got 50,000 gil there. Another 50,000 gil. 100,000 gil. 30,000 gil. Alright, anything else I could be selling? The food, maybe? I've never heard this sound effect. What about these fish I bought? Sell all this. Oh, this is better than deleting, really, isn't it? All these fish that I got from the fishing stream slightly before this. When I was learning some of the other features on the free trial. If I make a mistake, tell me, guys. Oh, I can use my Fantasia as well. What about these? Right, so I got these. These were rare items. How does the market board work? Oh, I can use their trading post and shit now, can't I? Oh, I can do things. Okay. The mince and anchovies. Got that. Copper ore. Install the price check plugin. You should buy the 999 eggs. What's 999? Retainers are your way of putting stuff on auction. You sell stuff at the market board through your retainers. It allows you to set the price of an item just by mouse over. Oh, I see. That's actually really good then. You need retainers to sell stuff on the market. Okay, well, here's what we'll do. We'll start Stormblood, and then a little bit later into the stream, we'll take a little bit of time to examine some of these new features. How does that sound? Now, can someone just confirm to me, the Hrothgar, the Kamari Ronso race people, they're not Stormblood, are they? They weren't introduced with Stormblood, or were they? Early stream. This is actually kind of a late stream. So that's Shadowbringers. So I don't think we're going to do the Fantasia yet, guys. I think we're going to be making Revgaji for the entire... Well, we'll always be making Revgaji. But I think we're going to be this cat-faced guy for another whole expansion. Because I want to do it in order. I don't want to change the way we look just yet. So I think we'll be sticking it out. Welcome, Synodrin. Welcome to everyone, by the way. And Whoosh3 with the prob sign. The prob sign. The prime sub. Thank you, dude. Whoosh3, that's awesome. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Is it really necessary to learn about? I like him. I think he looks unique. Okay, another friend request. Anything else that you guys think I should indulge in now that my free trial restrictions are gone? Anything? Oh, I've still got some fish. I'll quickly sell those. Yeah, the prob sign. What's that called? A spoonerism? Is that what it is? What's this? The 14 companion app would be great if they didn't make you pay for every transaction with real money if you have no coupon nuts. What does that mean exactly? Let me check something in. My macro isn't working. Why is my macro not working? So let's have a look here. Oh, it's because it's sound effects self, and I remember now. Hold on. I'm glad I identified that before I, there we go. Now you can hear me moving around, before I started the actual playthrough. We would have lost immersion, everybody. Another one from FKA Twinks. Thanks, man. Nice to catch you streaming, WP. Long time. I appreciate it, man. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so, oh, I could now do, like, all this stuff. So you guys want me to be a monk for this, right? So we're not even going to be a Dark Knight. We're going to be a monk. This is the monk armor that I got from the end of Heavensward, basically. It's called Shire Gear. And like, the iconic kind of playstyle or character in this expansion is a monk. And Monk is what I originally played. You haven't really seen any Monk gameplay. But, oh, the other thing is I can level up again now. So I can now, I'm level 60. I've been level 60 on this character for ages. I can now get higher on this. I can do the new class quests. Oh, there's a lot going on suddenly. Play the Blade Sworn. That would be Gunbreaker in this game, who's a tank, which I actually kind of do want to learn. I kind of like the idea of just getting all the tanks to max level and figuring out what the difference is between them. Start as monk and change to samurai halfway. Samurai. The thing is, my samurai is super low level. What were the classes that they added on this X-Pack? Was samurai added at this X-Pack? Samurai starts at 50. Oh, so maybe when I get there, I can turn into a samurai. Red mage as well. And Shadowbringer was the dancer and the gunbreaker. Oh, that's quite new then. I thought that was a vanilla. I might do that. I might learn them both. When I did my Heavensward playthrough, I picked up Dark Knight, which was new. But I didn't pick up the Astrologian, which was also new. I ignored this guy. And Machinist was new back then, wasn't it? Did they do 3 for Heavensward? You've got a letter. Look out for a delivery, Moogle. Sorry, how do you know I've got a letter? What's that? Oh, I can learn about that as well. I think people can actually send me items and stuff now. I don't know what to think about that right now. This guy, the itinerant Moogle? Oh. You have a new letter. Visit a delivery Moogle to accept and view it. It's not you, the itinerant guy. I don't know where any of those characters are. I've seen delivery Moogles all over the place. But I don't really know. How comes you're a blue quest, by the way? Who are you? Oh, this is the samurai job. This is literally here. So this is Stormblood right here. Whoa, what a weird coincidence. And it's got 2 people looking off at the sunset. Oh, crap. Well, we'll come back to that person. Where is the Moogle? I guess the Moogle's probably at, like, the shopping area, the shopping center area. They are represented by a letter on the map, are they? A letter icon. I'm genuinely quite excited about this. It's quite weird. I really feel like I've just, like, the game's just had an expansion. You guys are going to have to deal with the fact that I'm very slow and very, like, I'll really savor, like, every new feature. You keep mousing over actually blind. I don't know what... You say it's a letter. I mean, that's a chest. That's a hump board. Oh, that letter there, probably. Aha. Okay, it looks like an envelope with a red wax seal. Why don't you describe that? Guys? A sort of tan-covered envelope at an angle with a red wax seal. I think it's more that I didn't get the correct description rather than the fact that I'm blind. Thank you very much. Letting me down, chat. Chat, do better, exactly. You know that was saying, everyone says that now. Everyone says do better. You know, you read that online all the time now. Have you guys noticed that? I can't believe that people are saying do better. Like, unironically. Like, to tell someone do better is like such a presumptuous, like, arrogant, like, kind of like teachery kind of just kind of thing to say. And everyone, like, snobbishly swaggers around saying it now. And it's really weird to me. Like, I'm a pretentious dickhead in a lot of ways, and I'm very, like, arrogant in a lot of ways, but I would never, ever, like, go on the internet and lecture people and just openly say, do better. Like, oh my god. But it's kind of very, I think that's quite in vogue. I see it all the time now. All right, greetings, Tall One. I'm a delivery Moogle, Kupo. I could never speak to you before. It's nice to meet you. Oh, I know what you're thinking. Moogles are supposed to hide in trees and avoid contact with outsiders. Why would they ever agree to carry about letters? Why, indeed, if I had my way, I'd be curled up under the canopy of nice oak, a nice oak, dreaming about some beautiful mooglet. Is that the phrase for a female Moogle, a mooglet, with a rainbow-coloured pom-pom? But no, the moon had to go and drop from the sky, causing all of that terrible commotion. So, for the new viewers, that's referencing when the game originally launched, it was terrible. So they did a series of patches that, like, destroyed the world. There was an apocalypse, and they brought down the servers. And so they had, like, a satellite, like an artificial satellite built by an ancient civilization, a moon in the sky called Dalamud. and they had it crash into the planet and blow everything up. It's called the Calamity. And inside the moon was a really big, powerful primal, one of the main antagonists and like big issues in the game. I don't know whether antagonist is the right word for it, but you know, dangerous summons, and that's Bahamut was inside the moon. So this game really is set after all of that now, and they constantly refer to it happening, and that's what the Moog was talking about. Aetherites were shattered and link pearls rendered useless. For moons, the poor wingless people of Eorzea had no way of communicating with each other, beyond screaming at the top of their lungs, which no one really approved of, Kupo. That is until the little horned ones asked us to assist them by delivering messages. Who are the little horned ones? At first, we were wary of showing ourselves, worried that one of you might catch us and skin us, like you do every other forest furry. But once we saw how much we were appreciated, we knew we'd found our calling, and I personally promised to try and not read any along the way, Kupo. Look what we have here. A new letter has arrived just for you, Kupo. All right. Oh, thank you for purchasing. I thought it was one of you guys in chat. Thank you for purchasing, for playing Final Fantasy XIV. Enclosed is a wind-up Palom minion, a miniature rendition of someone who is already quite small to begin with, and the stylish Menfina's earring. I don't know who Menfina is. Okay, thank you. I guess these are pre-order bonuses. Menfina's earring. Increase XP earned by 30% when level 80 and below. Attributes and item level vary according to class and job. Oh, so it's like a Bloodbound thing. So wait, I have the ring from doing the tutorial and an earring now that both give me a shit ton of experience, right? So I can level a new class really quickly. The ring doesn't work? That earring's so good. You're basically just going to keep that on for the rest of your playtime until you hit endgame. Yeah, I mean, this one goes up to level 80. The ring only goes up to level 50. But it's still good for all the other stuff that I haven't leveled yet. Oh, shit. Did I just get rid of a message that maybe I should have known about? Yeah, I mean, the ring only goes to 30, but I'm still interested. I mean, I'm not just interested in Samurai, for example. I'm interested in some of the other stuff, too. Okay, so that was the mail. Cool. Thanks, Square Enix. I get a minion from it. Oh. Here, you guys in chat. I'll let you guys make a decision here. Pick a minion for me to use. Now, wait. Before you pick, I'm just going to show you what I have, okay? I have a little frogman. I have a Malboro seedling, a baby Malboro. I have Wind Up Gilgamesh. These two featured prominently on the other streams. I have Midgardsormr. Midgardsormr is basically a god that is watching my travels and my journeys throughout the story right now. I have a Wayward Hatchling Chocobo. I have a little baby bomb as well. I have this gross little spider thing. Chirurgeons from the fallen city of Gelmora once used Chigos to leech the dark humours of the infirm, until it was realized the patients were contracting additional maladies as a result of the treatment. I have a little fawn thing. I have a curl baby. I have a little Spriggan, a dust bunny, a buffalo calf, a little cactar. Have the loneliest zombie in the realm is certain this cactar cutting was taken from his trusty companion. I have a wolf. I have a fledgling dodo, a gobu sproutling, a couple of little oozes, the bite-sized pudding and the slime puddle. The Paiza, who I've currently got. This guy, the little baby Paiza thing. I've got a little butterfly who can attach to me. I think this one's special. If I type /beacon, I think it flies onto me or something. How do I get it to do it? It will come on my shoulder at some point. Land on my shoulder. Possibly a better way to phrase that. It does it. I don't know how. The Puff of Darkness. Then I've got Alphino, who's a big character for people who don't know. Sid, who's a big character. Moonbreeder, who died. This wind-up gentleman version of Hildebrand. Horshafont, who's a big character who died. Amaric, who was a big character, but I can't imagine plays a big role in this next expansion. And there you have it. So that's my thing. Who wants to pick a mini? If you guys spend potatoes, I will listen to you. And the more potatoes you spend, the better. So if you click send message, Below the potato icon below send message. You can like choose how many you spend. And if someone wants to throw a ton of potatoes at this, I'll just listen to you. Whoever spends the most, I'll listen to. And if nobody spends any, then I'll just pick at random. Okay, somebody spent the maximum amount for Emmerich. So does anyone want to compete with that? Otherwise, it will be Emmerich. So it's going to be this many unless someone else has got another idea. This is probably for like the whole expansion, for what it's worth. Maybe we'll change it each stream, maybe. Einalf says, I already spent all my points. Oh, I'm sorry, Einalf. This one you can slash beckon? What does he do when you beckon him? Oh, God. Somebody else is now competing with Emmerich or Puff of Darkness. Alright, so it's either Emmerich or the Puff of Darkness. This is the Puff of Darkness. Oh, this one flies. I quite like that. It flies. What the fuck? Okay, I'm going to give you a poll. Everyone can decide this democratically. Which one? Emmerich? Puff? Which one? So you guys just choose. It's going to be a quick little poll. Oh my god. It says content does not meet guidelines. Do you know why? Because I didn't type Puff of Darkness. I just typed Puff. And it thinks I'm saying puff. Unbelievable. Alright, there you go. If I add of darkness, it works. Alright, which one, guys? Pick one. Oh! Umbra has also spent 5,000 potatoes, but has missed the poll. Alright, let me close that poll. Not that poll. Ignore that poll. We'll do another one. New poll. Sorry, guys. It's Emmerich. It's the Puff of Darkness. Or, what was that other one? It was a kitten. It's a kitten that they wanted, I think. Page 2 is pretty much empty. I already showed you page 2. Oh, I didn't show you page 2. Ultros, Midgardsormr, Mammoth, Wind-Up Airship, the Accompaniment Node, Palom, or the Onion Knight. You're voting for Ultros? Did somebody pay for Ultros, though? Did somebody spend our fake little potatoes? I'm really worried. Oh, God, they did. Okay, they want Ultros. Okay, there's 4 options for you. Okay, go, guys. Go, go, go. I'm making a mountain out of a molehill here. I'm really worried that someone was watching this on Winning Potatoes 2 and doesn't know what the potato thing is, and they're thinking I'm demanding real-world payments in order to poll to pick minions. It's just a stupid little fun game, just so that everyone knows with the potato thing. Yeah, I know I'm not spelling his name right. Whatever. You guys know who I mean. Right, go on, guys. Pick. And in the meantime... Oh, it's quite evenly spread at the moment. Emmerich is not in the lead, I'm afraid to say. In fact, only 2 people have voted for Emmerich. 2 people. The Puff of Darkness is actually winning at the moment. Closely competing with Ultros. I'll put Ultros on screen just so that people... Oh, do you know what? I never did the Hildebrand quest in Heavensward. We're moving on. Maybe a little bit too early. I probably should have done a Heavensward stream on that. Well, I don't know. Alright, it's Ultros. There he is. Hello, Ultros. Try using /pet on Ultros. Oh, does that make him happy? You gently pat the wind-up Ultros. Does he have, like, animations or something? Does he run away from me? Fun fact, if Ultros gets slapped by a female character, he wiggles from excitement. And if he gets slapped from a male, he gets angry. That's unbelievable. It's good, but in little bites. Wait, what is... Right, it looks like... Oh, yeah, it looks like the Puff of Darkness is winning. God, every time I say that word now, I'm nearly saying Puff of Darkness. Okay, so let's get that out. And we'll change it. We'll change it each stream. Why not? I mean, I don't want to do a whole long, slow thing at the start of every stream. I'll probably forget. But there you go. Can we do anything special with this thing? Right. Somebody sent me friend requests. Yeah, send me all the friend requests you like. Is that it then, guys? Anything else from the free trial before we get started? Anything you think I should really like? Okay, WP, just get this set up. Just do a thing. Maybe I'll go check my squadron and get them moving. Try/beckon on her. Oh, will she land on us? Oh, there you go. Look, she's on us. Hello. Oh my God, what's her underwear? That's some weird underwear, isn't it? Is it ripped? Doesn't it look like her underwear is ripped on one side? God. All right, let's go into the barracks real quick. Now, I wonder, will she still be connected to me when I go through a loading screen? I'll be very impressed if she is, and she is. Wow. Oh, I like that a lot. That's like in Guild Wars, where you can get, like, the cats on your back if you do the Chuka and Chumpa thing. Right, let's send our guys out on a mission. Squadron missions. Military courier. Outskirts patrol. I'm just going to do a basic thing. It's bound to succeed. Go on, guys. Out you go. Oh, they're still training. How do I stop them training? Regiment board? Oh, there you go. They're done. And they level up. Oh, they're all level 8 now. Okay, so out you go, guys. If they're level 8, and this is a level 5 mission. Alright, whatever. Should we have them playing courier to a military delivery or something? Or do a patrol on the outskirts of the town? Let's have them do a patrol on the outskirts of the town. Okay. Oh, wow, and they all left instantly. I really quite like that feature. For people that don't know, what you're looking at is essentially a hero-style feature from Guild Wars 1, but in this MMO. Okay. She's a struggling artist. She doesn't have a lot of gil. What? The mini with the ripped underwear. Yeah, okay. Path of Darkness 1. The poll's over now. You should really set up your retainers right now. Wow, you spent a lot of potatoes on making sure I get that information. You can send them on a lengthy mission like your squadron. Okay, well, I'll do it, but how long is it going to take? And where do I go to do it? I mean, I don't know where to start. I mean, I'm assuming it's a quest somewhere, maybe? So, as far as I know, retainers, they're like storage. They're like bank tabs, but they're whole characters. You're half convinced there isn't actually fighting in this game? Yeah, you probably won't see very much fighting for a bit. Go to the Aetheryte, go to the Sapphire Exchange. And, okay, so it will take us about 15 minutes to do this, will it? Okay, so we're going to teleport to the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. So this area is like, you know, the trading area. And sorry, what, am I looking for a certain quest? Taking the red? Oh, no, that's going to be the red mage quest, isn't it? Oh, they both start here in Uldar. That's weird, isn't it? Do the other cities have thingies? Look for a vendor named Retainer Vocate. Retainer Vocate. Gunbreaker's in Gridania. Is Gunbreaker this expansion then? Sorry. This person. Chachabi. Hello. Greetings. I take it you've come to see me about a retainer. Hire one. Ask about them. Who are retainers? Retainers are men and women who offer their services in exchange for coin. Though they're seldom as sharp as adventurers like yourself, they're no stranger to life's more menial tasks, tasks which your lot might not think worth your time. Retainers can provide a host of different services, from tending your items to protecting your guild. Oh, and you need not worry about providing recompense for a retainer's services, for the Adventurers Guild will not only cover his salary, but also replace anything that goes missing should you wake up to find your belongings gone and your retainer nowhere to be found. What services can they provide? Another job retainers are often asked to perform is the tending of items placed for sale and market, something many adventurers cannot be bothered to do for themselves. If you wish to experience the market for yourself, I ask that you seek out one of the nearby boards. How do I summon one? Retainers in your employ can be summoned at any time using special bells like the one nearby. Summoning bells can also be found in the realm of the oft-visited locations such as city markets and inns. Okay, so I would like to hire one. Wait, what are retainer jobs? By popular demand, we have prepared an exhaustive publication to aid clients who would have their retainers train in certain ancient or esoteric traditions. To assign your retainer a job, you must first obtain a copy of Modern Vocation, which can be purchased from the Retainer Vocate for 40 ventures. Furthermore, your retainer must also be level 50. So we don't worry about that yet because they're not level 50 yet. So I can give them like a combat class? There's just every feature in this game. It's like there's just so many layers to every fucking feature. According to our records, you can hire up to 2 retainers. So the edition of the game I've bought is like the most basic thing, the lowest subscription. I'm still not paying a sub, by the way. I now own the game, but they gave me 33 days to play it before I even have to think about a sub. So I still get another month. That's still another 30 days. I think that will be enough to get through all the expansions and stuff. So I could, in theory, I've already squeezed out a ton of value from this game without paying a penny. And now I've bought the boxes, I could probably get through everything else and just never pay a sub. So far. Just for those really frugal or those offended by a subscription fee or whatever, which, you know, to a degree, there's someone buried inside me that is that person. So I do want to talk about that. Anyway, currently you have no retainers in your employ. Okay. Hire one? Yes, please. Excellent, we have quite a few men and women on our list, so I invite you to describe the retainer you desire, down to the most minute detail. Load previously saved appearance data? No, I don't have any. Oh my god, it's the character creator. What? What the fuck? Small clothes. It's weird. I remember this when I did character creator before. I now know where these places are. This is Limsa Laminsa. Well, sorry, La Nocia, I should say. This is the Black Shroud. This is Thanalan. And back there is Ul'dah. And then finally the inn. Oh, I can try out these races now. Oh my god, it's Beast from Beauty and the Beast. Oh, these aren't locked anymore, are they? Oh, hello. Sexy bunny lady. How does that compare to female Makote? I think I prefer the Vieira. I'm not sure exactly. Vieira can only be female for now. Hrothgar can only be male for now. We could do a Lalafell. And so these ones are all gendered. I don't know what to do. I mean, what do you want me to do? What should I do? Should I spend ages on this? Wait, hold on. Am I just picking their race and gender, or am I doing the whole thing? Okay, so hold on. That character data thing. Can I just ask a quick question? That character data thing. Can you download characters off the internet? Does anyone know a cool character I could download off the internet and then I could just import it, couldn't I? Is there like a Guild Wars 2 fashion type thing in this game? Do you get what I mean? You never thought of that? Where does it save? I don't know. I don't know. You haven't heard of anyone doing that? Alright. Well, whatever, I guess. We'll just, we can let chat do it. We can let chat do it, can't we? Do you guys want to make my first retainer? Oh, sorry. You can't post links unless you are a sub or a VIP, but I don't have any VIPs. So, yeah, but the thing is, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 races. I'm not going to let you guys pick. I can only do a couple of options in a poll. Okay, very quickly. Are we going to do male or female? Go on, guys, quickly. There's a poll there. It's going to be these are going to be fast, quick fire polls. Ready? 1 minute to pick. Male or female? Go. Male or female? Okay, right now it looks like female's going to win. You all want a lady. Okay, so it's going to be a female. Next poll. Is it going to be a Vieira? What ones am I interested in? I'm not going to do Vieira because Vieira isn't in the game yet. And I'm not going to do Hrothgar. They're not Stormblood, alright? They're not Stormblood, so I'm not doing them. But I will give you the other options. Hyur, which is human. Elizin, which is elf. Lalafell. Rogadin. Or Aura. Oh, I don't have space for Makote. But I'm a Makote. Oh, but people might want a sexy cat lady. I'm going to eliminate human from the... Oh, maybe you guys want... Oh, God. Somebody sponsor a race to not appear in this poll. In chat, somebody sponsor a race to not appear in this poll. If you spend potatoes, I'll listen to you. What should we eliminate from the poll? Quickly, go, 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 go. Delete the Lalafell, someone says, for 600. Anybody want to outbid him? Delete the Lalafell. Does anyone want to outbid him? Spend a few more potatoes and I'll pick you instead. TikTok, TikTok. Oh my God, somebody went with 5,000 to get rid of human. All right, there is no human. Aura is like the dragon race. And Rogadin. Oh, I fucked this up. And Makote is the cat people. Okay, guys, so there is a poll. Go, go, go. Which race? Which race? Sorry, guys. The other people had Lalafell twice. The other people, it's too late, guys. Fastest finger first on that. All right, we're doing a very sophisticated mix of polling and auctioning to get these going, all right? And still, some of you will slip through the cracks. Through the cracks. Okay, it looks like Lalafell is winning. So if you don't want that to happen, you've got 30 seconds to vote for something else in that poll. Second closest is Aura. Third closest is Rogadin. Looks like we're going to have a Lady Lalafell in our employ. Lalafell forever. Alright, okay, so we're getting Lalafell. So, Uldar is the most appropriate background. Okay, confirm. Okay, next. Plainsfolk or Dunefolk? I'm going to read this. From the flat landscapes of the Plainsfolk's home islands are where this Lalafellian clan takes its name. Their distinct hair coloration, a myriad of earthy and grassy tones, helps them to blend in well with their environment, acting as an effective camouflage against would-be attackers. It was the similarity of La Nocia's grassy fields to those in their homeland. So this is more appropriate. Which drew the first settlers to the island of Vilbrand and what is now Limsa Lominsa. So these are Lalafell from the pirate town. They are clever and opportunistic people and crafty with their words. The generally accepted view of Plainsfolk is that they are a vibrant lot with a penchant for excessive conversation. So that's them. Then there's the Dunes folk. They'll be the Thanland bunch. Perhaps the most unique characteristic of the Dunes folk is their luminous eyes, a result of glossy protective layer which covers the pupil, an evolutionary response to their homeland's glaring sunlight. Will have the sunshine in their eye. Many individuals wear a small traditional gemstone on their forehead, a symbol of their zodiacal sign. They are adamant about the scholasticism. How do we say that? Scholasticism. Placing the advancement of knowledge before all else. Other races tend to perceive male Dunes folk as introverts who care more for books, business, and the prosperity of Uldur, a city-state built upon Dunes folk ingenuity, than the goings-on of the rest of the realm. Right, so, do you want to be Lonosian or Uldan? Is that the right way of putting that? Very quick poll, get ready. Dunes folk or Plains folk? Are we even going to interact with her much? How often is she going to be appearing on these streams? I feel like it's really weird they put character creator on here. So, go for it, guys. Based on the 2 descriptions we just read. Oh, it's 50-50. This probably means people don't care much. Dunes folk is slightly ahead, though. For coin and country, Dunes folk. It's getting a little bit further ahead. It's close. I'll let this poll go to the last second. I'm not going to end this early. Here we go. Dunes folk or Plains folk, guys? Let's just... I might be influencing this here by leaving it on Dunes folk. So the other area is this area. It's 55% to 45% for now. People get attached to their retainers for sure. Alright, Dunes folk won. Dunes folk won. So, there you have it. Oh my god. How do I do this? Oh, I know how I do this. No, how do I pick one of you? How do I pick one lucky person in chat? I mean, someone could pay 5k potatoes, but then there'll be like multiple of you. So how would I pick one guy in chat? What I want to do is pick one of you, and then you're going to give me a randomized number. And then that will be what it looks like. And maybe we can do a yes-no. Vote on random number of clicks. So people can sponsor a number to randomize, and then we poll for whatever it is. Right, just someone pick a number between 1 and 50. If anybody pays potatoes for this, I will do it. And if I like what it is at the end... No, it's out of my hands. If anybody pays potatoes to pick that number, I will listen to the first person to pay those potatoes. Oh, no, how about this? The last person to pay those potatoes. Alright, so FKA Twinks says click randomize once. Does anyone want to go head-to-head with that? Alright. Okay, so Mirror Kicks says 30, but that's only 600 potatoes. Please don't be a Lalafell. That's what chat voted for, man. Anyone else? If anybody else is the last person to pay 2,000 potatoes, that's how it's going to work. Does anyone else want to do it? Looks like FKA is going to win. With just one click. You're scamming our potatoes. The potato market crashes faster than we generate them. Alright. People are voting big time. A lot of you guys are spending 2k. Oh, shit. Hawk is the only one that actually spent 5. Alright, Hawk gets it. He says press randomize 7 times. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. God. 5. She's quite cute. 6. Here we go. Drum roll. 7. She is creepy as all hell. That's what it is, though. That's how we've done it. We can pick a voice for our retainer. Alright. Save appearance data. In slot 1. Thanks, chat. Data saved. Finalize your retainer's appearance. I can think of several retainers that are exactly as you describe. Oddly enough, they have a strikingly different personalities. If you'd be so kind as to state a preference, it would be most helpful. Okay, what do we want her to be? Polite, rough, serious, carefree, independent, or lively? Damn it, Twitch. You need to let me pick a little bit better. Polite? Polite is like the waifu thing, right? Rough is like... Well, I mean, you want a rough Lalafell? A serious, carefree, or independent? I'm not going to put lively as an option. Actually, yeah, no, independent's more interesting, I think, than lively. Alright, so go on in, guys. 1 minute to pick one. I can already tell what you're all going to pick here. Jesus. What's that going to do, though? Yeah, you're all going rough. Of course you are. I shouldn't have talked about it so much. Alright, rough, fine. Very well, I have just the individual in mind. When summoned, this retainer will greet you just so. Hello, dearie. What's on the docket? And when dismissed, this retainer will bid you farewell just so. Blessings of the 12 upon you. Hire this retainer? Okay. Excellent. We've made a fishwife, guys. It's also customary to give a retainer an appellation of one's own making, a nickname as it were. We find this deepens the bond between our clients and their retainers. I have to name her? It's full-on character creation. Alright, somebody just said Dorothy in chat, so well done. She's called Dorothy. There you go. 1 moment, please, while I draft the proper documentation. The name you have chosen is not available. Please select another. Okay, give her a second name, guys. Dorothy what? Revgaji. She's not... No. She's not my... What? She's not... No. She's just an associate. What is wrong with you? Spudsworth. I quite like that. Dorothy... Oh, I can't capitalize. Dorothy Spudsworth. It's hideous. Everything about this is hideous. 1 moment, please, while I draft the proper documentation. Congratulations! Dorothy is now in your employ. You can summon your new retainer using the nearby bell. If you have any further questions or requests, please do not hesitate to ask. Okay. So I can now use these bells, right? I wasn't able to use them before. There she is. Currently selling no items. Hello. Hello, dearie. What's on the docket? Hello. Oh, I quite like it now that it's all come together. Can other players see her there, or is she No. We'll do it again later. Or is she phased? Do you guys really want me to do it again? Do you want me to figure out who our second retainer is? Only you see her. Other players will see your retainers if you place them in housing areas. Oh, so she'll actually live in my house. Entrust or withdraw gil. Entrust or withdraw items. Sell items on the market. Okay, I want you to sell this frosted glass lens. Compare prices. So I want you to undercut that guy, right? Basically. What is this? So I want to sell it for like 9,700. Right? Okay. Distilled water probably won't sell for anything. What else do I hold on to? Because I suspected it would be sellable. I can't remember what else I kept. These are worth sweet FA. I think that was it. That was the one item. Maybe this bulb? I feel like I'm actually playing the game now. I feel like I actually have access to stuff. Alright, that's it then. Oh, what about the catalyst? I kept loads of those. 140 gil each. That guy has thousands of it. Alright, well, whatever. We'll get her to sell that. And what kind of stuff would I put in her inventory? Blessings of the 12 will be upon ye. Right. I'm now selling items in the Uldar markets. Cool. There's an add-on that automatically undercuts. I don't have the name, but you have it somewhere on the list. Okay, well, we'll look at that stuff as time goes forward. Shall we make another one? Yeah, let's do it real quick. Get ready, guys. We're going to be a lot more streamlined about the creation of this retainer. Ready? Here we go. Somebody... So we're not going to do Lalafell. And we're not going to do human. Because that was voted out before. Well, we can do... Oh, no, we don't need to... Human can be available now if you want it. I mean, there's also... So just to remind you of your options. You've got human, elf, Makote, Rogadin, or Aura. Those are your only options. Okay, so here comes the poll. I'll type it out properly as well. Elezen, Makote, Ro. I'll just put Ro and Aura. Ready, guys? Go. 1 minute. Who's our next one? Be a Lalafell. Just, I could have all of my squadron members and all of my retainers be Lalafell while playing a Lalafell. That would be good, right? All right, it looks like you guys all want Aura. Is that because I just left it on there? These are like dragon people. Appropriate for this X-Pack, I think, because I think we're going to where they're from. Okay, so next poll, real quick. Male or female? Get ready, everybody. And poll, new poll. Am I insane, by the way? Is this what streamers do? They just poll constantly? Alright, go. I have no role models on this website at all. So I just don't know what they look like. Go, 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 go. This is chat plays FF14. Alright, you guys want a lady dragon. Not too bad. She's sporting the upper thigh revealing thing. Alright, so, female Aura. So what are the two species here? I'm quite interested in this. Ori creation myth tells of a dawn father and a dusk mother from whom all Aura are descended. The Rain believe their veins run to thick... No, I'm reading this wrong. The Rain believe their veins to run thick with the blood of the former. Of the Dusk Mother? No, sorry, the Dawn Father. Their brilliant white scales and iron wills serve as proof of this divine lineage. Unlike their sister clan, the Zayla, who's the other one we can pick, who bloody the land with endless tribal conflict, the Rain have embraced a life of tranquility and solitude, long abandoning the nomadic lifestyle of their ancestors to settle the deep valleys of Orthard's mountainous eastern reaches. Orthard is the continent we're going to in this expansion, guys. I think. Orthard, is that the name of the continent? Only on rare occasions will... I don't know why this story takes us there. Only on rare occasions will one emerge from the valley mists to seek adventure in realms afar. So that's the Rain, or we have the Zayla. It's a shame they never added new environments, you know. There should be an Ishgard environment I can look at, or all the places that we're looking at here. Ori creation myth tells of a Dawn father and a Dusk mother, whom they're all descended. The Zayla believe their veins to run thick with the blood of the latter. So these are the mother. Their lustrous black scales. So basically white scales or black scales. And fiery wills serving as proof of its divine lineage. Unlike their sister clan, who lead solitary lives, these guys are free spirits who roam the vast western steppe in close-knit tribes, hunting, gathering, and warring as their ancestors have for countless generations. So, free spirits, travel around, conflict, insular, isolationist, white scales, black scales. I kind of really don't like this race, guys, by the way. Like, I want to make a proper dragon-looking thing. And this is just a bit... I don't know. They're too... It's just a human with horns and a tail. But hey, so that's your choice. Maybe I'm wrong in that opinion, and I'll see some cool options in a second. Are we going to be the rain? White scales? Or are we going to be the Zayla? Black scales? I kind of like the idea of both of them. I like the idea of a brilliant, bright, white dragon, and I love the idea of a badass-looking, like, dark, black, jet black dragon. But yeah, so go on and pick one of those, everybody. You've got 1 minute, 20 seconds of which has already passed. It's completely even here at the moment. It's literally 50-50. A vote for each. I'm not going to spoil which one's winning. Go for it. The limbal rings are one of the best things about Aura. I don't know what those mean. Limbal rings? I mean, I've got some weird scales on my wrist there. I don't know. I feel like this is just... I think I'm just used to ArenaNet, who had really high standards for stuff like that. This is, like, very reminiscent to me of original design Sylvari. It's just a person with some leaves on it. And then they were like, no, this isn't good enough. Let's go a lot further. But Square Enix never did. This is very close. Yeah, it is. 52% to 48%. I will not reveal which. Let's look at the rain again, sorry. I guess it's not just scale color, but the skin tone is actually darker as well here too. This person actually looks oddly grey to me. It's like Frankenstein Rogadin look. Okay, so the winner of the poll was the rain with the white scales. So there you go, by 2 votes. It was very close. All right. Someone sponsor a number to randomize. Whoever spends the most potatoes wins. Your retainers are a Viera and a Hrothgar. Oh, really? I'm not picking either of those yet, Kerry, because they're Shadowbringers. So I limited people to just Stormblood. I recommend looking at the original Aura concept art. Oh, was it really cool, was it? And it's not very good? Give me a number, guys, to click randomize. Anybody? I mean, if nobody spends any potatoes, then I'll listen to anyone. Einolf is currently winning with 44. I will click this button 44 times if I have to. 6. Is everyone out of potatoes? Have I drained you all? Should I lower the prices now? Because I've just made people spend so many. Oh, there you go. No, people are doing it. 9.56. Okay, the first person to spend 5,000 was Z Crocs. Z Crocs wins it. You guys can stop. Z Crocs wins it because he got there first. He got to the 5k first. Okay, so here we go. 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I like the war paint. 6. Oh, yeah, the 2 eyes were awesome there. Did you guys see that shit? But we don't get it. 7. 8. Oh, no, it's done it again. 9. 10. 11. 12. I like the horns on that one. That one looks good. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. Here we go. Drum roll. 19. Oh, I thought she had really amazing horns for a second, but it's actually just a weird hair thing. Well, anyway, there you go. That's it. That's who we got. Thanks again. Finalize. I can think of several people. Okay, personality. So here we go again. End that poll. Could not end poll. I think we broke it, guys. I can't end the poll. How long is it supposed to last? Just a couple more seconds. View results. Could not end poll. Hold on, let me refresh Twitch. Manage poll. There you go, new poll. I just had to refresh. It's okay. All right, personality. Last one, guys. This is it. Polite. I'm removing rough from the running because we've already got a rough person. Carefree, independent, or lively. Go. Oh, I accidentally put on emote only chat. Wait, did I do that? Did I do that? I think you can spend potatoes to speak normally in emote only chat, by the way. All right, go, go, go. Oh, someone redeemed. Oh, shit. Oh, well, there you go. All right, lively. Everybody wants lively. Oh, do you guys feel like I ruined it last time? Very well. Come on. Yeah, we'll read the dialogue as they do it. Okay, higher. Oh, the puff is on me again. And the name? Oh, that's why you said for how long. Oh, you meant how long emote only chat. I thought you meant how long am I going to be fucking about in the retainer menu. I don't know. However long people think's fun. 2 minutes, I think it says on the challenge. I think it says go into emote only chat for 120 seconds or something. That's just like a default one. I don't know. I didn't really mess with that. I mean, it's fun. Edna. Edna. Somebody has sponsored Edna. There you go. Hire the services of Edna. Yeah, all right. Edna is chosen. What do we do? Edna Krabupples, probably taken. Edna Crandall? Now that right there, that's a sophisticated Simpsons reference. One moment, please. There you go. Edna Crandall is coming along. Okay. So should we ring the bell? I don't really have anything for her to do. I really like this mini. I like the Puff of Darkness. I think that was a good choice, guys. Oh, I really want 2 minis now, though. I want one that's like walking around with me and one that I carry on my shoulder. They should do that. They should do a pirate expansion that adds like parrots and stuff. Edna. What do you have for me? Come on, come on. Don't be shy. Is that it, by the way? That's all they'll ever say. Very good, sir. Very good indeed. Oh, God. Don't call me sir. Okay, so what do I spend the currencies on? How do I level them up? What am I missing? In all seriousness, how do I level them? What's the leveling up thing? Now assign classes to them and send... I can't give them a class till they're level 40. Send them on ventures. Oh, I can? Higher level and they find items. Dispatch a retainer. Let's send Edna Crandall to Uldar. Ignore that. Useless. Useless. No. Okay, people don't like that. Inquire about their jobs. Ask about... Don't I need to buy a copy of Modern Vocation? 40 ventures for Modern Vocation? First option? I'm sure it said no, guys. You must first buy Modern Vocation, and they have to be level 50. You can give them a base class. You give them a job later. Right, so how do I give them a base class? You have to unlock ventures with a quest before you can assign classes. Yeah, I understand that the class is a Thaumaturge, Black Mage is a job. I understand. So it's not in this menu then, is it? So there's some kind of quest I need to do, which was not available before. Which isn't really Stormblood. Do you guys think it's really important? Should we come back to this? I kind of want to start on the story. It's directly when you interact with the retainer normally. You assign at the bell. So it's here. Hello, Edna. She doesn't seem to care about getting a job. So go to the steps of Noob, find the quest, an ill-conceived venture that unlocks the class and venture system. Yeah, what are we saying? I'm not quite sure what's important and what's not. I'm watching chat very closely, guys. I mean, I'm happy to chill out with it. I mean, honestly. It's just, you know, I'm just in this weird... it's like I said a minute ago. I'm in this weird headspace where I don't know how fast I should do things. I'm just insecure about someone lurking who's like, this is boring as fuck. I want to see a fight. And then they leave or whatever. Oh, this one here, level 17. I see it. We could do it on Black Mage then instead of Monk. I'll do it on Monk because I've got to get used to it, though. The problem I have with Final Fantasies is the same as you. It's too much to do. They're trying to make sure I still have stuff to do when that 30 days is up. Oh no, that's Samurai. That's blue because it's Samurai, and I just bought the X pack. Here you go. Several adventurers are having difficulty summoning their retainers. Should you wish to offer your assistance, you will find these troubled souls in Limsa Laminsa, Gridania, and Ul'dah. The rewards will be the same regardless of who you choose to help, so do not hesitate to aid the adventurer of your choice. Something heavy weighs on this adventurer's mind. Is this damn thing working, he says? Oh, hello there. Say, you look like you're an old hand when it comes to this adventuring business. Mind helping me with a situation? I sent my retainer to Drybone the other day on a venture, hunting to be precise. Simple enough work, right? Except now she's gone missing. Much as I'd like to head out there and look for her, though, I know full well that I'd be feeding the buzzards before long. So if you're willing, I'd be much obliged if you could go to Eastern Thanlan in my stead. Okay, I mean, I can do that, dude. I'm the Warrior of Light. I'm a seasoned adventurer at this point. Verified badass motherfucker. Bamf. Monk will change a lot in 40 days. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's coming up. I mean, it's weird. You say 40 days. That makes their expansion seem really soon. I've got, what, 30 days of free trial, and then I've got 2 expansions to play before... I mean, Jesus. That's if I'm looking to rush Endwalker, which maybe I am? I don't know. So, let's talk about the review. The review. The past 5 streams we're on. Yeah, I tried really hard to record it this morning. And, I was hating it. I was really, really hating it. I don't know why. I was very stressed out about it. Just feeling like the talking points weren't flowing. The flashcard bullet point. The thing is, it's like become this big, serious thing. Tornado kick looks so cool. And, but the way I've structured the script is it's like a very free-flowing thing. And I was just really stressed out by it and just not enjoying it. And I was at a point where I was like realizing I'm not just investing in this one long video. I'm investing in like multiple of them. There's going to be this, and then there's going to be a Heavensward one. A Heavensward one, and then there's going to be a Stormblood one, and then there's... And we've been joking about Shadowbringers versus Icebreed Saga, but the way that was all going on, it was like it was going to be real, and I was like, I'm investing too much in it. So I wasn't feeling good, so I'm just putting it off, because maybe I'll feel good about it later. I know we put a lot of work into it. This is what I'm like, though. Usually you're not involved in the process with it, but I do this all the time. I'll set a lot of stuff up. I'll do a lot of stuff. But then when it gets to like the actual final bit of production or a certain moment, I get a lot of anxiety and like just stress with it. And I'm at a point now where I'm thinking I don't want to inflict that on myself for a living. I don't want to do that. I don't want to make YouTube videos where like I set up this expectation from people that this style of video is going to be there and then it's not. And I wasted a lot of hours today going in circles with it and thinking, oh, I'm getting tongue-tied. Maybe I'll take a little break and the enthusiasm will calm, and then like trying to force myself through it. And then I just thought, you know what? I could do a news video about Guild Wars and people would love to watch that, you know, like the roadmap and stuff. I'll just do that. So I'm in a weird place now where it's like, well, what do I do? Do I just not do the Stormblood playthrough because the first review isn't out? And I thought, no, that's just like, I keep doing this thing where like I let a project like that then like stall everything and then I'm not productive. And my whole thing right now is I'm just thinking I just need to do things. I've got to interact with you guys and I just want to continue playing it. So like almost on a whim this morning, I was thinking, fuck it, Stormblood is starting today. And I don't really know where it's leading. And I haven't thrown all the observations and the big spreadsheet we worked on in the bin. I know some of you guys might feel a bit of a pang at that, but I'm very, very used to this situation at this point. What I would like to do is get to the end of Shadowbringers, get the game, maybe even the end of Endwalker, and at that point, do a, not a time... What I really want to do is tell the story of the games through the ages. I don't want to sit about talking about, like... oh, this game has Party Finder, and this game has LFG, and, like, I feel like I've gone to too much minutiae or something. What I want to do is a video that explores the two games over the years. So I think what I want to do is get to the end of either Shadowbringers or Endwalker, and then do one video that is sub an hour that just tells that story. And the big-ass spreadsheet that we've got, at that point, I don't know. Maybe it will go in the bin or something. In a way, I already feel like I've put the review out there through these streams. They'll live on forever through WP2. No one's ever going to watch it. It's not in a good package. But, yeah, that's kind of just how I feel. So, yeah, that's that little thing there. Right, you Sarah Saint. I thought I was done for. What are her clothes? What's that look for? I take it you've never seen a retainer or on a hunting venture before? It's a regular part of my duties these days. Though I admit I'm not very good at it. Oh my, is that who I think it is? Yes? Yes, he arrived in the nick. I'll return at once. I'm afraid I don't have time to stay and chat duty calls. But thank you again for saving my life. I wish I could reward you somehow, I know. But I know, go and tell Chachabi, my supervisor, how you helped me. You can find her at the Avenue. Yeah, I saw her a second ago. Hey WP, I just watched your video on the Ranger spec, and wouldn't it be cool if there's a transform component, the Juggernaut mode, varied based on your pet type? Well, that would be cool, but that also kind of feels like Soul Beast to me. I think that's a cool idea. I do like the idea of, like, you know, the engineer gets the Jade thing, and the Ranger gets the Amber thing. There's one other little thing I never mentioned in that video that I really do feel in my heart of hearts. I'm half expecting it to not be the Juggernaut or the Warden or anything logical whatsoever. I'm expecting it to be... I mean, it's hard to hit a word that sells the vibe immediately. I'm expecting it to be like the Hammer Sworn, right? And it's just like... or the Hammer Oath. And that's it. And it's just like a hodgepodge of shit that's just there. And that's it. I'm very much expecting it to be something like that. So, I mean, I don't know. I hope not. But we'll see. Make it clear from the beginning it's going to be a series. It'll probably make the videos better when you're almost done. No, the point is, Ailes, I don't want to do a series. I want to do one video that explores the progression of the two MMOs, and that's it. That's what I want to do. I don't want to get in this huge thing. I mean, it is rough, because if I really honestly think about it, a well-scripted, well-edited, well-structured review series that does these games justice and in compartments, people would love that. That would be high-quality content that I'd be proud of, and it might get a chance to actually get reasonable viewership, just like the World of Warcraft versus Guild Wars review. That's like over 100k viewers. I'm happy with that. You know, and realistically, that all sounds well and good, but I really didn't feel good, man. I spent about 4.5 hours, and I think it's the flashcards spreadsheet approach. Those videos need full scripts. That's what it is. I need to do... there's no copping out on it. You can't just waffle it out. They need full scripts. What I've created with that spreadsheet is kind of a... it's a very conversational... I mean, it kind of works as a conversational thing. But then the streams are a conversational thing, you see. It's like it sort of works. Sort of, but I'm just not confident in it. I don't know, man. All right, anyway, that's where I am. That's my headspace. In cooperation with the Adventurers Guild, we've established a new system through which retainers may be dispatched. Can anyone tell me, was this a launch thing or sort of a patch thing? Should you wish to avail yourself of this additional service, you will need to pay your retainers in advance with ventures, which are scrip issued by the Adventurers Guild. I gather you have none in your possession, so allow me to give you a token sum. Your retainers have received basic instruction in a variety of disciplines, but they want for experience. If you would like them to undertake anything more than the most menial of tasks, you'll need to furnish them with quality equipment. Oh my god, I have to buy them gear and everything? And give them opportunities to hone their skills. So long as you bear that in mind, I should think you will not be disappointed. Oh god, so how much does it, how expensive is that? You may now dispatch retainers in your employ on ventures. Summon the retainer you wish to send afield. Follow the instructions to begin. So I summon them with a bell. It's normal people gear? Okay. I'm just thinking about how tedious it's going to be to... Let's bring Edna out. Assign retainer class. They can't do a venture till you give them a class. They can be any one class, with the exception of those the Disciple of the Hand. Your retainer's class determines which ventures he or she can embark upon. Please be advised that you cannot assign your retainer class you have not yet unlocked. Oh, wow. What do you guys want then? I guess this is just another little bit. We're going to do a poll. I know this is a surprise. I don't usually use this feature. But what do you want? A pugilist? That's what becomes monk. A thaumaturge becomes black mage. A miner? Or a fisher? It's very rare for me to use this, but go for it. There's a poll. What is this for? I don't really even know. I'm just sort of trying it out. It's best to assign them whichever is your class's highest, since your class level is their max. Well, everything I have, I'm going to be getting to max, so I think. He hits random till he gets the ugliest shit imaginable. No, chat gives me a number, and I click it that number of times. Look, it's fake, guys. Right, well, whatever. We'll just see what people are going for. It looks like you guys want her to be a fisher. You want Edna the Fisher, do you? Edna the Aura Fisher. It's either that or pugilist. I just advise, if you're going to vote in this poll, don't go for thaumaturge or miner, because you're just throwing your vote away. Oh my god, it actually ended at exactly 50-50. Alright, someone pay some potatoes to pick. Pugilist or fisher? First one to spend potatoes to pick. The most potatoes wins. Pugilist or fisher? I'm going to need to level fisher then. Yeah, I did a little bit. Alright, Vignola says fisher. As a fisher, your retainer will be able to undertake fishing and waterside exploration ventures. She'll become a fisher. She became a fisher. I must now equip a main arm to her retainer. Select her gear. I can reset it. You can equip any item in your inventory or armory chest. Fucking hell, it just goes on and on and on, doesn't it? So I'll give her my old fishing rod. Right? There's no recommended gear button. Really? Is it taking it away from me or what? What's the story? Oh my god, like her gear is here's her gear. It's... Oh my god, I can make her look like Noct. Should I give her Noctis's stuff? I mean, I already am. The Lucian Prince's jacket. Oh, I quite like that look on a woman. Alright, there you go. And give her the staff. The scarf. And the monocle. All right. You've equipped her with stuff. Your retainer is now fully prepared. Select a sign. A sign. Okay. 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 Oh my lord. Go waterside exploring. So I spend 2 of these. So I help the beast tribes every day and I'm fine. Oh, a challenge. Far be it from me to deny you. Oh my god, my mini. Oh, I thought my mini was on her shoulder and I was going to explode. Alright, I have assigned Edna Crandall a venture. To confirm the time remaining, select timers. Select ventures. View venture reports. Fuck me. Am I just old, right? There's so much. I always get made fun of in Discord for not retaining all this shit. But it's like... Okay. So we're done, right? She's in progress? Very good, sir. Very good indeed. Right. So what? Where is that in the duty thing? What did it just teach me? What did it just teach me about the duty finder, guys? I don't know what that was. Take it day by day. Well, that's what I'm doing. Not duty finder. Timers. Oh. Oh, it's another panel of the UI that I don't remember. Oh. Oh, this is cool. This is what I think Guild Wars should have. It's actually showing me reset for all the stuff. Next mission. So that's my squadron, right? That's the fashion report thing. Oh, by the way, I think I didn't activate the regalia. I didn't unlock it when I bought it. I think it's just sitting in my inventory somewhere. Maybe not. No, that's my squadron. What's this? Next mission allowance? I don't know what that is. That's my venture. Right. Control U. Okay, okay, okay. The mission is the Grand Company turn-ins. Oh, right, okay. Do you guys think you should do all of this every day? Has it got the gold saucer stuff there too? Like, well, fashion reports there. Can you customize what's on this list? Okay. Do they do patches for that very regularly? Right, we all good? Any other restrictions have been lifted since the free trial? Gold saucer stuff is under the gold saucer menu, which was in character. Right, okay. So, but it doesn't really say. Oh, I've got to play the triple triad, by the way. Now that we've got Noctis, he's gonna spank some people. I'm really looking forward to playing with Noctis. One day it will show his treasure map timer. Oh god, yeah, I don't know. I've got to get to level cap, don't I? General tells me my tickets and stuff. Oh, up top. Oh, I see. The spinner's pool, the next triple triad tournament, jumbo jackpot. All right. Do you have a video explanation of your UI? It looks clean but horrible. What's so bad about it? You tell me what's bad about it, and I'll tell you whether your opinion is correct or not. Okay, I think we got to get back in the zone now. We got to get back in the zone for Stormblood, don't we? So here's what we're going to do. Oh, I just had a brilliant idea. Okay, here we go, guys. We're in story mode now, and I'm going to do something very intelligent. I'm doing that gesture with 2 fingers to my temple. All right. You guys are actually going to be impressed by my presentation capabilities here as a complete noob in this game. Assuming I don't get lost, which I won't get lost. Wait. I think I clicked the wrong thing. No, I didn't. Okay, so we're going to go to the quicksand. Why are we going to the quicksand with the potatoes? I don't understand. What possibly could be at the quicksand? We're going to go to the innkeep. Good day, sir. I would like to retire to an inn. Right away, sir. We're going to go to the unending journey. We're going to go to... Fuck me. Heavens... Dragon song. Post-dragon song. Post-dragon song. And we're going to do... Alright. We are going to recap the big moment right before the expansion, which is... Wow, I could go a little bit further back. Should we watch Papa Limo? Let's go a little bit further back. Which one is that, though? What's the yellow icon? It's where there's a branch. Oh god, I don't remember. I don't remember which one it is. Let's just click this. This might be it. Yeah, here we go. Oh, okay, so Ilbert just killed himself. He's just killed himself in order to summon a great beast. And it's going to take the power of the dragon's eyes, the Nidhogg's eyes. Let's see what happens. Oh, shit.
This light, is it?
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
So as far as I know in this expansion, this creature is our antagonist. At least at the start.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do.
There is one thing.
For the Guild Wars fans, you're essentially looking at the patch Flashpoint right now. You're looking at the big story moment right before the expat. Maybe one path ends, but...
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days.
He's comparing the creation of this creature to the calamity when they brought the servers down and revealed what was inside Dalamud. At launch.
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Second launch.
Tiptimati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalymo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her. Please, you have to take her.
I love this moment with Thancred that she does it. I thought this was really cool when I watched this before.
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you. Go!
Oh, I'm in a different outfit this time. I was actually a Dark Knight when I did this. I'm going to stay at his side, which is what I chose last time. I'm not leaving you, Papalymo.
Hilda! I think he means now!
No choice. Oh, you left him, did you really? Because
I
he's a
bid
lot.
thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
So, basically, he kills himself to buy us time. And with that time, Nero, my favourite character, well, one of my favourite characters. So, in this world, there's an evil empire. And there's a guy who's kind of like defected from it. But he's like a frenemy. He proposes to us. We wake up this ancient, dangerous machine called Omega. So the thing that comes out, so we'll see what happens there. And I think, I don't know how to know which cutscene it is. It's a little bit tricky, really. Let's just see what happens when we click play. So this is us arriving at the Battle of Cartano, the field of Cartano, to collect the ruins of the machine. That's Nero. That guy in the background, that giant Norn-looking guy, he's a Rogadin from the Far East, which is where this expansion will take us. I don't really know much about him. He only entered the story very recently. So yeah, this is not the... It might be the cutscene I want to show you.
Now, where was that? Ah.
So obviously... Shinryuku, right, is his full name? I think. An Omega weapon. They're both super bosses in other Final Fantasy games, like usually optional, and we're going to have them fight each other, so it's quite cool. I think I'm saying the end of his name wrong, aren't I?
I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Sid is also from the Evil Empire, but is not associated with them anymore. So these two have history, and they've got great back and forth. They're fun to watch.
Of course.
It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes, but how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
So is the Empire itself.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I was so happy to see Sid go in real quick. So you have a bit of a fight. This isn't really the cutscene I wanted to show off. Oh yeah, this guy defends. I can't remember his name.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Gosetsu. Right. So it must be the last cutscene, but I don't want to skip. Let's do cutscene 4. Let's do cutscene 4. So we're gonna interact with the weapon and activate it. Here we go. So we're turning the weapon on. Right is in time because the primal's coming out. This is like the big moment at the end. Imagine this is Dragonstorm. Yeah, I'd really rather not. So at this point, no one in the story really knows what the dragon is or understands it in any way. But the people of Doma, the Far East, they give it its name. When do they baby bird each other? What does that mean? Oh, you're talking about Dragonstorm, Hungry Hippos. So we see them fly off, but they're not dead. So, again, that's why I think in the expansion they'll come back. So, there's like a super weapon. By the way, the super weapon's like sentient. We can hardly control it. And there's a giant dragon thing as well. So that's it, really. I mean, the majority of it is there. That's sort of setting the stage for the start. Oh, my door's going. Give me a second. All right, sorry about that, guys. I thought it was... I have this whole thing going on with my landlord today, and I thought they'd ignored a phone call I had with them, but it wasn't. It was my younger brother who just gave me 2 PS4 games to try, God of War and Last of Us Part 2, which, Kerry, we can now play. So that's good. Right, yeah, so yeah, that's kind of the start. Now, do I dare rewatch the CGI trailer? Do you guys want to do that? Who was here 2 hours ago when the stream started and I played it initially? I mean, I don't know, I don't know whether that's a stupid idea. I kind of like the idea of playing it again, and then we can get into the story proper. Yeah, let's redo it. And people watching the VOD can just thingy. So here, if we go log out to character creator. And here's the trailer. So this is proper CGI. Yeah, I talked a bit about this trailer earlier. The trailer for Heavensward had a lot of cool stuff. Like Reborn was in it, Nidhogg was in it. There was like a lot of real direct stuff. But Omega Weapon and stuff doesn't appear in this trailer, so it's a bit worse, I think. But hey. on the whole CGI versus in-game thing, I have to be honest, I would love if Guild Wars had this kind of quality cutscene depicting its stuff. I would love it so much. Like, imagine seeing a fully rendered Ritlock, Logan, you know, a fully rendered Elder Dragon. Oh. So there you have it. And then we get this new intro, this new title screen, which I never got to see before as a free account. So, yeah, I mean, who knows what's coming up, but that's basically where the story is. Let's start. Let's get in there and play the very first quest. So I'm going to be going... So just so that you guys know, we're basically like an adventuring band. We're mostly interested in taking out primals. The evil empire of this world doesn't like primals either, but we sort of deal with them in a nicer way, I suppose you could say. So anyway, we're invested in seeing this issue through. And where I'm going to start the story is I'm going to go to one of our bases. We have 2 bases. And I'm going to go speak to a friend of mine, and he's going to give us the quest. And if you watch my previous streams, you will have seen that that quest was locked while I was on a free account. Right. Real quick as well, I clicked on the kettle there. It's already, the kettle's already done. I've already made the cup of coffee, basically. I just need to put the water in the mug. So I'll be 2 seconds as we load over to more donor. So see you 2 seconds. That was more like 20, but it's fine. All right, okay, so let's go on in. I had to be careful not to spill all over myself as I walk in. I keep doing this thing where, like, I'll buy a nice white shirt, or I'll have just cleaned a white shirt, and then I spill coffee on it. And you look like such a scruff so instantly in that. So I'm just extra careful with coffee. I'm learning to be. Right, hello, Alphino. He's a man with a great deal on his mind. Are you going to get an apartment? And were you still looking for a reshade G-shade?
How will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal?
Not right at this moment. Do you find something or not worried about that anymore? Yeah, I mean, I'll get an apartment. And reshade G-shade's an interesting one. Again, it's the same comment I've had before. If someone can find me a reshade preset that enhances the developer's intent... I don't want to override or introduce new stuff, but if you can bring out detail that's there, they just like slightly have it imbalanced or whatever, then that's the kind of reshade I would want to use for the presentation of the game. And I really like quite dark, quite contrasty stuff, but people really don't like watching that, so I can't do anything too extreme with it. That's why I haven't really prioritized it much. Right, so Alphino's asking how the Empire will respond to what happened when Omega and the Primal disappeared. Because the territory that fight occurred over is the Empire's territory. It's a nation called Alamigo, which was annexed not too long ago. So the Empire is going to be mad that, you know, there's basically an uprising going on there, and now suddenly this huge fight's here. So Alphino's wondering, what's the Empire going to do?
Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Baelsar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
He sounds a little bit different. So that's his twin sister, Alice.
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
She's our receptionist.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
He sounds older. Yeah, a bit. I guess because the voice talent's older, I guess.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
I'm not going to do a lengthy, extensive introduction and backstory for every character around. Just don't worry about it if you're hazy on those details. You'll get them as we go along. I think that would slow this LP down too much, so...
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
That's us.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
I'm interested in Lies. How do I say her name? Liz? How do I say her name? Because, like, I don't really sort of get what happened there. She was wearing a mask for ages. She took it off. She said she's not really who she said she was. Lise. That's how we say it. Lise. Okay.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea.
Oh, Lise like these. Right, okay.
To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Lise nuts. Okay, I'll remember it that way. Yeah, what we did was pretty dodgy.
And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
Yeah, it sort of looks like we attacked the Empire, who is way bigger and way stronger than us. So that would be bad.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lise. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea.
Lise.
However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lise's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
I'm sure she is. It's so weird seeing her with her mask off.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
I feel like she's too attractive, though. I reckon it would have been way cooler if she had, like, a scar over one of her eyes or some shit. I mean, then it would have made the Mask of Vanity story rather than what it really was. So, I mean, they went a different way, but...
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Oh, she's in the trailer dress, is she? Was that her in the trailer?
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available?
It's FF14, everyone's attractive? That's not necessarily true. Rabon got his arm chopped off. I'll tell you what video games don't do. MMOs don't do on that topic. Have you guys noticed how no MMOs ever, like, knock people's teeth out? You never meet someone that's, like, missing their front teeth or whatever. Like, that's just like a line in the sand. That's, like, too ugly for people, you know? It's just, like, it's just not there. Shit, what's she asking me? That covers the talking part, but you know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available? Okay, I could say ... or as if you have to ask. I'm going to say ... because I'm a Dark Knight, and I'm still wondering whether I should be a yes man. Oh, I'm really excited to get my new mechanic on Dark Knight. I'll tell you guys, this monk phase might not last long. Don't I get my full blood gorge or whatever now?
From you, and I'm sorry, I really am. But that's all over now, I swear, and it'd mean a lot to me, having you at my side.
Aww.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well.
I've always been an edgelord. Yeah, I watched a video on Reddit this morning, right as I was waking up, where there were like 10-year-olds in like a fight outside of school. And there were like 5 10-year-olds that were trying to like jump this like other 10-year-old. And that the one kid beat up, I mean, they're kids, so they're like slapping and pushing each other around, really. They're in a fight, though, and it's like one kid stood up to 5 people at once. And a guy did a video of it where, you know, it's quite funny to watch, but they edited in Doom Eternal music. There's like some epic song on that soundtrack. The song is called The Only Thing They Fear Is You, right? And it's from Doom Eternal. It's this amazing like song, and it's so good. And I was like, I've got to link this to a friend of mine. I need to play Doom Eternal.
I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things. I trust you have no objections.
Wait, did Alice say she's coming? Oh yeah, she is. Okay.
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
Okay, so first of all, here's a little guess of mine. Heavensward, that whole area was big on Alphino, and everyone loves Alice. So I'm guessing Alphino had the previous expansion, and Alice is having the next. I think Alice is going to be a big character going forwards, and Alphino will sit back. Point number 2, Urianger, when he's voice acted, have you noticed how he doesn't speak as eloquently anymore? I feel like the voice artist is like, oh, I'm not reading this, so they simplify his lines. Damn it, you need to sit there and struggle through this flowery language like I do.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
Oh, but I like you, Thancred.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations.
Damn it. My dream team right now is Alphino, Thancred, Nero, I want to say that Mongrel, but she hasn't done anything. She's hardly in it. Ishtola. Ishtola's pretty cool. I'll put Ishtola in the team. That's my adventuring party right now that I would choose. Oh, yeah, and Sid. Yeah, if you're going to have Nero, you have to have Sid. Yeah, of course. Of course.
Ready, my friend?
Dream team Estinian only. Did you guys notice Estinian's not been in it since 3.3?
I leave the Rising Stones in your capable hands.
He had his happy ending, and he's not been in the story since.
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
Ishtola is the Ritlock of FF14. Yeah, I was reading a thread about just Final Fantasy in general, and it was an image of every protagonist. So it had Cloud, it had Vaan, it had Tidus, it had Lightning, it had Noct. It was all of them from all 15 games. And the premise of the thread is who's the most powerful. Not who's your favorite character, blah, 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 but just who is the most powerful. And everyone was saying it's probably Lightning in the second game, because she becomes like a god, like an actual god. And number 2 is probably Noct once he has the Ring of the Lucii and stuff. And then you the more interesting rankings were lower down. But anyway, the representative of 14 was not the Warrior of Light. It was Ishtola. And I was like, why have they put Ishtola as the representation of 14? That's really crazy. So I assume there's stuff in store for her. Anyway, don't worry, Alphino. I'll see the places standing when you come back. Estinian's a butt. He likes adventure on his own. Ooh, okay. Okay, so these guys are from Doma. And they said at the end before.
Mistress Ishtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Girabania?
These two basically have plans to go back to the Far East. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with them.
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamegan Resistance as soon as possible.
I love memes like that. My favorite clip is from Russian TV where you have this 6-year-old kid playing chess with the host. The host goes, you know I'm never going to beat you, so I invited a guest that will be a proper match. And in walks Anatoly Karpov with some epic Dark Souls music. That's awesome. I'm very happy that I got a little bit into chess a few months ago, so I actually know vaguely what you mean. Karpov is like one of the absolute legends of the sport,
As soon
right?
it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
Oh, she should have said Doma. They were pronouncing it Doma before. Okay. It shall start.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary.
It's inconsistent.
Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
Yeah, I think Doma sounds better too. I was saying Doma, and then I heard them pronounce it that way. I was like, oh, that's actually quite cool. And it stuck very quickly. I was very good at that one.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant's Toll stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Oh, you mean Doma? Oh, okay.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kozetsu and I to return to our master. To our...
Oh, sorry, guys.
I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 mounds apart,
I love this guy.
Our purpose is one. That all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzea to the far east, that they may rise up and cast down the curse of Garlemald.
I don't know why, but I get a vibe from this guy that we're gonna go head to head at some point.
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate together. Just you wait.
Okay.
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
I'll meet Sam's love, will I? Okay. Bye-bye. I need better looking monk armor. You're sure that celebration will go well? Yeah, I'm wondering what will happen there. 1,000 miles apart, yet united in purpose. Let us pray both our endeavors meet with success. Shall we then? Okay, team. Wait, not just yet. I knew I'd forgotten something important. Lise, could you come with me? Me? What now? Alright, if you insist. I've made some new clothes for you! Ha-ha! That's what it's gonna be. You ready? She's gonna come out looking different. There it is. Oh, and it is the trader armor. Oh, is she a monk as well? Oh, that's a good theme tune. Write the theme tune, sing the theme tune. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Oh, it's not the trailer armor yet. As you can see, I designed it to be light and loose. Outfit tailor-made to the needs of a skilled fighter like Lise. Your work never ceases to impress. Much more of this, and I may have to stop introducing you as the Science receptionist and start referring to you as our permanent seamstress. It's lovely, Tatari. Thank you. I feel like I could take on a legion. I'm glad you like it. And with that, I'll delay you no longer. Safe travels. Then onward to Girabania. Our first stop will be Amarisiax's Spire in the East Shroud. I'm curious to hear what the new quest acceptance sound is. Oh, it's just the minstrel. Alright, also, where's the physical entrance to this expansion? I don't think I've ever really thought of it. Is it going to be here? It will open up here at the wall. Haru is a player that only levels hand and land jobs. That's a nice way of thinking of her, actually. I like the idea that they sort of, you know, they don't forget about those aspects of the world and play styles, and so you get characters that feel Because the temptation is to make everyone a badass fighter that's X class or Y class, especially when the MMO is always adding those. It doesn't add these, does it? That's actually something I'd never thought of. It obviously adds Discipline of War and Magic, right, as the expansions came out. But expansions have never added totally new ones of these. Is that true, everybody? It just extends their level cap, right, and gives them new skills and stuff. Implying that Tataru isn't badass? Well, she's not, is she? I mean, not everyone has to be a badass. Tataru isn't a badass, is she? I still remember doing a quest where I taught her how to cast the very first, like, black magic spell. It's okay to not be a badass. You're still a valid member of the team. Order present accounted for. When you're ready, my friend, pray inform the officer we wish to proceed. Oh, so there's no physical connection, eh? Ah, the signs of the seventh dawn. We were told to expect you. Shall I summon someone willing to escort you to the wall? Sure. My monk gameplay is going to be bad, can I just say? Because I don't even really remember the actual, like, basic global cooldown combo chain. Oh, wow. What are we looking at? Let alone my OGCDs. Wow, this is new. Doing a little world map thing.
I remember crossing the border, standing in Girabania once more. Me and my fellow scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
What the fuck is that? What is that? Is that one of the beams from the Omega weapon fight? Or is that just the natural formation? Why does it look like something shot through the fucking mountain? Alright. Cheesy, maybe, but I mean, it's the intro. My god, Aoi is just going in and out of Dota 2 all day here. Alright. Wow, wait, I'm at the town already? Is this the foundation of... No, but I have a chocobo with me. Oh, what is the music? Oh, I like getting some new music and stuff. Oh, man, I feel like I should have gone back to Ishgard and finished unfogging those areas and stuff. Whatever. I can do that off stream. I've still got so much content to play. It's Ravan! Greetings, Scions. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Oriens. Thank you, General. We were relieved to hear that your forces secured the wall without incident. Have the Imperials made any attempt to retake the Castrum since then? None. Save for a few skirmishes between our scouts and their patrols, we've barely had any contact with them, but we all know it's only a matter of time before things escalate. As if attacking Baelsar's wall wasn't enough, Ilberd summoned a primal right on their doorstep, and Garlemald is not like to let such shows of defiance go unanswered. It was a declaration of war, even if it was not Ilberd's to make, and now we're bound by it for weal or woe. The Scions stand ready to serve, General. What would you ask of us? Basically, guys, the story was we got tricked into a war with the Empire we didn't want. As stated in my message, the Alliance will not proceed without the support and cooperation of Alamegan people. We would have you serve as our emissaries and make contact with the Resistance. Consider it done, General. We won't let you down, I swear. Then I'll leave you to it. Godspeed. Ha! Of all the Kasha in the world, and you walk into mine. Hello, Sid. Master Garland, what brings you here? A certain missing Allagan weapon and a draconic primal. Omega and Shinryu. I think the shinobi called it. Anyway, we've been studying their trail of destruction, hoping it might lead us somewhere. Which it has singularly failed to do. Then 'tis like Omega fell to the earth in occupied territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating that we engaged the stasis systems. So we had the power to shut it down, we think. When Nero helped us turn it on, we had a fail-safe, and we said, look, if this gets out of control, we'll turn on the stasis. So that's what he's talking about. Assuming the command was received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to the Empire. Assuming. We should hurry up and find it regardless. All the more reason to reach out to the Resistance. If we want to press on into Girabania, we'll need their blessing. Everyone's counting on us. Let's not waste any more time talking. Okay. I like the twins a lot more now that they have different outfits and I can recognize the difference real quick. Oh, okay. That's the new quest, Sam. What do you think, Raban? He's just so cool. Look at his outfit, man. Keep to the north and cross upstream. The Black Bridge belongs to the Guardians for now. I really hope he has some good stories. He sort of didn't do anything yet, really, since the bloody banquet. Not really. Also, we didn't... I thought they were going to have us talk to Nanamo and stuff a bunch. Hello, Cryo. I do hope you're not thinking about running off to help Master Garland. It's not your duty to solve all the world's problems, you know. Were Omega not a threat to us, its effectiveness in subduing draconic foes would seem almost admirable, but such weapons are doomed to be misused. Let us pray we never have need of its services again. The bridge over the Velodian, how are we saying this? Velodna River has always held great strategic importance, hence the Guardian's decision to transform it into a fortified installation. Needless to say, we'll not be crossing there. Hello, Alice. Why are you with us? If anyone can determine the fate of Shinryu and Omega, it's Master Garland. For now, let us remain focused on our current mission. Okay, before I grab the next quest, I just want to explore this place a little bit. So Chocobo Keeps are back. I really didn't use these much in Heavensward. Well met. Can I interest you in the porter? And do not tell me this is your first time. I just didn't really use the porters. It's like how End of Dragons is adding them as well. Oh my god, level 57. I'm 60, right? Yeah. Interesting. So it's thunderstorming, apparently. Oh, there's a delivery Moogle here. Guys, you tell me if I get any mails or anything. Because I'll miss it. Oh, Kerry! Kerry, you can send me that Dark Knight weapon now. I don't know if she's still there. It just occurred to me. Okay. Looks like we get some regular merchants. No one ever uses them. Do they continue? Oh, well, I would have thought since nobody uses them, they don't keep adding them in the expansions, you know. Lisa's eager to leave the Castramorians. I'm referencing Skyrim there. As you probably heard, there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I'm taking us to see the one with the most influence. Their headquarters are located in a place called Rorga's Reach, an old temple to the east of here across the river. I learned a route that should allow us to avoid the patrols, so stick with me and we'll be there before you know it. By the way, you appreciate me speaking to people for extra dialogue? Because most people are rushing to Endwalker. I'm glad to hear you say that because, you know, whenever I do stuff like that, people always say, oh, you're playing too slow. I wish you didn't talk to everyone, blah, blah, blah. My instinct is to go slow and talk to everyone. I mean, that's just sort of who I am. And I try to resist that impulse because I'm trying to put on a good show. But, I mean, if you like it, then cool. I'd be careful out there if I were you. There are beasts out there big enough to swallow a man whole. Well, a man my size, at least. Alright, so... should we do a dynamic event? Drawn from their dens by the rope order of the Alliance's latrines, mountain grizzly sightings have become increasingly around. Common as of late. There you go. Oh, I don't even have to opt in to sync into this. I'm just synced in. Let's try and remember how our buttons work, shall we? Oh, new combat music. Oh, I fucked this up. I used perfect balance. I think I should have just spammed snap punch with that. I don't have too many OGCDs. I'm not going to be rearing and flanking properly. True North is on V. Do not judge me too dearly for now. Rotate through for now. Arm's length is going to do very little for me. This guy's not focusing on me, so I can rear and flank it. So obviously I could be using AoEs as well. I don't quite know how this works. If I move into his hitbox, whether it counts or not. I also don't know whether using the dots is a good idea. I mean, when they're 100% health, I think probably is. I can't build chakra stuff in combat yet, right? Out of combat, I can charge it, but I don't think there's any reason to do it, right? It's perfect balance. Let me see here. Meditation. I have it on T. I don't like that. Let's put it on F. So that's my chakras. I think I want interrupt on E. Tornado kick can go to C. Mantra I'm very unlikely to use regularly. Okay, so True North is the one I should really spam. Perfect balance. Okay, let's do this. I think I'm gonna do it this way. Form shift. I don't even know how to use form shift for like damage and stuff. I really don't. I assume there's something clever I can do with it. Maybe I can open with form shift. Oh my god, it's like an end thing. We got loads of new enemies. Oh, it's aggro. Cool. Things will be mad at you here because you're not higher level than them. Right, okay, yeah, so I need to be careful not to focus on... Sorry, I didn't look at chat for a long time there. You can only mail people who are on the same world. Irritating, you can do direct trading though. Well, point for the WP's review. I don't know. I think what I've decided is I don't want the review to go into those kinds of little details. I like the vibe here. This feels a bit like the Chocobo Forest. Don't you guys think? Oh, I didn't do my Forbidden Chakra again. So like here, yeah, I know what I want to do. I'm just for the open world, I'm just going to open with Perfect Balance more regularly. Sorry, True North. True North is what I'm going to open with more regularly. And I'm going to remember to prep the Forbidden Chakra. So the feast end. Let's zoom this out a bit, shall we? Is there an option for what I kind of want to do here, if we're going to be getting in fights this regularly, what I kind of want to do is disable background battle music. Hear this. I want to listen to the vibe. I don't mind getting in lots of little fights, but if it erupts into combat music every time, that's going to be lame. So let's... Whoa, what is that thing? What the fuck is that thing? Oh my god. I like how this map feels a lot like the Black Shroud, by the way, because obviously we're close to it. That's a hunt. Oh, okay, I see. See here, I'm in a fight now, but I don't feel so annoyed because... Oh, so I can't build all my chakras up now. Well, whatever. Oh, I know how I should set this up. I should open the fight with True North. Oh, I have no range, right? And then I should use leg sweep. I should use leg sweep afterwards because then I can use that to keep doing positionals. Hello, everyone. They call it the East End because it's where we film a soap opera. I wish I had some more clever way to angle that in there. Note the sparse vegetation. Wait, what? I didn't even listen to him. Why do they call it the East End? At the risk of upsetting the cartographic fraternity, I can't help observing the East End depends entirely on one's perspective. I mean, people don't even think of it as Gridania anymore, do they? Hello. It's so quiet, almost as though the Imperials haven't been here for some time. On your guard, the Imperials know these lands better than we. So she's going to become like the main character. Do you guys really feel that way in chat? People who've played ahead. You feel like Ishtola is like the main... I feel like if there's any main character yet that's not me, it would be Alphino. I feel like. No, no, no. Okay, okay. Still with me? Good. From here, we'll head northwest towards the river. The water's not too deep. So I wonder why in that post they put her in alongside Squall and Cloud and all that. I wonder why they did that. Well, I gave you guys my plan and I fucked it up already. So whatever. Let's see. Fucked it up as well. Oh, I like the river. It's quite nice. So, this game I feel like isn't too good at the open world bits, except on the first run through. Like, this is nice right now. What's the story of the Mosslings here? While they appear harmless, Mosslings are a threat to the fish. Spawning, swift-growing seedkin can cover an entire lake in a matter of moons, blocking sunlight from reaching the riverbed, effectively killing the flora and fauna that feed on it. Right. Get the mollusk beyond that at least. Gazelle horde. Whoa, was that a 6,400 crit there? Macon really does a lot of damage when he's on this. I hate the shadow wobbling. It's like some Skyrim shit, you know, where in Skyrim every now and then it will pulse and all the shadows will crawl like really ugly around. I like the oak heart things. I'm a big fan of like Ents. By the way, don't forget to look for Aether Currents. Is my compass? Oh, wow. The compass works still. I would have thought I'd get a new compass. Oh, my God. Look at this. I feel like they put a bit more work into the skyboxes here. I always find this so weird because, honestly, the Guild Wars environments are so gorgeous. I feel like they're just constructed so much better. This game feels like a lot more flat. I don't know. It's hard to beat Heart of Thorns. It really is. Hello, Least. I don't see any soldiers. Good, let's cross. Resummon bird. Oh, you're right. I should be fighting with my chocobo. We should get Garnet out. I definitely want to get a stable. I can do that now. How much does it cost? 500,000? You're wondering about the tower to the south? You think it's because of the consoles? No, I just think that I think they have better artists, basically. I think they have a better eye. It's not about the technology. It's about how ArenaNet used their environments and how they layered shit together. Because Guild Wars, like, the draw distance is a lot closer in. I think it doesn't have the same technical capability to render stuff, but they just have such, like, amazing and fantastical environments to move through. Like, think about, like, the start of Auric Basin, where you jump off of those massive trees and you go into the, like, the Golden Light area near Tyria, right? Or, like, when you're at, like, all those Red Rock canyons and stuff in those areas. It's just very, very, very good. I don't know. I might just be a bit of a Guild Wars fanboy on that, because there are some emptier maps in Guild Wars, obviously, and especially at Vanilla. But we're not doing that comparison anymore. We're doing, like, nowhere in Heavensward looks anywhere near as incredible as the Heart of Thorns locations. And we're now thinking in the context of POF, and POF had some absolutely jaw-dropping places, I thought. It's part of the Castellum Villodiana. That's what the Imperials decided to call the old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great big eyesore. Honestly, you can see that rotten banner from absolutely miles away. They never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, we should keep moving. It's their territory. What do you want from them? By the way, I just want to be completely clear. I quite like the Empire. I quite like Garlemald. I really do. Oh my god, some big crocodiles. Sarkos, in fact. Got any Ark fans in chat? Okay, let's get Garnet out. I'm not going to forget. And I'll give him 2 Gasol greens. One day you will actually be red-coloured, my friend. One day. Let's fight a Sarko, shall we? Oh, why am I doing this? Why do I stun so early? Why am I so desperate to instant stun these guys? What's wrong with me? Oh, it sounded really sad when it died. Did you hear that? Oh. That tower does look pretty cool, though, I will say. Man, that Agrius 2 story would be so cool if it was going on. Lesser Gagana. Hello. In the back, hit him in the side, hit him in the back again, maybe. Tornado kick. I just demolished again when I really shouldn't have. Oh. Oh, Rin is giving me some pears. And berries. And apples. And 1,000,000 gil? I don't know whether I should accept that. 1,000,000 gil? Is that a lot of money? I feel like that's probably a bit much. Listen, Rin, I really appreciate that, but I will wait. Feed these to achieve a great red on your chocobo. Oh, this is an investment for the chocobo, is it? PF was pretty, but so flat and sand. I don't know. I really like the Crystal Oasis. I don't know. But Highlands was, yeah, really good. 1 million isn't that much? Okay. Thank you, Rin. I really appreciate that. Thank you. We'll go to the stables soon. Let's keep going, though. Let's keep going for now. A spinner, another new enemy. I love new enemies so much, man. Oh, that's the big boot shine right there. You always want that big boot shine. The double crit after you've procced a big boot shine after the dragon kick. So good. Oh, did I eat an animation there? Why did I eat it up? Just creepy little spider things. What's this? A fopper. He's new. You made your money by making slutty underwear and selling it. Really? Is that a thing in the game? Like the player markets, they love that. Hypnotized. Oh, that was an eyeball mechanic. Should I have looked away earlier or just made sure I wasn't standing in the thing? By the way, I keep seeing chain appear when I kill a creature. Chain 1. Is it like 12 where chaining's really good and gives you that amazing gear? Or is it ignorable? It's just bonus XP? Oh, no, an Aetherite. Aether current. That was the idea of it. It's completely ignorable. I bet they inherit that from 11. There's a lot of stuff in 12 because it was from 11, so I have a good sense of how 11 impacted 12, and I feel like 11 probably impacted this game in a few ways as well. That place looks nice. But I mean, just think about this, right? Think about like some of the temples you see like recessed into the building, into the cliff faces and stuff in POF. And they just look so good, you know? Like that that hidden area where it's like a sand jackal puzzle at the same time. I know I could ride my chocobo around here as well. What ruins are these? Do you guys know what ruins these are from? Are they from the same people? It feels like quite Thanalani. This whole place has ended up feeling really deserty, to be honest. $4.90, it's not too good. Liz, you owe me the whoops. What does that mean? Yeah, did that break? What is this? Dust Dahara. Oh, I wish I had interject. I guess I'll just interrupt. Wait, he was casting stone on me. Oh my god, would he actually have petrified me? That was an incoming condition that was not on an AoE. It was like I was going to eat that if I didn't interrupt it. I like that. Oh, it was just earth elements? Ah, that's a shame. Jesus Christ, this place is a bit miserable, eh? Hello. And we didn't even run afoul of a single patrol. What a pleasant surprise, in that there were no surprises. So they're definitely drawing on the fact the Empire doesn't seem to give a shit. Least did well. It's reassuring. And why don't they give a shit? What are they focusing on? It's not the Agrias 2, because that's encased in Shiva's ice, isn't it? Are we there yet? So the reach lies beyond, but I do not see a path. I think they call it break in this game. Well, usually one becomes the other, right? Petrify is the countdown. Stone is the ultimate effect. Break is usually an earth elemental ability that applies that but does damage as well. That's standard Final Fantasy stuff. I don't know how this game does any of it. We're here. On the other side of the pass is Rolga's Reach. So you say, but all I see are rocks. I presume there is some sort of trick to this? Indeed, a glamour. G'day, Stola. I take it they have a talented mage in their ranks, mayhap an artificer trained in the modification of glamour prisons? Something like that. The important thing is that it fools the Guardians. Oh, before we go in, I don't know if Tatari told you, but my friend Nargo, the messenger who came to the Rising Stones, is a member of this faction. So they know us, and they shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way, and don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. So we're going to be all glamoured, are we? And with a sprinkle of demasking dust, all is laid bare. All clear, let's go, let's go. Impressive or no, 20 years is a long time for even so complex a glamour to escape the Empire's notice. Let us all pray that they are amenable to our proposal. United we stand to accomplish so much more. I'm not sure what I think about Cryle just yet. Seeing it now, I feel rather foolish for not having deduced it earlier. I hope we learn more about Alphino's artistry as a teenager. I suppose you could disguise almost anything with a glamour prison if you really wanted to. Have you ever used one? Why am I asking? Of course you haven't. Whoa! That's like the game is actually like speaking to me. The game senses my disdain for fashion. Is it looking at my statistics and it is decided? Can you imagine an RPG built on that as a fundamental? Like it's always sneakily tracking weird stats and have given you variant dialogue and you never quite know when it's going on. It's seen my Guild Wars 2 content. Yeah.
I remember the old stories.
Ooh.
How the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Ralga's Reach, a holy place and a fitting home for the Resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us there, men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again.
Who are you? Hello. See, I thought Ralga was going to be the primal. Shinryu? I honestly thought it was going to be Ralga. I thought they were going to summon one of the 12. And it never happened. I think even Ilberd thought that Ralga would come out, to be honest. It's hard to feel at ease with that giant statue looking down on you. This is like some Chantry of Secrets shit. Oh! That's the trailer. We're at the trailer. It was a Ralga thing. We were fighting on the hand in the trailer, right? Yeah. Get on my shoulder, lady. I really like you as a mini when you're on my shoulder. Come. Brilliant. Hello. Oh. Hello, Alphino. This temple was once home to the Fist of Ralga, as I recall. Yes, there is no mistaking that statue. Fascinating. A massive, nigh imperceptible glamour encompassing the entire valley. I see now how Settlement was able to escape the watchful eyes of Imperial airships. You would have thought that Garlemald would have come here to desecrate it, though, right? They're all atheists, aren't they? Don't they hate the 12? Ordinarily, I'd shudder at the thought of armed rebels trampling about in an ancient temple of immense historical importance. But Ralga is the Breaker of Worlds, so it seemed rather appropriate, if anything. It's good to see Nago up and moving again. I wasn't there when she was headed home, so I naturally assumed she'd left too. Always overdoing it, that one. Okay, hello. Nago. She looks cool. A pleasure to see you again, and Kryal and Ishtola, without whose help I might not be standing here today, at least not so soon. Have I forgotten a story arc that I participated in, maybe? Hey, so you really came. I never thought I'd see you here, but I'm glad. Hi. Oh, the mini leaves you sometimes, so it has a mind of its own. I quite like that. Hello. You'll forgive us our precautions, but we couldn't be sure who had crossed the barrier. See now who you are, though, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I've yet to see a single typo in this game. Conrad knows the purpose of your visit and would like to give you a proper welcome. Now, I know you would not have come all this way unless you had something important to discuss, and I'm eager to hear what it is you have to say. But let's not do it on this doorstep, hey? Come. Right, am I on a different map now? Oh, I am. So, I'm guessing this is like the Idleshire of this expansion? Is that fair? This is Idleshire of this expansion, maybe? So did I just like... What else was there to do at the fringes? Oh, it's a big map, it looks like. Dim World. Oh, Dim World. Yeah, alright, I'll be going back there later for sure. I can summon my retainer to me. Thanks again for that stuff for the red chocobo there, by the way. Purple chocobos. Nath right over there. I'll go grab that. Hello. I accidentally clicked into the discussion about what chocobo porters were. That sound was you getting a letter. Oh, it was. I see. I love this. Look at this whole animation. I really like little moments like that where I actually have to attune instead of it just all automatically clicking around. Ortwin. Wow, that passageway looks fun. I've been told to destroy the Aetheryte should the Imperial army find its way here. Though I truly hope it does not come to that. That's cool as well. Oh, it just occurred to me that the fact that the people of Garlemald can't use Aetherites is actually really important. Because otherwise, can you just teleport an army into the territories you're trying to break? You could do some cool stuff with that. Hello, you look interesting. No, they couldn't do that anyway? Oh, the Aetherites look different, do they? Clearly I'm not looking that closely. Hello back there. It's a really peaceful vibe right now. Most people don't have the anima to teleport often or over long distances, and it's never a good idea to teleport to an unattuned Aetherite. So even if they had the ability, it's a rare thing. Okay. So wait, if I got a mail, I need to go to the envelope, right, to pick it up, this delivery Moogle? They made a big deal about Ishtola taking pains to teleport you to an unattuned Aetherite to chase Iceheart, remember? Oh yeah, I remember. I see what you guys are saying. They have to attune first. Okay, yeah. I remember. Are you a hard-working man out on the field? Did you come here tired and beaten down? What is this? He's given me some barding for my chocobo. Well, fear no mind, friend. With this, you can at least always count on your cock to be always fierce and swole. Brilliant. And 69 gold. Thank you. Well, hold on. What is this? Sephirotic barding? Magitech Predator F1? Comes complete with pilot and stands ready to wreak havoc among the enemy's ranks. Use item to acquire the Magitech Predator F1 minion. Suit of chocobo armor designed to resemble Sephiroth, the fiend. Oh, I see. I remember. Right. She was one of the triad, right? Thank you. It's a weird message, but thank you. Use. Thank you. We might put that on another stream, but for now I'm going to keep the puff. So the barding, where did that come from? Was that a rare drop if I'd been doing extreme or whatever? Companion. Oh, I can level him up a bit more. Oh, we can apply slow. Didn't you guys say that healer is the best thing to do? I'm gonna keep going with this for now. Appearance. Barding of light. Sephirotic barding. Sephirotic. Where is he? Is he gone already? How long have I been here? What? Oh, right. Oh, weird. It's got like a thing attached to the front of it with its arms crossed. And red eyes. Thank you for this. Oh, and these are arms as well. They're not legs. There's 4 arms. Will he have that even as a... Oh, I just can't have a companion here because this is a town. Right. Okay. Well, let's continue along. Well, hold on. I want to have a look over at that shrine thing. The Bloodstorm thing. Yeah, he will have it if I feed him a green as well. Okay. Oh, I can't interact with anything. That's something Guild Wars does a lot better as well. Oh! Is this the swimming X-Pack? It is, right? There was a bit in the trailer about swimming. I can't go under yet, though. I think I unlock it later. Okay. You learn to live off the land when you're in the Resistance. You'd be surprised what herbs people carelessly trample underfoot. I'm sure I would be. The Ruby Sea. Is there a whole map that's underwater? Yes and no, you do get it later, but not every body of water allows you to dive. Oh. Right, okay. Is the Final Fantasy community content with that situation? It's half-baked. It's just the thing where no one cares. They don't think it's good, but they don't care either. Gorfrid. Looking for an Aether Compass? Afraid you'll find none here. I'll keep an eye out in case one turns up, though. Right, hello. At least it's better than swimming in New World, which is literally walking the bottom. Yeah, that's some early 2000 MMO stuff there.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Rauga's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
I like his voice.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades.
I am Alphino Leveilleur.
Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalimo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
It's just dawned on me. This is going to be an expansion full of Northerners, right?
Don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalimo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monargo told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rolger it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
You're an American dolt and you can't tell the difference, really. There's a very, very big difference. I'm from the south of the UK, right? So if I was saying how the bastard, I would say bastard. He says bastard, right? I mean, there's a lot. I mean, that's just the first line there that I can give you as an example.
That is why we are here today, sir. To see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that. So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I think he's right. I'm sort of giving the plot a lot of leeway here, but it's like, I don't really see how our plan is a plan. I mean, what the fuck? They've got no strength. What do you actually propose? Ilberd might have been a radical and a fanatic, but at least he found strength somewhere. Release Shinryu, like I said, and just like direct it a little bit more towards the Empire. And cross your fingers. I mean, what the fuck else have you got? You've got nothing. You've got nothing. And everyone's just sitting around doing nothing. It's all well and good for us to march in afterwards. Oh, let's try and do the right thing.
My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Yeah, and they're going to tell you to fuck off.
Of course, Master Camp. Take all the time you require.
Oh, the experience matters once again. Papa Limo and I weren't entirely honest with you. Though we were sheltered in Little Alamigo at first, we spent most of our time here working with Conrad and his people. But you probably guessed that the moment I led you to the Reach, didn't you? So, they would have us wait very well. Can't imagine they'd refuse, but if they did... It's not as though we have to stand out around here indefinitely, do we? I like Alice, she just wants to get moving. Is this going to be another expansion full of materia quest rewards that I don't give a shit about? And gear rewards with too low eye level because I dared to spend my tomestones of poetics? Oh, actually, no, it's not, because look, this is better. No, it's not better, because I can't wear it. So, it's in we find ourselves with a surfeit or free time? Ah, forgive me, you're free to look around Rolga's Reach. In fact, I'd encourage you to do so. It'll give you a better grasp of our current circumstances. See, I voiced him there instead of saying circumstances. That's just the kind of quality you're getting on this stream. Thank you, Master Camp. I believe we'll do just that. At least I'm not guild capped. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Let's make the most of this opportunity and assess the Resistance's capabilities. Free to poke our noses wherever, so will we? I like the sound of that. What's a stellar cluster? Well, I already know this place inside out. I can show you around if you like, Macon. Okay. Let's get started. It's weird. I feel like Papa Limo kind of got shafted a bit. He didn't have a role to play in Heavensward. He barely had a role in any of the post-Heavensward patches. And then that was it. He had his big sacrifice. At least Lisa gets a story. Oh, I got a sub. Thank you, Schoenforth. Oh, Schoenforth actually gave out 5. Schoenforth, thank you very much for doing that. My notification feed is that nothing has happened for 2 hours of streaming. Literally nothing. Except Vignola saying voting for fish or something. 2 hours ago. So thank you for that. That's really, really nice of you. So Macon, did you want to write Macon, aka in German, or how did you mean? Macon it's a referencing a Final Fantasy X character. That's it. I bet you'll think the Resistance is mostly made up of Alamegan Highlanders like me, but the truth is that we don't even account for half. We've got Hellsguard from all the way over by the spine in here. Plenty of Seekers of the Sun, like Nargo. Okay, what is Hellsguard? Okay, chat, what is Hellsguard and what are the Seekers of the Sun? Am I supposed to know already, or is that down the line? They're Rogadin. Ah. There's even some Beastmen. Well, Beast women, I suppose, like that one over there. She's an Ananta. They've been with us for a while. Ananta. Well, one of the smaller factions has. The rest won't have anything to do with us. No different to the Guardians to them. They keep it to themselves, spending all their time crafting. Ananta make the most amazing jewelry, by the way. They use magics to twist metals and crystals into shapes you wouldn't believe. It's a pity people hardly ever get to see their work, but then most don't know, even though they exist. That's enough about them anyway. Let's take a closer look at the statue of Ragnar. Do you want me in the water or on the bridge? I'm just moving the bridge. There's a little jumping puzzle on a pillar. Oh, is there? When Kugain JP stream? Kugain is the town or whatever, right? Or do I say Kugane? Kugune? Whatever. I remember seeing you do it, Kerry. Or bits of it anyway. Kugain. Well, that's what it looks like. Kugain! Kugane? Pretty awe-inspiring, isn't it? The Breaker of Worlds who guided our ancestors to these lands all those centuries of chaos. Whoa, what's this? Ralga sent people to these lands. Why is he called the World Breaker? Edie used to tell me the story on stormy nights. She wanted me to understand, to remember. At the end of the 5th astral era, when the waters rose higher and higher. Oh, this is the flooding! This is the Void Ark people's story, that when the muck went to the sky, right? This is the 5th calamity, the Noah's Ark bit. Okay, at the end of the 5th astral era, when the waters rose higher and higher, people all across Eorzea beseeched the heavens for a sign, and lo, a burning star appeared in the eastern sky, and led the way to these mountains, Girabania. Oh shit! They who were saved by his grace pledged to honour and revere him, to devote themselves to great works without and within. A storm of blood approaches fast. Wait, is this story about the 5th calamity then? Hell's open, heavens weep, for no one's soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. That last part was inscribed onto this stone by a monk of the Fist of Raga. Ida explained it to me that a day will come, bringing strife and sorrow that none may escape. Waste not these precious hours, but in quiet preparation make strong the body and mind. I don't know if that storm of blood is finally upon us, but if it is, I have to believe that everything we've been through, everything that led us to this point, will see us through in the end. Ah, sorry, that was all a bit melodramatic, wasn't it? Let's keep moving, shall we? Off to the infirmary. So I can sort of learn what it says, it's just in the story. I like that. Why didn't any muck people just go live on the mountains then? They were all so desperate to get away, they did some crazy shit. They could have just gone to the mountains, like these guys did. What the fuck? I like these guys. I'm guessing this is one of the beast tribes I'll be like spending a bunch of time with. The Vera have no love for the Imperials. Full glad are we to pledge our blades to the Resistance. Shit, these things should be playable. You know how Guild Wars is really good with like the movement animations and stuff? They should have done a snake race. That's a cool race. She's like fencing. The scimitar. Deafening glare. This is the bar, but you'll find countless injured fighters here, either undergoing treatment or awaiting it. Tread softly should you go inside. Barber? I've never heard that phrase to describe that. Place like this. Hello, Lise. This is the infirmary, as you can probably tell. Here's where the Resistance healers patch up the wounded, tend to the sick. No matter how carefully we planned our operations, casualties were inevitable. It's sad to think about it, but it's also important to remember the cost, as Conrad would say. We should go. I'll show you to the plaza next. Stola's over here, and Cryle. Helping some poor guy out. You two are coming to inspect their facilities. As you can see, they've done well to set aside this much space, but their supplies are insufficient. We examined the patients, offered what assistance we could. However, for many of their inventories, time and bed rest are the only effective treatments. Bastard's got me in the shoulder. I've still the strength to stand on the battlefield, but I'm no good to anyone like this. Alchemist? 2 men do wounded, 2 little medicine. Too much to worry about, so I don't. Instead, I pray. Good luck with that. I haven't seen the 12 do shit in this world. That's very Guild Warsy as well, isn't it, really? Sorry if the game's a little bit loud, by the way, guys. I'm always looking for feedback on the audio balance. I might be jumping the gun here. She might be about to take us here. Oh, we're going all the way over there. Alright, just BRB 1 second, guys. I hate to do this. BRB 1 sec. Oh, hold on. I'll put on the idle cam. We always like idle cam, don't we? Okay, 2 ticks. Sorry about that. Just turn the lights on, heating, all that stuff. As the sun sets. Alright, let's continue along. Oh my god, that idle cam looked like it wasn't very good, but there you have it. When you've seen one Aetheryte, you've seen them all right. Not quite. This one's an older design, dating back decades to when the Fist of Raga was still here. It may look a little different, but it works just as well as any other. I'll show you where the sutlers are next. But don't forget to attune. Yeah, don't worry, I already did that. I'm putting on my dress for the concert. Maybe we'll get a little instance where Cormier explains to us why the gods have left Eorzea. You're making me think that one of the 12 will be in this expansion now. I don't know whether that's a total joke or not. A sneaky joke, maybe? Actually, I think if that was a sneaky joke, a bunch of people would have cack-handedly started saying, "Oh, spoilers!" and tipped it off. So, arms, armor, potions, you name it. These folks have got it. The Resistance would be in a bad way without brave merchants to keep it provisioned. If you're short on anything or you need something repaired, these are the people to speak to. Oh, Alphino and Alice are here? Why don't we see how they're getting on? Okay. So, what do you guys recommend? Just grab the materia? I mean, this is not better than what I'm currently wearing. But it has materia slots. Not gonna lie, we should have some crossover art of the 6 and the 12 having drinks while the world burns. Hold on, who are the 6? Do I know the 6? Right, let's just go this way. Oh, the guild was 2-6. Sorry, I thought you meant in Eorzea. Alice is nodding approvingly at the sutlers. The thing is, in Guild Wars, I get the sense that the gods, they either just totally are ignorant to what's going on Tyria because they're just not looking at it at all. Like, it's different, guys. I mean, I don't quite know what this game's 12 really are. If they are anything beyond just energy-hungry primal things. But in Guild Wars, they're just mist travelers. There are no gods. It's like I said, there's no omniscience, there's no omnipotence in Guild Wars. There is no real god. It's just the humans call them gods, but they're just mist travelers. That's it, really. They're just strong mist travelers. And I kind of just get the sense that they're off looking at another world, and they somewhat still care about Tyria, but I mean, ArenaNet have again and again and again, it said it's like, they're just like parents. It's like and Tyria's 18 years old now. It's out on its own. And they can sort of watch and guide a little bit, but they're interested elsewhere. So that's kind of how I feel about them. The 12 in this game might be, they might be much more closely tied to... Because this game has set up the idea that, like a fundamental difference in the two games' lore right now is Tyria can potentially still just be a place of insignificance for Guild Wars, and I actually would prefer that. They've set this up as really... Eorzea is not a place of insignificance in this game's lore. Eorzea is like the source. It's the central fucking thing, isn't it? Like, it's a big deal. So if there are real gods around, like, they wouldn't just look away when the balance is threatened, blah, 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 blah. Like, Hydaelyn is a big deal. Zodiac is a big deal. Like, they actually exist in this franchise. Guild Wars isn't like capped in that way. The mists are infinite and reflect infinite worlds and realities, and there's some mist travelers. And I think in truth, if ArenaNet play their hand right, they can go a lot longer and do a lot more interesting stuff. Just because they still have those couple of doors open to themselves. Anyway, that's probably not relevant or that interesting, but just what chat makes me think of there. Come to take the measure of our friendly neighborhood merchants. They're a bold lot, that much plain. If the Imperials found out they were peddling their wares to the Resistance, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. It is a gamble, and I admire their courage, but their motives could hardly be said to be altruistic. Ah, here you are. I've been looking all over for you. We finished discussing your proposal. We're ready to receive you all back at the tent. I've sent someone to fetch you Stola and Kryl, so if you'd like to follow me... Oh, the sun just came out. Yeah, it was a bit moody and dark and grim here, wasn't it? But now the sun's there. Nice, bright, cutting light. Everyone. Oh, I can speak from across the table. I like that. That I don't have to jump on the table or climb over or whatever.
Thank you all for waiting. We have reached a consensus.
In Guild Wars 1, the gods were just a bunch of statues except for Abaddon, yeah? No, not even true. You could actually, like, kneel at the statues and summon proper avatars of the gods that would give you blessings and open the way to their realms and stuff. They were still interacting a little bit in Guild Wars 1. But after the events of Guild Wars 1's Nightfall, when the Abaddon story's resolved and Cormyr ascends, then they properly fuck off. If you watch my Let's Play of Nightfall, I call the moment, and I title my video where that story beats happens, I call it the Second Exodus. The first one being the year 1 BE, or 1 AE, I think it is, when Abaddon was imprisoned, and then the second Exodus and their complete moving away is in Nightfall, the end of Nightfall. It's when like that whole arc ends. Oh, I've lost connection to chat, which makes me worry that the whole stream is down. Right now it still says I'm still going though, so thank you all for waiting. We've reached a consensus.
I, Conrad Kemp, do hereby accept the Eorzean Alliance's proposal. You must understand, however, that our cooperation comes with certain caveats.
Those caveats being...
I take no joy in this, just so you know. Were it within my power, I'd offer you more assistance. But the resistance is far more fragmented than you realize. The men and women in my care belong to but one of many factions. Simply put, I can only speak for the people of Rolga's Reach. Now, I have every intention of appealing to the others, and I expect many will agree, but it will take time, and I cannot guarantee universal support.
Understood. I shall see that the Alliance is under no misapprehensions as to your position.
Much obliged. But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers. Some of our most trusted veterans died at the wall, and we've had to fill their posts with the young and inexperienced. Frankly, everything's in a right bloody mess.
Oh, we'd be more than happy to help you get back on your feet. If we're going to work together, we'll be doing ourselves a favor.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be done, that's for sure. We're in dire need of new blood, too.
Ishtola and I could lend a hand in the infirmary. From what I saw, they could do with a few more healers.
Very well. I, for my part, shall return to the Rising Stones. I'm certain there are others among the Scions who would welcome the opportunity to fight for Alamegan liberation.
Is there anything else we can do to help?
I had something else in mind for you lot. Monargo and Mefrid will tell you more.
Right. What could that be?
Understood. We won't let you down.
Oh, I didn't expect that. What a relief. For a moment, I really wasn't sure which way I was going to go. Hello, Alistair. Right then, Monargo and Mefrid are to be our keepers, knowing naught of what they require. One task is as good as the other. Make your own choice, make it. Your Aether Compass may now be used to locate currents in new regions. If you've misplaced it... What? That was already true. Liars. Oh! Multiple main story quests. Mefrid cannot help but wonder if you remember who he is. Uh-oh, I don't think I do remember who you are. At the risk of repeating myself, it's still hard for me to believe that we'd meet again here in all places. Though I reckon you probably don't remember me after all this time. I don't remember. I'm sorry, dude. No. It was a lifetime ago. There's no need to apologise. But know that down in Quarry Mill, we didn't forget about you and all the lives you saved. As for me, I went to Little Alamigo when Galleon was recovering. Gondobald was my former commander and an old friend, and I had a lot on my mind. In the end, I decided to disband our unit. I told the men to live their lives as they saw fit. Some chose to remain in Little Alamigo, while others went to Uldar for work. But, as you can see, I chose to come back to Girabania and join Conrad and the others. I've kept busy since then, ferrying people and provisions across the border and back. It's not been easy, but it's been fulfilling. Today, however, we will be heading east into the peaks. Conrad thinks we might have luck finding new recruits in the village. Our village? If you're going there, you're taking me with you. Ah, that's right. You're from there, aren't you, Lise? Oh, okay. By all means, we'd welcome the company. There'll be more than just asking around, but we can talk about it on the way. Make your preparations and meet me by the tunnel. Okay, so we're going to literally the village she came from. Alright, what's the other quest though? Monago? Before she tells you of her mission, she has a few things she'd like to say. So I get to choose, right? Before we begin, I'd like to thank you and the Scions for patching me up after I bled all over your floor. I owe you my life, and I won't forget that. Furthermore, it was rude of me to run off without saying a word. It's all well and good me claiming my duties here in the way, but part and thank you is the least you deserve, and my apologies. And we nod. We always nod. I don't even think about it anymore. And thank you. Now, to business. Commander Kemp's entrusted me with a formal reply to be hand-delivered to the Alliance leadership. It covers everything we discussed, as well as detailing the disposition of our forces. What I need is an escort, 1 or 2 men at most, so we can make it to the wall swiftly and without attracting undue attention. Very well, I should join you on this. General Alden commands the forces of the Castrum. It should be simple enough to see it in his hands. Great, that's just what I wanted to hear. When you're ready to depart, meet me outside the reach. Okay, well I want to go to the village first. I mean... Oh, I think we need a little nodding emote, right? Do you guys feel like what it should be is whenever I see you're all using emotes and I don't have my own variant, maybe that's what I need to do? I leave you my officers in capable hands, them in yours. Holy shit, this guy looks cool. I like the axe. He's a warrior, right? Well, this place looks better in the day. Nodding would be a great animated emote. Yeah, I guess I need to learn how to do the little animations or something, because I don't like Twitch has like an auto animator, but it doesn't have anything that simulates nodding. I don't know. I can hardly do. Actual emotes, let alone animated ones. I was thinking about like you know the stupid potato I have in all my thumbnails. I was thinking about having that thing as all the emotes available, because some of those are quite expressive. Like, you know, like the love heart eyes and like the crying one and stuff. But I don't know. It might not work. Got everything you need? Good. Then let us be off. Speak with Monago in the fringes. Hold on. That's the wrong one, isn't it? Whatever, let's just do this one. Screw it. Whether it's wrong or right, we're going to want to do it anyway. That's level 60 poetic gear on the warrior. Oh, I see. Never replace Tato Sad. Well, yeah, I think Tato Sad's good. Wow. See, this is what Guild Wars misses, a weather system. And a more sophisticated day-night. This is so different now than when we were here a minute ago. Yeah, it's good, but it's because it's got big eyes, right? That's the thing. The bigger the eyes, the more expressive the emote. What you want is an emote that fills the screen as much as fills the square as much as possible, but still has like the alpha channel, still looks transparent. And then like I think eyes and eyebrows are like the main things to get a lot of expression in a small space of time. Oh, we're in a fight apparently. Oh yeah, we got our new chocobo. Let's see how he looks. Hello. Quiet, hear that? That was Cerulean engine backfiring. Imperials. You gods, you have preternatural senses. I didn't hear a thing. When you grow up hunting in these lands, you learn to discern the sounds that could mean life and death, be they of a predator or a patrol. From what I'm hearing, we have a 7-man patrol augmented with a single Magitech armor, wide search pattern, divided into, 3 teams. I don't think they know we're here. It's risky, but we should split up and try to take them all by surprise at the same time. We don't want them calling reinforcements. 3 teams? 3 of us. Nothing for it then. Where are they? Head north. You should see them before they see you. I'll deal with the ones to the south. The armory should just be to the west. Macon's best equipped to deal with that. We attack in 5. That should be enough time to get into position. Rendezvous with the west bank. You know what I read there? Who wants to tell me what I just read there? Rendezvous with the west bank after. Any questions? No? Are you sure you said west bank, not best wank? Then good luck. Okay. I thought that was going to be a duty. Look at that thing. These things are so gross. I adore them. Okay, I actually feel like I adequately weaved there. I got through all of my cooldowns in a reasonable priority. I do like the mini floating along with us. It feels more calm than watching like a little thing struggling and like running at top speed, like super fast looping animation to keep up. Did we climb up that? Is that a dungeon? Are we going to go to the top of that eventually? I really want to get on that landing pad up there. I sense a hostile presence. Hello, everybody. Oh my god, they're dying so quick. There's a real imbalance between open world's tankiness and the actual... I noticed it in Heavensward too. It seems even worse now. Like, all these random mobs are way better balanced than the story fights. Fucking hell, that thing sounds angry. I think I'd rather it sounds angry and monstrous as it dies than really cute and sweet. I feel bad otherwise. I really like this camera tilt, man. Guild Wars needs this as well. This is so good. It looks like everything went to plan. I'm not that surprised. The 3 soldiers I faced didn't put on much of a fight. Most of the Imperials we get out here are conscripts from other provinces with little training and even less conviction. It's grim work killing men and women like that, but don't doubt that they'd do the same to you if the roles were reversed. And I swear I've read that exact dialogue from Final Fantasy XIV before. And don't you dare pity a man in armor. Conscript or no, a soldier piloting one of those things can kill a dozen good men in the blink of an eye. Not that I need to tell you that after what happened at the wall. So what are we learning here? That they're battle-hardened, they're ruthless. I'm pleased to report the Empire is short 3 soldiers. Not that any self-respecting legatus would be sorry to lose them. Alright, we'd like nothing more than continue to the Castron. Right, I believe we've rested long enough. We should resume our journey before someone notices their missing patrol. Okay. It's really weird to me that they're taking me back through a place I've already been. What about the unlocked areas? Oh, I quite missed Monk. I've got to be honest. I do like Monk. This is it to me. This is my favourite part of games. What you're watching right now. I don't have much to talk about. I just really, really like just sort of a vibe-in, chill atmosphere, moving, like in a direction, on an adventure of some kind. And I feel like in like MMOs, when you're at the point you're just teleporting everywhere, I kind of lose it a bit. Obviously, you can go too far the other way, which is sort of like what BDO did, right? But I really like this shit. Is Guild Wars 2 dead? No, Guild Wars 2 is basically as healthy as it's been for the past 5 years or so, I would say. It's not been up or down. We're clear, only Alliance patrols ahead. You said the forces of Kashamorians were under the command of the Flame General Rabon Aldin, did you not? By Rolga, the Bull of the Alamigo himself. I never dreamed I'd have a chance to meet the legend. He's a great guy. I would put Rabon in my ultimate team as well, by the way. So let's mount up. Oh, see, the mini goes away. They really need to let you have the mini while you're on the Chokerback. I would say it's a good time to get into Guild Wars because there's an expansion coming. If you're a new player, it's just like with this game. If you're a new player, you've got so much content to play through and be fascinated by. And, you know, just like with this game, it's of inconsistent quality and pacing, but generally speaking, I still recommend the game. Loki gives you Grothmar vibes. Yeah, it's a bit Grothmar-y.
It's good to see you again, my friends. I hope you are here to tell me you have made contact with the Resistance.
We are, General. Allow me to introduce Monago of Rolga's Reach.
More voice acting, it feels like. So far.
At your service, sir. And may I say what an absolute honor it is to stand before the Bull of Alamigo.
These are not the Blood Sands, girl. You and I are but soldiers on a battlefield fighting for the same cause.
Can I just ask, what's the Blood Sands? Any lore experts? What am I missing about Blood Sands? Also, what's Rabon's history, right? Because he and Ilberd are from here. But they both left. They defected to Thanalan, right? Am I supposed to know exactly why they did that? What was, like, the big moment? The Blood Sands is just a gladiator arena in Uldar. Okay. They didn't defect. They were refugees. Well, but they were refugees that they could have been in the Resistance, right? I mean, like Ilberd was under the guise of the Griffin. Obviously, Raban, like, founded the Immortal Flames, right? And he sort of just ended up at the top. And he now, like, is with Nanamo. I'll find out as the story goes along more, will I? Okay. There's not a big thing that I should know and I'm forgetting, right? Because I just feel like maybe in 1.0 or at some point in the A Realm Reborn story where I was kind of skimming a little bit more, I'm wondering if maybe I missed that, you know? Like a little detail. For now, I just need to know he's a legend. Okay. Because they definitely talked about it in Realm Reborn. I just don't remember the exact specifics. See, I'm interested in the fact that she really respects and likes him. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of Alamegans in the Resistance that are pissed the fuck off with him. Like, put yourself in their shoes. The Empire annexes the place. You keep fighting tooth and nail for it. This prick goes off and joins the political elite of some other nation and doesn't even galvanize them into your struggle very well. Not only that, but then Ilberd's there as the Griffin. You have to imagine Ilberd has talked some serious shit about Rabon. I would think that these people would be a bit cynical and a bit annoyed with Rabon. That's what I would think. I found if I ever forgot something important, the game would find a way to remind you. Yeah, I think they do that quite well as well. But, you know, I just thought I'd ask. Okay.
As you say, General. On behalf of Commander Kemp of the Alamegan Resistance, I present to you our formal response.
Oh, Rabon was a slave, and he got to his important position through being a gladiator. Oh, it's literally the plot of Gladiator, is it? He was a gladiator slave in the arena, so he wasn't exactly having fun. Oh, and people know that about him, do they? So it was sort of against his will. Who enslaved him? Was Ilberd enslaved as well? He wasn't a slave, he was just a gladiator. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if Thanlan had slaves. They don't talk about it much if they do. He managed to get enough prize money to buy and income to buy a seat.
I'm glad we've reached an accord. Though I was not aware you had suffered such losses.
Aye. Some of our finest took part in the Griffin's doomed assault, and we've been struggling to find new recruits ever since. The massacres cast a pall over the whole resistance, and many who might once have been open to joining us have since thought better of it.
I like it. Even she's got a northern accent.
After all of the Griffin's false promises, one can hardly blame them. They have no desire to give their lives for a lost cause.
We will not lie to them. This is war, and lives will be lost. Yet what we offer is not the fever dream of a madman, but true hope.
The people need proof of this, Father. Let us show it to them.
I think they're so disrespectful to Ilberd.
I say we stand shoulder to shoulder with our new allies and engage the Garleans in open warfare. The Resistance must demonstrate that they can hold their own against Imperial regulars. And with our assistance, I am confident they can do just that. If we can achieve even a token victory, I believe it will serve to rekindle the hope of the Alamegan people and inspire them to rise up once more.
I like that.
Aye. Aye. Once word spread that we'd won a battle against the Garleans, I'd wager we'd have new recruits flocking to us from malms around. The question is, when and where do we strike?
I really feel like the priority should be finding a mega weapon. But okay.
I'm glad you asked. I have a plan.
Does Heidling care about any of this? Our scouts recently informed me of an interesting development at Castlem Volodnia. Namely, the arrival of a shipment rumoured to have come from the research and development facilities near the capital, containing a prototype Magitek armour. It's our assessment this armour is to be field tested here, most likely against Alliance forces. Mayhap the day is out. Damn it, more Magitek, this is the last thing we need. Your concern is not unwarranted, but we needn't despair just yet. The shipment is thought to have contained a single heavy unit and 1 or 2 support units. With a well-laid ambush, we're confident we can destroy them all, hindering their development and delaying future development. And should we carry this out as joint endeavour with the Resistance, they will have their rallying cry. It would mean dropping all the pretense about the Alliance not wanting to go to war with the Empire, but you'd have a lot more folk willing to stand up and fight if they knew that they weren't alone. And you were going to have to do that eventually anyway. Exactly. And so what I propose is simple. We harry their patrols to bait them into bringing their prototype weapons to the East End, where our resistant allies will take them from behind. Simple indeed, and well within our capabilities. I see no reason to delay, especially if a field test is imminent. What say you? Assuming the Vice Marshal's intelligence is accurate, I agree with this assessment and fully support his plan. I shall notify my comrades at once. Okay. Could be me, but the music's slightly loud. Okay, I can turn it down a bit. You just lost 2 dB based on that comment. And we, for our part, will be fighting with the Alliance, yes? I somehow doubt you were intended to sit this one out. More materia. We've been careful to avoid needless shows of force this side of the wall, but that's all about to change. And when it does, you may be sure they'll send in their new toys to entertain us. I would ask you to participate in this operation, but from that look I see it's a foregone conclusion. My thanks. Per Pippin's plan, we need to turn the East End into an Imperial graveyard. You're a dab hand at this, and I'll be a fool not to use you. Head to this spot on the map, right here, aye? A patrol should be along shortly. Deal with them and rendezvous with us at the location. Get well. Oh my god, Bankrotus. I don't know how to feel about this. Bankrotus just gifted 5 subs. Thank you very much for that. I feel really weird because it's like a couple of people gift a lot and nobody else really generally does so. But can I just say, I really, really appreciate it. To those who gift loads, please don't feel obligated to do that. I don't like how like a couple of people sort of do so much, and I would rather it be spread out. I'd rather just anyone enthusiastic about this just throws a little sub in and it'd be spread out rather than that. But that's really lovely, thank you. I just feel a bit insecure when I see that. Anyway, yeah, to both Shown Fob 40 minutes ago and Bankrotus, without you two, I mean, nothing would have happened all stream, so thank you. What's all this? Wind up Bismarck. The hairiest whale you'll see this fortnight. No, please don't give me these. Mystic Weapon. I wouldn't like these, please, because I want to do Bismarck Extreme later, and I'll earn the mounts via gameplay. That's very nice of you, but I'll earn them later. I know Bismarck, that comes from the Extreme fight, right? I really want to actually play the game and like do that content, so hang in there. We'll do it synchronized. Probably not min-eye level, but we'll do it synchronized. The streams will happen. Possibly post Stormblood? I'm not sure. Mid Stormblood, we might take a little break and do those. Oh, it's crafted? It's a crafted item? One is crafted mini, the other's a retainer specific one. Oh, they were both minis, were they? Well, anyway, look, I appreciate the generosity. Please don't feel free to open trade windows with me. I mean, if something looks cool and interesting, I'll take it. But, yeah, generally speaking. I like the idea of getting all 7 mounts in that final Heavensward map. I like the idea of that so much. I kind of just want to do it. Man, I don't really have any AoEs. I have Elixir Field. It's not like on Dark Knight where I can unleash and Flood of Darkness. Man, it's going to take a lot of work for that Chocobo to take aggro, isn't it? I'll help this player out. Oh, they're a monk as well. Oh. Alright. Was that it? That was the whole quest? I don't think very much of the questing in this game. I thought it would have felt a bit... It feels exactly like Heavensward still. I don't think you can actually trade the raid drop mounts. Oh, you can't. Okay. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Do I get any lore about Leshies at any point? Nearly 7k there. All went according to plan then. Good. Our scouts report that a unit is escorting the prototype weapons has left the Castellum. The resistance is already in position, so we have but to wait for our guests to arrive. Oh, here we go. Here's the duty. Oh, shit. I forgot to pick the thing up. Oh, by the way, guys. When and as optional dungeons become available, in Heavensward we missed them. Can you guys tell me?
Things looked grim for us after Cartano, didn't they? Oh, how they doubted us. Yet here we are, right as rain, with fancy new toys to put through their paces.
Oh god, I completely forgot. Of course I have an AoE combo chain. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I know. I've used that AoE combo chain a ton of times. Like, a lot. I don't know how that completely escaped me there. Here we are, right as rain, with fancy new toys to put through their paces.
It's like all my name days have come at once.
If you notice, I actually have the full AoE combo properly keybound and set up logically on the thing. I wouldn't have been able to do that if I'd never moused over the skills, would I? And I've actually done it on stream as well. I blanked it there for some fucking reason. It's this guy.
Well, 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 if it isn't Garland's little troublemaker. I can't wait to see the look on Xenos' face when I bring him your head.
Does everyone hate him? I mean, really, I feel like chat really hates this guy whenever he's been on the screen. Look at his cute little plaster on his face, though. Oh, he's been in battle. The reason why people are eager to give away some minis or glamour items is because content like the Palace of the Dead, Heaven on High, or Bosja has loot boxes that give random stuff from other content, like crafted minis or certain crafted primal weapons. If you do enough Bosja, you'll be swimming in the stuff. Okay, Bosja sounds so weird. I don't know what that is.
That is, if my secret weapons here don't grind it into mush. Attack!
He's the villainous comic relief, the punching bad, must be hated. He's like the LeBlanc Syndicate, right? He's Ormy. He's this game's Ormy. Do you think that's fair? Oh, by the way, I haven't had Fist of Fire on at all.
Get after them, damn you!
Oh, hold on. I need to... I could have been doing more damage.
Now I've gotcha.
Which one's the monk? This guy? I feel like I need to hit a specific target, but I don't know who. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I must be doing something wrong. Why is he so tanky?
You'll be weeping blood!
Alright, Jesus Christ, this is taking so long. Okay, so basically, what happens in these little duty things is the audio balance is crazy. And, like, if I try and speak at the same time as it's just gonna create comments. People saying, oh, the audio's bad, blah, 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 blah. So what I thought is I'll just be quiet and I'll just beat it. And then I'll mess with the audio afterwards. I'll just be quiet. But it's taking a million years. What is going on? I know I'm not playing perfectly efficient monk gameplay, but that's not the story here. Am I supposed to be doing something else? Why the fuck are they all so tanky? Like, they're insanely tanky. I feel like I'm missing a mechanic, but I can't see the mechanic. I mean, to tell you the truth, I'm kind of okay with these being ludicrously tanky, because It's sort of reminding me of when I want to rear and when I want to flank and stuff. But fucking hell, what was that? Alright, well, it's done. Sorry, that was thoroughly unentertaining, but there you have it. For el amigo, let none escape. Oh, I wasn't supposed to be focusing on the ads. I was supposed to just kill the guy. How am I supposed to know that exactly? The balance on that was crazy. Again, it was bad monk gameplay, alright? It's not perfect monk gameplay. But that's not how the game's balanced anyway for these kinds of instances. It's not expecting perfect rotation, otherwise you're punished with ludicrously tanky shit like that. Consider as well that I'm massively over-geared for this. Consider how weak shit was in the open world a second ago. Can I interrupt that with knockdown? No. Right, well, there you go. Not very impressed there, but hey. Oh, your UI? Right, okay, I should have toggled, I guess.
Oh! Damn it all! Miracles of Magitech design, my arse! I passed harder stools than these piles of scrap.
No, I don't need to make that UI visible in combat. I can bring the other I can bring either UI screen up at any time. It doesn't matter. I can just toggle it on for a second. I don't need to change it. But why? The reason I didn't is because at no point in this game ever so far have I had to read the duty UI to know what's going on in a specific fight. I've never had that moment, so I didn't think to check because it's never conditioned me to. Usually the duty finder is just telling me really basic shit like kill the target. It won't say like kill the target by pressing F on this or focusing him down first or ignore the ads. It's not like a tutorial. I've never read the duty UI and have it tell me that. You guys are saying it would have told me and I trust that you're right, but I'll just think next time. If it looks like it's really weird, next time I'll just toggle the UI and see what the duty finder says. And I'll just know to do that. But
You'll pay for this. Mark my words, the next time we meet will be the last.
You'll definitely need it for future encounters. Bite the bullet and keep it up. No. I can turn it on when I need it.
Aye, run and tell your Viceroy. The day belongs to El Amigo.
Haha.
Yeah!
But it's night. It's okay. It's like the date belongs to us. That's what he's saying. The date belongs to us. Well done, all of you. I'd call this operation a resounding success. Can't say I'm surprised. The Bull of Alamigo has an impressive military record before he went west, as I recall. Yeah, it was all him. Credit when credit's due. Master Kemp was Marshal Terrapin who made it. That's Pippin, right? Who made this plan, and all of you, Resistance and Alliance alike, who carried it out to perfection. Aye, that they did. Not a single casualty, from which I'm grateful beyond words. I've no doubt our comrades back at the Reach will feel the same. The reason it took so long is probably because the enemies were made tanky to be kept in constant fighting with your allies while you took down the main target. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I was wondering that for a moment when I was just sort of sitting there in silence. I was thinking, is it that they want these fights? But the thing is, I thought I had tested every target. I thought I had gone through everyone. And, like, I figured if it was a thing where, like, one of them was squishy, I would have felt that immediately, you know? And that idea that you should just ignore the ads is a bit weird because usually in those, there's, like, a healer, right? Like, when I do a lot of those class quests, there's a healer. And if you ignore the healer, that's the only way you would fail. So I've sort of, my gut has been, I'll go to the other guys. But yeah, I mean, I'll just think to check the duty thing more now. I mean, it's fine. It's a pleasure, General, until the next battle. I don't think you hit the robots before the end. Well, you're wrong. I hit at the start. That was the first thing I was hitting. We shall return to the castrum then. Macon, Mistress Levier, once more, you have my thanks, as Master Kemp said. Until the next battle. I did miss a target. The target I missed was like the last guy that I was fighting. If you have a look at the enemy list, the names will make sense, like healers, and then name targets and random targets, yeah. Well, I saw that one of them was a caster, but then I saw he was Black Mage, and then I thought, well, maybe I can burst him down anyway. Because I was also looking to see if I could see the animation of healing going on anywhere, and I couldn't see that either. But I spent a good 10 seconds just looking at that to be sure, in which I was still doing basically no damage. That brute of an Imperial officer was a force to be reckoned with, wasn't he? A full mayhap, but he held his own against the Flame General. I heard the stories, but actually see you in action. I almost found myself pitying the Imperials. Seriously, though, it was inspirational. Ah, but you must be tired of hearing that, eh? I'll keep it simple then. Thanks for the help. I really don't think those, like, mini-duty instances are good. This story's good when it's, like, the biggest stuff. A full-on 8-man trial, or, like, a dungeon, or just keep me in the open world. Well, there's no reason to remain here any longer. Let's get back to the Reach. Sometimes they just tell you what to do in the NPC dialogue. Yeah, I'll pay attention. I mean, I didn't even realize that the combat balance would be so specific either, you know, like... Oh, that guy's got a halo on his chocobo. That's cool. Right, we got the 8th right. Let's go back to Rorga's Reach. We're attuned, so we can move nice and quick there now. WP, not sure if you heard about the Endwalker Media Tour that just released content for the content creators today and the flood of news. If you have, what do you think of this marketing interaction with content creators? Each participating content creator have their own interview with Yoshi P as well, and as far as I know, no questions are off the table. They can be an hour long. For example, he did 31 interviews this time around. I think it sounds brilliant. I mean, really cool. And what, they set it all so everyone's interview comes out all at once on the same day? When I went out for Path of Fire to ArenaNet, they did sort of a similar thing. They had like interviews. They had like a section of one of the days where they had like lots of little interview rooms going on, and they basically everyone was there, you know, the website people and stuff. They all were allowed to go and have their interview, and I thought that was good as well. Maybe the what you're describing there is more emphasis on like YouTubers and Twitch streamers though, right? Which was not the sense I got from ArenaNet in 2017. They were a little bit more focused on websites. Like most of the people that got flown out, they were like traditional media, you know, article writers, really. There were only 3 of us that were like personalities, so to speak. And I'm not saying that's wrong or anything. I mean, I don't know. I'm out of my depth on that stuff. But I think it was literally me, Bog, and Peachy. That was it. Everyone, there were a lot of people. Like, a mistaken view in the Guild Wars community is that they didn't send anyone out, really. But they did send a lot of people out. It's just that it wasn't really, like, personality-type people. For End of Dragons, we've seen they're not doing it at all, which might be a good cost-saving technique. But anyway, yeah, that sounds good for Final Fantasy. That sounds cool. Yoshi P's like their big game director guy, right? So, you know, you can ask for a better person to talk to. How long are these interviews? There's also brand new Reaper footage if I'm interested. Oh, that sounds interesting. I kind of am, actually. Everything came at once today. Every gaming website is just full of Final Fantasy news, at least this morning. Well, I haven't read any of the news. I don't actually know what any of it said or what was going on. Jesse had a 1-hour-long interview. Can you imagine a lot of the people ask the same questions? Yeah, I remember with the Heart of Thorns media tour thing, we all got interview opportunities there as well. You can see, I mean, with both, I've got videos. You can listen to the interviews. And I remember trying to think really carefully, because a lot, with the Heart of Thorns press, there was a lot going on. They had 2 simultaneous events, one in Brighton and one in Seattle. Or Bellevue, I guess. And I wasn't there, Matt was at that one. And they had loads of people on that, like loads. There was like a whole room filled with like, and so it was a question of it was like, all right, if I want mine to stand out, I got to ask the right question that these other people won't ask. And I'm a bit arrogant in saying this, but I always found that quite easy because I knew I was a bigger Guild Wars nerd than basically everyone in the room, and I could ask like weird shit that nonetheless I was very interested and excited about. I bet most people went in that room and said, so, what's the Revenant? This tunnel will take us away, all the way to the peaks. We're on a mission for Conrad to Alagana. Clear the barricade if you would. Oh, this is the other story, right? We're going to the village. Aye, sir. Shouldn't take a moment. This will be another map, will it? There's more villages there than out there, than out here. Also, more Imperials keeping a close eye on things. We need to tread carefully. Hello, Lise. Ida and I were born in Alagana, though I can't say I remember much. Way's clear. After you, Macon. Okay. I was going to speak to him, but I right-clicked the mini, so you lose that content. Sorry, everybody. Just for your information, to everyone planning on reading the articles, apparently there are Endwalker spoilers, so tread carefully. Ooh. I feel like if I accidentally stumbled upon an Endwalker spoiler, I wouldn't even get it.
Silent watchmen that would stand long after we were gone. We came seeking allies to join us in the fight against the Empire. People who had had enough. People who had suffered every possible indignity. Who had been treated like animals, day after day after day.
Oh, wow. If it's an Endwalker spoiler before it's even released, I doubt it's too important. Yeah, you'd expect them to keep that close to their chest, right? I mean, Endwalker is the end of the whole Garlemald primal story thing, isn't it? It's like a big closing moment. So I'm sure there's nothing. I'm sure whatever there is that's big, they're not letting out. No loose lips. We've a glamour in place here too, as you might have noticed. So far as the Imperials are concerned, this is not more than a testament to the savage impulses of a lesser race. Remember though, once we leave these ruins, we'll have no glamours to conceal us. The villages to the east, keep a watch for patrols as we move. This place looks completely miserable. We're in a dust storm. Girabanian Hornbill. You know what? I really need to get in the habit of pressing this when I'm not in combat. Really got to get in that habit. Because it's a big damage ability. So we can open up with it now. Final Fantasy XIV surpasses 24 million players, becomes the most profitable Final Fantasy game in the series, IGN. Most profitable? Damn. Monk's getting a full rework and it looks amazing. What's the full rework? Makes sense with the sub-fleet. I guess that's true, yeah. Nary an Imperial in sight. That's a mercy. Al Gahana's due east, past that bridge. Follow me. It's not much further. Oh, look at this thing. Flutterini. It's a cute little Flutterini. It even has a cute name. This area looks pretty cool. I don't think you can really see anything about this area right now. I mean, it's just, there's nothing really to see. I mean, I think it looks cool as far as dust storms are concerned. What the hell? Giant cricket. Gross. Well, we can, it's unlucky weather, but, you know, we'll be playing long enough that this weather will pass by the time we're done with the place, so I'm not too concerned. That demolish is a bit dumb. I shouldn't have done that because he's going to be dead before I get any real ticks out of it. There we go. I'm getting the habit. Also, WP, the Stormblood Aether Currents are cruel as fuck to get. Especially the later maps, hard to get to. Oh, okay. You can rest easy, we made it. This is Alagana. It feels strange coming home like this. I always imagined it would be... Oh, sorry, this has nothing to do with why we're here. We need recruits. Aye, we do, but as I said back at the Reach, it's a little more complicated than just asking for volunteers these days. As you know, we're short-handed because of many of our people were taken in by the Griffin's promises and went to the wall never to return. It wasn't just them though, folks from all over, including some of my former comrades, answered his call to arms. As for why we've come to this particular village, it's rumored that Alagana lost a few youths as well. If there's truth to that, then there could be others sympathetic to the cause. Then again, after the Griffin's betrayal, they may be suspicious of outsiders claiming allegiance to the Resistance, and rightfully so. So with that all in mind, how are we supposed to convince them to join? I mean, I knew it wouldn't be as simple as giving a speech in the village square. Not if you didn't want the place to be burned to the ground, no. You might as well piss in the Viceroy's eye. We'll need to be a good deal more circumspect than that. You never know what an Imperial spy is listening. We must speak with the Elder first. I know for a fact he can be trusted. We'll listen to what he has to say and decide what to do after. Sounds like a plan. Let's hope there's still some brave men and women here willing to fight. Okay. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of XP I just got for that quest. Ragenfrid, the village elder, is over by the shore. No time like the present. Let's have a word. Hello, Burgard. Not very often we have visitors, but you're more than welcome. What do you do here? Me? Not a great deal, honestly. I'm just a regular Alamegan, Alaganan, born and bred. I've been here through thick and thin. I was here when the town prospered thanks to the quarry. I was here when we suffered under the Mad King. And you can bet that I was here when the Empire took our town for their own. Who was the Mad King? My dear husband did in his lungs working at the quarry and passed away along with the industry he once belonged to. I have no more tears to shed. Oh my god, sad. What kind of place is this? Alagana used to be a thriving quarry town. We had the finest stone and the finest quarriers. The village even supplied the stone used to build the royal palace. Plenty came from far and wide who made their fortune here. But once the Empire invaded, stone went out of fashion, and cold, harsh buildings made of metal sprung up everywhere. Nowadays, we just struggle to survive. Most of the houses here were cobbled together with stone taken from the remnants of the quarry, and some days there's not even enough food for one meal, never mind 3. Wow. It's a bit fucking miserable then, isn't it? Who are you? Every time I close my eyes, I see their faces. Their wild eyes, their hungry smiles. Whose? Helm. I've not even done much today, and I'm already knackered. Some days this village just saps the life out of me. You're going to tell me what the weather is in a minute? A wise woman once said that she who does not pay heed to the skies will most surely get wet. Sound advice if you ask me. Would you like to hear what the skies tell us this fine day? Right, how does this work? It tells me that here at the peaks, it will soon be windy. In the peaks, it's currently dusty. The forecast calls for wind, followed by clear skies. Tomorrow at this time, the area should be fair. Hit in half. When my sister first went to work at Byron's Bread, I'd hoped she might be able to share some of their harvest with me. Alas, it does not seem like they produce much in the first place. Wait, is there a farm animal I can go over there and look at? An angry curl. Oh, it's a guy. What's up with your name, dude? This is the leftovers. Look at this guy. Dust and gravel and the like. Us too, you might say. We've shaped the peaks and they've shaped us in turn. And scat. We still receive orders for stone now and then, though they're so few in number I can more than handle them all myself. Can we actually go up there? It looks like we can. Big shirtless buff guy with nerd glasses, yeah. He looks so out of place. This is quite sad at the moment, and then there's just this huge towering man, and he's getting some nutrition. I suppose it's good for some eye candy for the ladies every now and then. Don't you know, traveller? You a merchant? You'll not find much custom here. Greetings and well met, Elder, and sincerest apologies that I did not send word ahead for our arrival. Too long have I been away from Algarna, and I would know of your recent troubles. Ah, you are comrades of Mifrid. I see, I see. Speak on, though I suspect I know your purpose. The dramatic gopher zoom there. Oh, shaking his head. The griffin came with many men and left with many more, such is the rumour. Is it true? He lit a fire in their hearts and then dangled a dream before their tired eyes. And now you come to steal away what few remain. The griffin was a traitor and a madman, and we had no part in his schemes. We've made an agreement with the Alliance. This time it will be different. This time? This time? Cold comfort to the dead and the ones they left behind. How much more must we give before you've had your fill? But surely you hate the Empire as much as we do. They took our lands, our traditions, even our gods. And they demand a fifth of what little we've got. I hate the bastards. With every fibre of my being. But hate's not enough, Mifrid. I can't. We can't keep doing this. I'll not tell anyone you came. But you need to go. Now. Leave us be. Never return. You've got no right to speak to us like that. I've got a quarry that was producing barely enough to keep us fed. And that was before half our young men and women went off to die for your bloody cause. So yes, I've got every right to tell you to leave my village. No, you don't, because it's my village too, my home. See, I don't buy this. Can I just say? Home is not where you were born. Home is where you were raised. Family is not who it's the same with, like, to me anyway. Family is not your blood. It's the people that have had the biggest impact on you and who have cared for you and raised you, you know. It's the same. I don't think she has any stake or claim to this place. Who gives a fuck? You haven't spent any... She says she doesn't even remember the place. What the hell is he on about? Like, this is some big gotcha for the Elder. It's not a gotcha. Wait, I know those eyes. You're one of Curtis's girls. I mean, maybe if he feels like he owes it to their parents. Lise hexed. And I'm here to take back my homeland. By Ralga, the last time I saw you, you were... I didn't even know you were still alive. And I never thought you would come. I almost didn't, and my sister never will. Lots of others won't either. And that's why we've got to carry on the fight. You even sound like him. As you say, I've got no right to tell you to leave. Alagana is as much your home as it is mine. But I say to you again, we can give no more. Yes, I heard you the first time. Let's go. I sort of feel it's kind of a gotcha, but it's kind of not. This is nice, pretty little tree. My brother over there's on the lookout for nasty people. Not really sure what he plans to do if one happens to appear. I want to go up there. She was raised in Alamigo, but not here. Right? Didn't she say that she didn't really remember the village? Ah, the old joints just ain't what they used to be. I can hardly believe I used to go up and down these slopes with ponds of stone in hand. I like this environment. This is nice. Skies are clearing a little bit as well. Sorry, I didn't mean for you guys to stare right up the Chocobo's cloaca. I'll try to be a little bit better with the camera tilt. Gellon. When the quarry stopped providing for us, we decided to build our homes in it instead. I've seen a crack or two appear in my walls lately, but I'd still put money on this house outliving me. Carl, hello. You look miserable, mate. All my friends left the village quite some time ago. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't considered joining them. But had I gone as well, there'd be hardly any young people remaining. Brutal. If I lived in Eorzea, where would I want to live most? I think I'd want to live in the heart of the Empire. As a pure-blooded Garlemaldian with my third eye. I reckon that's a pretty good gig in life. Yeah, Uldar seems alright as well, but I mean, you've got the threat of this menace on your borders. Do you know what I mean? Maybe Alimsa Laminson sounds alright as well. I mean, you can say, but WP, how could you be complicit in the atrocities of your country? I mean, as an average citizen, maybe you don't worry about that too much. We didn't come here to fight. I didn't make a mess of things. That could have been handled better, but what's done is done. At least we've been granted permission to stay. I was hoping Ragnfrid might help us recruit some of his people, but that clearly isn't going to happen. If we're to convince any of them to join, we'll first need to gain their trust. It's risky and hardly subtle, but I say we approach the villagers directly, see what problems they got, if we can do anything to help. Makes sense. Okay. Piety materia. 2 optional quests. I like this. Chocobo. That's some cool barding. White flowing dress. Brilliant for a desert climate, right? Her mind is elsewhere. You best keep your distance if you know what's good for you. Say your piece, move on. Oh, I love her expression right now. She looks pissed. Looking for folks down on their luck? Congratulations, you found one. As you can see, my leg ain't what it used to be. Some days I can hardly walk for the pain. Morning's the worst, especially after cold nights. Hard labour's right out. Too much pain and trouble for others. There's a tea what helps with it though. I need to grind a chapuli horn and a hornbill talon for the blend. I'm on it. Hey, you'll go and get some for me just like that? You needn't trouble yourself, so. It's a nice little Halloween mini there. How is this person a sprout? It blows my mind that someone's a sprout here. I mean, how fucking fast are they going through all of this shit? Wow, the waterfall. Here's this guy. He regards me with suspicion. A new face in Alagana. What would you ask of me then? I just want to know if you need any help. A stranger and a generous soul besides. Bollocks! There's naught more than suspicion there's naught more suspicious than a good Samaritan. Yeah, you caught me. I got an ulterior motive. On the other hand, if you were an Imperial agent, I'd expect you to go about your business with more discretion. Bugger me, you really are to help, aren't you? Very well, I'll take you up on your offer, stranger. My little brother's working by the rocks. He's got something for me. Can you go and get it? Okay. Right then. Oh, he's the angry curl, and the frightened curl is his brother. So this is the bit Kerry really doesn't like. It's just this over and over again, is it? I was going to say, aren't you still a sprout yourself? I think you're a sprout until you reach the current expansion. Oh, I thought it was a time thing. I thought it was you're a sprout until 30 days or something. I'm pretty sure I'm not a sprout anymore. I think it's a time thing. I need to remember to do True North quicker in the open world. So let's get a chapuli thing for its horn. I want to go up on that bridge. I like that place. Can we get up there easily? Well, not from here. Interesting. I wonder what that's all about. It's an or situation. Either X amount of hours played or reach shadow rings. It's both, not either. 168 hours of gameplay and you lose Sprout. I think if you're a Sprout and you take a break, when you come back you're still a flower. Yeah, I think I heard that too. I had more than enough hours and I was still a Sprout before getting to Shadowbringers. Did you play really slowly like me? Oh, I like the flower field. Interesting colour vibe. 168 hours of gameplay and you lose Sprout? Yeah, this is wrong. I'm 10 days playtime and still a Sprout. Yeah, exactly. It's a nice splash of colour. Oh, it's all very orange and very red and very barren feeling, and it sort of pops there. I keep looking at these wind sprites and thinking that Aether, shit, what are they called? Currents, is it? Aether currents? Speaking of which, let's click it and see what happens. 476 to these. Cooking up a tasty stew to fuel our friend quarrying over there. I'd help him by taking up a pickaxe myself, but we'd end up with more stone than we could ever sell. There just isn't that much demand for it nowadays. Hello. Here for the leftovers, are you? Not like my brother to send someone in his stead, but so be it. It's all in the sacks over yonder. They're bleeding heavy, mind, so be careful when you pick them up. Unconscionably heavy sacks. Your immersion is ruined by the lack of chocobo music. Well, I was asked in an earlier stream to disable mount music because it was constantly overriding the Heavensward music. And I think I sort of agree with that. Do you guys want the chocobo music? Too north and too late again. Oh yeah, by the way, I saw someone in chat earlier, like quite a bit back now, half an hour ago maybe, saying, oh, the combat looks fun, but I couldn't tell if they were being ironic or not, sarcastic or not. You disabled mount music after a couple of hours of playing, never enabled it again. Well, listen, each mount has its own soundtrack, so there's a lot of value in it. My plan, ultimately, once I've done my first playthrough of all the expansions, what I would like to do is set up mount roulette, like randomize the mounts that I can get on, and put mount music back on at that point. Because I will have had my fill of the vibe of the environments, and then the mount roulette, if you get what I mean, can create a bit more variety for me. Wow, is that the ruin I was at earlier? Yeah, I already have some pretty cool music on some of the mounts I've got. But I never randomize them. I'm always playing on a chocobo. I don't know, I like being on a chocobo. Okay, so we get all of those then. It's a funny old mount there. The flying car thing. It looks a bit like the taxi in 12. You guys haven't seen it in my LP yet, but it's later on when you get to arcades. You can randomize flying and land. There's actually a button for that in the mount page. Oh yeah, I know, yeah. Oh, that one that we just saw is a 4-person raid mount, is it? That's cool. Cool. By the way, remember, we're against Path of Fire right now. So, I mean, you can think about the quality of ArenaNet's mounts versus what they're doing in this game. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing the first Stormblood mount I get. I bet it doesn't come anywhere near. Looks a bit derpy, but has really cool music. Oh, is that why it was being shown there? Because it's an example of a good music mount. There you go. Look. I have got a horn for you, which makes a fine medicinal tea when ground into a fine powder and mixed with other ingredients. And I have a talon for you, which is good for all the same reasons. Oh, I never actually meant to. I mean, in times like these, you never think people will actually... This country's hard on people, but it's not just that. The Imperials, they've made it known I'm not to be helped. A dead man's good for one lesson, you know, whereas a live one... We were the Resistance, right? I suppose there's no reason to tell you then. My father, God's rest his soul, he was sickly. He was deathly sick at the time. So I'd gone out into the forest, spear in hand, to gather herbs. And then I had the good fortune to run into an Imperial patrol. My weapon marked me as a rebel, or so they said. Not that it'd have made a difference if I fought back. But I knew that a lot of them were. But I knew that what a lot of them were about the moment that Centurion laid eyes on me. Didn't matter in the end, of course. Some people just like to hurt others. And by the time I limped back to the hut, it was too late for my father. Too late for me too, and many others, I imagine. Help them too, if you like. They'll be grateful and say thank you. But beyond that, I wouldn't hope for much. These poor people. Hey man, I spoke to your brother. Ah, the new face, you got my leftovers? He was actually expecting me to do the work. You load 10 and 6. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. Working 9 to 5. There actually is a button. Sorry. I'm reading that again because it's been highlighted again. I am indeed a sprout. You just flew by. Oh, that was you flying by, was it? Oh, well, you actually went and brought the whole lot. Much obliged, much obliged. It's saltpeter for making fire sand, in case you're curious what it's all for. The rocks by the lakes have got good deposits. It's ain't hard for my brother to pass for any plodding quarryman, all the while sweeping bits and pieces off to the side to bundle up and sell to the salters when they trade with the resistance. I like how they've written "it ain't," and they've combined it in the ugliest way possible, such that they've actually written "taint" into the chat. It's a living, and a way of fighting back besides, our way of spitting in the Guardian's eye for putting our father in an Imperial uniform and shipping him off to some faraway province 15 years ago. Don't know if he's dead or alive even, though if he were, he'd not be long for this world if we were caught fighting for the resistance, so this is the best we can do. Oh, I mean, that's always the real story. That's how control is actually done. They threaten your family, take people away from you, and you can't move out of line, otherwise the people you care about get punished. That's how the North Koreans do it. The only people who defect over the border have got no one at home to defend or be worried about. This is the best we can do. That's long and short of it. We do what we can, though we know it's not enough. I think you'll find most folks here ain't any different. Everybody's got a reason, but in the end, the result is the same. Actually, that's so brutal. You take a person out of a family, force them into conscription, and you specifically don't tell the... Let's say the guy does die in service of the Empire. You don't tell the family back home, because who gives a fuck how they feel? Who gives a fuck about their solace? And you can actually leverage that to further manipulate and stop and keep them towing the line. I mean, brutal. Really brutal. Very realistic too. I can absolutely see that. I suppose I just wanted to know is all. That we know why you're here and that we can't join you. We wish we could. I understand. Mifrid is hard at work trying to win over the villagers of Alagana. Ah, there you are, Macon. I've been trying to help the villagers deal with this food shortage of theirs. Recently, the Imperials have been swooping into villages unannounced and seizing supplies in order to prevent the people from stockpiling, in case they might be in league with the resistance. It's not much, but I've taught them a few tricks to better hide what little they've got. How's Lise getting on, by the way? You'd think people would be more inclined to trust a local girl, assuming they remember her, that is. Yeah, you managed to sort anything out here? AWP just finished Stormblood. Be prepared for a slow story for a while. Well, no worries. I mean, I'm alright with that. What do you think, though, Condiments? What's your general rating of it compared to Heavensward? No, I didn't mean to. And where were you these past 20 years? Where were you when we were being ground under the Black Wolf's boot? On the other side of his bastard wall, living the high life, I'll wager. That's not fair. Oh, and who's this? Another one of your freedom-loving friends deigning to help us poor, unfortunate souls? Trying to whip us up into a frenzy so we'll go and storm a cashon with our pickaxes and shovels? Leave, all of you, before you bring a cohort down on all of us. And you, don't you dare speak like you're one of us. You can't even begin to understand what we've been through. You weren't here, Lise. You weren't here. This is my home, and I love it with all my heart. And if you truly have any love for it too, you'll keep us out of your doomed rebellion. I like it. Good man. Hard to argue with that. I love how fucking barefaced Macon looked there. Just oblivious and impassive. He has a point. No matter what I say I'll do, it doesn't change the fact I left them behind. But this isn't about me or anyone else. It's about Al Amigo. Let's go and find Mifrid. Let's see. What did Condiments think? It's definitely not as good as Heavensward. Bad pacing really hurt the experience. Patch stories are good, though. Yeah, well, how is it compared to A Realm Reborn? I mean, is it that slow? I'm getting ready to love it, guys, just because that's the hipster opinion. Are you ready? My takes at the end of this journey are thus. A Realm Reborn is the best storytelling I've ever experienced in an MMO because it's unashamedly slow, and for that I think it's brilliant. No other studio has the balls to do that. Okay, so ARR is the best. Heavensward's way too much political, and dragons are like overdone. I've seen way too many dragons in games. Estinian was boring. Lady Iceheart was boring. I had the most fun when I was dealing with the Moogles, really. So that's my review of Heavensward. 3.1 was probably one of the better patches, as was 3.2. But all that stuff about like them jumping off the building, and so it was all pretty boring. And then it got boring again. But now it's started to turn a step up. I'm ready to love Stormblood. I think Stormblood might be... Probably it's going to be better than Shadowbringers. That's my feeling. Which is going to be a huge letdown. Looks like the Elder wasn't the only one unwilling to hear us out. Can't blame them given what happened at the wall. Lee says, I thought I might be able to appeal to them as a fellow. I don't know. But if anything, it just made them angrier. Haven't lived through it like they have. I can't claim to know the struggle like they do either, Lise. I ran too high, and if I hadn't, I'd have never met Macon or the rest of you. And we might not be here today in a position to make a difference. So I don't regret my choices, nor will I apologise for them. There's more than one way to fight. Also, Tatari's a great character. Yeah, but it's hard, though, because I even regret saying that Moogle thing a second ago, because... Is Tataru actually bad? I mean, I quite like Tataru. Like, I don't see what's... She's not, like, offensive. I sort of nothing Tataru. I'm, like, 5 or 6 out of 10 on Tataru. She's alright. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's, like, whatever. So, for me to say she's great now, if I'm trying to tell a stupid joke, sort of does the discredit, you know? I sort of can't do anything with the 5 out of 10s. I have to say the bad stuff's good and the good stuff's bad. But the middle of the road, I mean... They sort of can't be a part of the joke to me. Anyway, Flustered Woman. Help! Someone, anyone, I need help! I don't like the sound of that one bit. Come on. Yeah, I think Tataru's fine. We're Kratter, he... The Tributum and the bloody Ratmen. They... Damn it all. Okay, what are all these words? You there, take a breath. Tell us what happened. It was all business as usual. The Tributum's due soon, and we were taken into the Imperials when the Kukurian attacked. They took my brother and our money. Took him where? Ruins to the south of here. It was just an old temple before they came, and... Listen, we're Kratters, the only family I've got left. If I lose him, The Ziggurat? If the Ratman took him there, he's as good as dead. We've got to get after them. If there's even a chance our brother's still alive, we have to try. Dungeon? You're right, Lise. We've got to help them. If not for Miss Man, then for the Tributum. The Guardians won't suffer excuses if they're late. Oh, I leveled up! I just straight up leveled up! 61! No going back now. You're curious how I'm going to react to the big bad of the expansion? Well, I've already seen them very briefly in a cutscene. I thought it was a woman, but I think it's supposed to be a man, actually. Mifrida understands that you must act quickly. So, Wakrat being held somewhere at the Ziggurat in the south, which has been overtaken by a host of Kukurian bandits. That about covers it then. Be prepared for a fight. They may not be the most challenging foes, but there's sure to be a lot of them. What is that thing? Dust and Nilla. Wow. Looks like a really weird looking sand man. Ancient arrow. Weird enemy. Das Boot. Their range binding them to the corporeal realm. The spirits of young Alamegans, slain at the hands of Guardian invaders, now roam the peaks seeking vengeance. More than 20 summons removed from the fail of their kingdom. Release the spirits from this world that they might finally find respite in the beyond. Damn. Twitch affiliate Boots. Oh, Boots, did you get Oh, Boots, you're a 3-month sub. Dude, I didn't realise. Did you get a partner already on Twitch? You wish you had something like a potato to make emotes about? Wow, I mean, you just don't have a discerning corporate mind like me. You know, you just didn't set up a brand. You know, it was all a big, long play for me. I always knew. I always knew I needed like a character associated with my media personality, so that I could do little songs and dances out of it. You know. What do you have? You have the world of Enders. You should do a bunch of little globes. Kieran Meat Eater. Look how cool he looks. Oh, he's fucking gross. I love him. He's like a little wolf man. Kill him with that boot shine. Oh, I forgot Garnet. Oh, did you hear the death sound effect? I always skip these sprites because they're so boring. They've been in all this stuff before. Oh, wow. This place looks kind of cool. Look at that back there. Oh, my God. I feel like I'm in Serious Sam suddenly. Big old pyramid. Is it going to be a dungeon in there? Am I going to go in the dungeon? Please, let me go. I'm begging you. I don't want to die. This is a bit like the Sunspear Great Hall, isn't it, really? Hear that? I think it came from the top. Who dares come to our... What voice do we give them? Who dare? I can't do the gravelly voice. Who dares? So we're doing the high-pitched voice. That's how manly I am. I would rather go high than low. Who dares come to loot our man-flesh? Ours to eat. Ours to eat. We knew it'd come to this. Kill them quick before they alert the others. Ready for some AoE good times? Oh wait, there's only 2 of them. Like, look at this. Look how easily these die. I mean, there's definitely a balance issue here. I mean, what is that? Just no one likes to talk about it because it doesn't matter? So, oh, a nice lens flare there. Jesus. I didn't think this was a desert expansion. This is really not what I thought it was going to be. And I'm happy with that. Hello, Meat Eater. How much damage is Oswald actually doing? I mean, I really don't know. Oh, I understand how I'm meant to play monk. No, I don't. Never mind. I thought meditation was an OGCD for a second, and the idea is like you weave one in, use an ability, weave it in, use an ability, weave it in. It makes sense as an OGCD, but it's a GCD. I just don't get that skill. Can anyone teach me? Aside from using it outside of combat and then bursting a forbidden chakra once per fight, how does that work? I feel like I don't get it. It makes sense as an OGCD. It's an OGCD when it's charged. Yeah, I know, but then you can't ever charge it again, because... Like, when would I ever use meditation for one chakra? When would I do that? When I'm out of range of an AoE or something? Unfortunately, it's not a dungeon to climb to the top, which is what I was hoping. Completely pressed the wrong button there. Hopefully I don't over aggro here. You sense a slavering presence. Well, if that ain't some creepy shit. These things look so evil, but they sound so cute. See? Hello. I killed the weird things. By Rolga, what did I ever do to deserve this? I've gone to bed hungry for months. I'm skin and bones. I'd hardly make a snack, much less a meal. Oh, you found him. I like how the chocobo is there. Wait, you're here to rescue me? Your sister sent us. It's going to be all right. My sister? Oh, Rolga be praised. She's safe. And you look for your way in here just for me? Do you think there's still good, brave folk in this world? We should go before the Kikira and return in force. Do you still have the Tributum? Oh God, the Tributum! The Imperials will be wondering where I am. I have to go. What, right now? In your condition? You don't understand. We were given a warning last month for being short. Oh, Tributum is like... It's like their fee. If I don't make it in time, their tribute. There's no telling what will happen to me and my sister. This is like the industry, the tax that they demand of the people they've annexed. I get you. Garnet looking cool in the shadow there. Motherfucker. How very dare you. Or did I just stand in an AoE? I spent so long staring at my skill bar there, I just stood in it, did I? I'm glad we saved him, but seeing him run off like that, I've got a bad feeling about this. I swear to God, I just clicked lice and the menu came up and it said Mount Lice. Lice? Lease. Why do I keep messing that up? Lise has never been one to ignore her conscience. Listen, Macon, Mefreed. I think we need to go after Workarata. Wait, you'd better not be thinking of stopping him. You heard what he said. If they don't pay one way, they'll pay another. I know that, I do, and I don't want to interfere. I just want to see that he makes it there safely. If that's the sum of it, then fine. Let's head down and see if we can't pick up his trail. The background music of this zone makes you constantly imagine a kid playing along on the kazoo. What on earth? I quite like this nighttime song. It's got a different daytime track to a nighttime one, right? I think I'm getting that. Honestly, you really like the antagonist in Stormblood, but the pacing and story in general could use some polish. Jesus Christ. Alright, well, oh no, don't attack me. I'm gonna find him somewhere. I'm sort of okay with like it being slow. You know, if you want to indulge in the fantasy of like, it just depends on what your expectation is, you know, like if you have a little bit more of a classic grind MMO origin and mindset, and you go into it expecting to just sort of live in the expansion, and story is kind of just a backdrop to you living there, then I think you can kind of interpret the busy work and like sort of embrace it, and the pace doesn't bother you so much. But if you're going into it specifically because you're really interested in the world events and the plot progression, and then it's pushing all these like long phases like this phase we're in right now, this is essentially filler as far as the main story is concerned. We get what they're doing. So if all you're really caring about is it pushing, then yeah, this feels awkward. But I don't think that's what the MMO's telling you. I think when I experience a moment like this, I think it's just the MMO is telling you, hey, live in the new map, have experiences here, and we'll guide you around a bit, and just chill out for a while, you know? It's like its motivation isn't moving you. You find nothing of interest upon closer examination. Oh, interesting. So I can sort of tolerate it, I think. It was sort of the same for me with the Heart of Thorns mastery gates, you know? You play the story, and then there's a mastery gate, and people freak out. But to me, it was like, okay, well, this is my time to chill and enjoy myself and pick what I want to do. Upon close inspection, you find nothing of interest. Or in Nightfall, where they stop and they tell you, okay, just rank up as a Sunspear or rank up as a Lightbringer. It's your choice how you do that. It's like, have some adventures. I mean, that might be a wrong mindset for modern audiences. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying I don't worry too much about it. I only worry about it in as much as what I'm really hoping is that if someone just happens to come across my stream here while I'm playing this, I hope the game's entertaining, or I'm entertaining enough, one or the other of us, that people will stick around, you know. So if the game's really boring, then that's a bit of a problem, but... Anyway, we found a chocobo feather. Any luck? A chocobo feather, is it? Aye, by my reckoning it came from Kratter's bird, in which case there's a collapsed bridge just around the bend. Hug the rocks and stick to the shadows. We'll find him soon enough. Like, I really kind of appreciate this right now. I might get really sick of it, right? I might get sick of it. I'm not even trying to be like a hipster contrarian here. I really appreciate this right now. I'm really wide-eyed thinking about, like, there's an evil Empire guy. There's, like, 2 super bosses around. There's like, a lot of characters and stuff happening. And I'm like, wow, this must be a long expansion. Like, I really like that. I like being able to breathe. I like seeing it stretch out before me. I don't want to feel hurried along because they're expecting me to want the story super quick. Can they really see us all the way up here? I like this. Any minute now, I expect it'll come thundering around the bend and, hear that? Get to cover, quickly now. Is that annoying anyone yet?
Are they Imperials?
Worse. Skulls. Listen, Lise. Whatever happens, stay hidden and do not intervene. Understood?
Who are the skulls? What?
You there! Halt! You know you shouldn't be here. Explain yourself.
Sloppy. That's a bit of a sloppy moment.
Forgive me, sir. I came to deliver the tributum.
Oh, God.
Oh, aye. A likely story. Only a fool would dare to come so late. Or, mayhap, a resistance spy.
Okay, I'm guessing the skulls are Alamegans, who the Empire has coerced to be turncoats. They're like a turncoat police force of sorts, but they're going to be like seen as like proper dickheads, betrayers, something like that.
No, you've got it all wrong. I was waylaid by bandits. It's not my fault.
I said halt!
They're promised like the riches of the Empire, blah blah blah, if they join. Oh man.
Is this a joke? You don't seriously expect us to believe this is a fifth? How stupid do you think we are?
In interviews for Endwalker that came out today, Yoshida says he wanted to do the same for Garlemald when we get there, to emphasize that the people of Garlemald had normal lives in their own society before everything went to ruin in the Civil Wars. Yeah, I've been hearing about the Civil Wars, but I haven't seen the results of them.
It is, I swear, on my mother's life.
Hold on, I still haven't... I've seen a little bit of the Empire, but not much. I wonder if they're all distracted because of Civil War stuff. I feel like the current Emperor is not long for the throne. I wouldn't be surprised if he's dead by the end of Stormblood. And not by my hand. By his own kinsman.
You came late, you lied about bandits, and then you tried to cheat the Empire of its due.
Think you can kill them all? Including the ones watching from the tower? Even if you did, others would come for him and his family. You'd be condemning them all to a life of hard labor. Assuming they didn't just execute them, that is.
It's hard in this game to watch scenes like this when I know that...
But it isn't fair.
Like, it's so reinforced, not just through the gameplay, but even the story, that the Warrior of Light is this ludicrous badass. It's hard not to just be like, fuck it, I'll just kill all the reinforcements and everyone who comes to the family. I'll just defeat them all. It's very easy to be like, but you know, you gotta give it the respect of knowing that you can't do everything. You can't be there for months and months and months and months waiting for a patrol to protect this family.
It's your bloody fault we're stuck out here patrolling this god's-forsaken wasteland. It's your fault I have to listen to people go on and on about how Alan Egans can't be trusted. I've worked and toiled harder than any man. I'm a citizen, goddammit! And what are you? A stupid, stubborn little dog who'd sooner bite the hand that feeds him and pine for the good old days.
That's enough! Lord Xenos is expecting our report.
Lord Xenos.
I bet the poor bastard can't believe his luck. He gets to go home. We should do the same.
Face always gets me. Oh, I didn't even really think of it that time. I was miles away. I was thinking about all sorts of stuff. I wasn't really looking at making at all. I've heard their commander was keen-eyed, but gods, that wasn't a thing. It tears me up inside to see how our own kinsmen doing the bidding of Viceroy. They made their choice, and if it comes to it, I'll cut down every last one of them myself. Fried has no wish to linger unnecessarily. I, for one, would rather not wait around to see if the skulls decide to return. We'd best get back to Alagana and tell Regenfrid his man got the job done. The Blood Glider. That's a cool name. Kind of a disgusting moth thing, but hey. Oh, I didn't even consider I could double weave. Wait, but you can't really double weave on Monk, right? Because my GCD is really fast, isn't it? Because I'm a monk. Because I get Greased Lightning, is it called? Yeah, this. It's lowering my GCD, isn't it? So I shouldn't double weave. I don't expect to be an improvement. You talked about wanting to change race before, and I'm surprised he hasn't done it yet now that you can. Well, because what I want to do is become a Hrothgar, and Hrothgar are not in this expansion. So we'll be a Makote through this X-Pack, and then we'll be making ourselves look like a Bronzo afterwards. Speaking of ping, did I ever try exit lag? No, because I'm using Clippy, and Clippy's amazing. I mean, it's everything I need. So I really don't see the need to mess with anything else. So I could do side quests too. I mean, that's another thing I wanted to do in Ishgard, all those side quests. We owe you a debt of gratitude for what you did. Where Krater told me everything, how you fought with the Kikurian and saved his life. For all the good it did. We saw what happened when he met with the Skulls. How they beat him after death. We could have stopped him. Aye, I reckon you could. Mifrid's a warrior, as is your comrade. And you're strong like your father, that much is plain. But I thank Rorga you did not. Because it would not have ended with them. Wakara and his sister would have been branded insurgents, if not the whole lot of us. Bones heal, scars fade, and the dead remain dead. We're alive, and that's more than can be said for our gods only know how many others. That's enough for you, is it? To put up with whatever they do to you, so long as you get to see another day? That's right. You grit your teeth and you learn to live with the pain. I'll admit I was quick to judge you, Lise. And for that I apologise. I know you and yours mean well, I do, but I'm telling you, God in the heavens, as my witness, we've got nothing left to give. We can't help you. I understand. Thank you for your honesty. She may say it, but she doesn't mean it, nor would I expect her to. Her father was stubborn as an ox too. If she's set on walking the same path, I but pray she won't follow it to the same end. Alright, so we just given up on this enterprise? Well, she took it better than I anticipated, which isn't saying much, I suppose. We should go and see if she's alright. Okay. Nice night sky. Did you see her? Oh, there she is. Hello. Oh, she's like proper sad looking. She's got her head bowed. Hello. Sorry about running off like that. Alamegans terrorizing their own. I just can't accept it, you know. No matter what he thinks, they shouldn't have to put up with it day after day after day. I'm not completely naive, you know. I didn't expect them to storm a Castion with their pickaxes and shovels, or whatever it was. But nor did I expect Wakata to just lie there in the dirt while they kicked him. I can't claim to know their pain. I barely remember this place, or even my father's face. But I remember Ida's. I remember how scared she was when we ran, and that look in her eyes when she talked about home. Her home. But not mine, is it? I love this, man. This is exactly what I was saying and thinking, and it's exactly what the game ends up exploring. I love it so much. There you are, Lise. I've been looking all over for you. The cynical youth. The guy that was the biggest twat to us. Well, you found me. You got something else to say? Aye, that I do. I said some things to you before that I shouldn't have. It wasn't my place to do. I'm sorry. I like this. This makes sense. The fieriest guy is probably the most likely we'd be able to recruit. So we get 2 hands, do we? Come on. All that rubbish I spouted about how I loved my village. But when one of ours was in need, I was cowering here with all the others. I didn't even think to go after work at her. But you did. Made me feel like the bloody hypocrite I am. If I truly cared for my people, I'd fight for them. So I will, if you'll have me. You're asking to join the resistance? Look, this is a nice story and everything. I can't help but feel like we've put a lot of time here and effort into one recruit. It's not exactly enough to mount an assault, is it? When you put it like that, I suppose I am. But it's not just me. There are others I know of. We've been thinking about it for a while now. There's not many of us, and we're not hardened warriors like you lot, but if your heart bleeds for Alamigo, then that's good enough for me. You and yours are more than welcome at Rolga's Reach. Hell yeah, good. We got a group. Thank you, sir. You won't regret this. I'll go and speak with the others and send word when we're ready. I really like that little moment there with Lise as well. Still think this isn't your home? No. I was just thinking out loud. And with that, my friends, our mission is concluded. Let us return to the Reach. Good shit. Wow. We spent a long time here, and all we really did was go across the top, right? Sort of. Alagana. There's also Alagiri down there. And the Peering Stones. What are the Peering Stones? Apparently it's like exit 14 Alexander, but I've never heard of it before. If it works, it works. Yeah, it's exactly the same as 14 Alexander, but it's on the, it's on Dalamod. The Final Fantasy 14 launcher, it's on there. So, it's really good. I would rank the combat, I would rank my enjoyment of the combat as like a 3 out of 10 in terms of like actually rotating and weaving. It's not fun. It's really not fun. But with the add-on, it's 10 out of 10. Things respond properly. I feel like I'm playing Guild Wars. There's still a bit of lag, and obviously there's still animation to adhere to and stuff. But it feels brilliant. It feels real time. It's really good. I'd recommend it to everyone. Really. If it wasn't for like the weird whole ethical thing and blah, 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 which we talked about the other day. But yeah, it's good fun. So, question about the story. Is the main character a silent protagonist, and do you take a commander-type main hero role like in Guild Wars? Yes and yes. It's called Clippy. I'll show you in a second. You didn't have to take part in the operation, but you did. You went above and beyond what was asked for you without hesitation. For that, we owe you a debt. Our victory may not account for much in practical terms, but its a symbolic value can't be overstated. Alliance and Resistance fighters came together to face an Imperial unit equipped with Garlemald's newest weapons and smashed them. The people will remember this day. Aye, that they will, for it marks the beginning of something far greater than any single victory. The beginning of a campaign by United Eorze to drive the Guardians from our lands. Promises and platitudes mean naught without action, but the Alliance took the field and risked their lives for our cause. Ha! To think the last time Gridanian troops trod this soil was more than a century ago, during the Autumn War. And that was to defend against our invasion. The Autumn War. Ours is a long and bloody history, to be sure, and it gives me heart to see that despite our acrimonious past, we can still come together for the sake of the future. Well said, Commander, which is why I intend to go from village to village and spread word of our victory and our new alliance. The people will flock to our banners, just you wait and see. Macon, Alice, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. Okay, so more materia I won't use. Okay, here's what it is, right? You go to plugins. Oh, they updated the whole thing. Sorry, you go to plugin settings. And then here, you put their GitHub thing in. The URL. And then when you go to actually look at the plugins, it's on the list. It's called Clippy. Something like that. Or No Clip, I think it's called. You can still clip with it. I think it's just called Clippy. Something like that. Oh, it's because I'm browsing thingy. Yeah, this one here. Reduces clipping caused by lag. And also there's a setting on it as well, which it will show you when you fuck up your rotation. And it shows you when you clip. I don't have that enabled because I didn't want the UI to look all messed up. But it will give you basically like a running feedback of when you're rotating badly and when you're messing up with damage. I don't do any of the difficult content, so it doesn't really matter to me. But like it's got like that tutorial function to it as well, which again I think Alexander does too. So basically it just teaches you to be better at the game, and it makes the game playable. If you're like me and you live EU, you play NA, I would recommend it. I don't know what this exit lag thing is like, but that Clippy thing's brilliant. It's really good. First of all, allow me to commend you both on a job well done. Although nothing went according to plan, we nevertheless managed to attract some new recruits, and it was your passion and conviction that moved them to join. Thank you. No, thank you for giving me the opportunity to find out what our people have been through these past 20 years. It's been humbling. And troubling too. I'd heard about the skulls, but that was the first time I'd seen them in the flesh. I know you say they're the same as our Imperial soldiers, and maybe that's how I'll have to think of them myself if our paths ever cross on the battlefield. But when, not if, that day will come, Lise. You can't afford to hesitate. Young, old, conscript, citizen, Garlean, Alamegan, none of that matters. They've all got their reasons, but they're no better than yours, especially when they're bearing down on you blade in hand. Saying that, I don't want to kill them any more than you do. If I could convince them to lay down their arms, I would. Sadly, I've never been much of a talker myself, but who knows, maybe you could have been one, Lise. Your father certainly was. Okay. Right. Let's better start begin preparing for these recruits. It's been a pleasure. No, it's not FF14 Alexander, but it's exactly the same thing in ambition and intent. Owing to the efforts of you all, we have accomplished a great deal in a short time. The Resistance thanks you, Scions. I see operations have been proceeding apace in my absence. Hello. Welcome back, brother dearest. I take it your efforts to gather new recruits were successful. Indeed. There were several amongst the Scions ranks that were quite eager to take part in our joint endeavour. Who I'm here to present. Hello, guys. Commander Kemp, if I may. My name is Arnavold Lentinus. A half-breed, as you can doubtless tell. I'm here to fight for a free Alamigo. For an Alamigo where women, like my mother, are never made to suffer. I pray you grant me this honour. Oh, God. What is that? Is that suggesting Garlemaldian sexual assault? You're a true-born son of Girabania, same as me. This is not my honour to grant, but yours to freely take. Welcome, brother. With our swelling ranks and the aid of the Eorzean Alliance and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, I believe we will be soon in a position to seize the initiative. Once our new recruits receive sufficient training, I will propose to General Aldin that we draw up plans for an assault on Castellum Velodina. Then, in the meantime, we'll make what preparations we can. Is there a dungeon coming up? Can anyone tell me if there's a dungeon coming up anytime soon on the horizon for me? Is that not just general abuse to the mother for having a half-breed child? Well, if he's half Imperial and half cat, that's why I'm thinking they're suggesting it. Oh, meanwhile, in the Royal Palace. What is this? Never been here. Beyond majestic mountains across the Emerald Dale. March picture of the Irish Sound. Oh, they're literally singing it, by the way. This guy looks crazy.
Alliance forces have occupied Castrum Oriens and taken up positions along the length of the wall. Our patrols have engaged their reconnaissance parties on site, but there have been no significant exchanges.
Okay.
Save one. A unit tasked with field testing prototype Magitech weapons was attacked. The weapons were destroyed, with the unit sustaining near-total casualties.
Near total? Go on.
Oh, that voice. Ooh.
My lord, there was but a single survivor from the unit in question, which falls under my command. According to his report, they were ambushed by a contingent of Eorzean Alliance regulars, abetted by resistance insurgents.
A simple ambush and only one survivor. A fine day's work.
So much vocal fry.
The stubbornness to survive is not without worth. He may live. However, the 12th is no place for the weak.
He shall be relegated at once, my lord. As you say, the 12th is no place for cowards who count their lives more precious than the cause.
Indeed, indeed. We have no need of cowards.
So what does yay mean again? We read lore about this. What does yay mean? I can't remember. Crown Prince.
My lord,
What the fuck?
Cowards. Who defer critical missions to their subordinates, who hide within their castra, never meeting their prey in battle, never staring into the whites of their eyes. Why? When confronted with a heretofore unknown icon, did we surrender the wall to the Alliance? Because my honored father, in his infinite wisdom, has not seen fit to grant us leave to march on their lands. Accordingly, we have extended an invitation to our neighbors. Gear-Abania is where we shall host them. The field upon which we shall enjoy the sport of kings.
What is he saying?
Patience is paramount. Cornered animals may have spirit, but they are ultimately predictable and very poor sport. But if one dangles the promise of freedom before them while nipping at their heels to stoke their passion, then things become interesting. It is a delicate dance, one which asks much of my hounds. And so I put the question to you, my fellow huntsman. How shall we deal with these savages?
Yeah, they're the savages, not you. Just murdered your own subordinate.
My lord, I have a proposal.
Silence, Alamegan! You do forget yourself! Only by the grace of Lord Van Baelsar were you afforded a place here, and that in name alone. We have no need of your proposals, savage.
This savage yearns to hunt her own. The floor is yours, Commander.
Thank you, my lord.
Right, okay. Meanwhile... Right then, I've got duties to attend to. Mayhap we could assist you with said duties? We're here to help you after all. The three of you have been busy, so I'll understand if you require time to rest. If not, however, it seems sensible to assist our allies with their preparations. We'd be grateful for any help. If you ask around, I guarantee you won't want to work. Alright. It's weird. Alphino already feels like he's taking a big back step. Hello, do you want any help? I beg your pardon? The man who bested Gaius Van Baelsar wishes to offer me his assistance? Right, yeah, so someone said in chat, basically, the higher the letter of the alphabet, the closer in the royal line of succession you are. Dungeon is 12 quests away. Okay, well, let's see. What time is it IRL? We might make it there before I want to close the stream. I beg your pardon, blah, blah, blah. I say, this is highly irregular. Though I've heard it said you have a penchant for aiding the common man, in which case, before the occupation, I was a humble historian. While my duties leave me scarce time for aught else, I think it important these momentous events be recorded for the benefit of future generations. Primary sources are indispensable, and I had a mind to question a number of my fellow freedom fighters, ask them their motivations for taking up this cause and so forth. You may take down their statements in this log and make them thanks for your service. Now ever after. Wow, this is some major filler. I can only assume it will flourish into some important beat. Future rust, future dust. So, sorry, what should I be interpreting that the Empire's doing there? Are they suggesting they're gonna lure us into apparent peace talks? Is that what he suggested? I was a cook before all of this, simple fare really. I had a chance to lend a hand and help some refugees one day. I took a liking to the fighters. They believed, you know, and there's always a need for cooks. Or at least people can work with whatever the foraging parties turn up. Smiley face. Things will get bad soon. Alright. Wait, sorry. You still want to talk more? Oh, each person is going to be a mini quest chain, is it? So, of the 12 quests, we're going to complete a bunch of them in a row here. You want to help, do you? Seeing as I'm in no position to leave the stew pot unattended, could you go and ask Teb for a variety of herbs? 6 sprigs or so of whatever he's got on hand should suffice. It's not as haphazard as it may seem. Depending on the recipe, it doesn't really matter what sort you add, just as long as you add something. I'll be back here when you get back. Okay. That's one little task. Is that Teb there? It is. Since it's efficient to move over there first, so I'll go do that. Yeah, so Varys Zos Gaius is Emperor. Xenos Gavus is next in line. Gavus? Yeah, I mean, I now feel like he's going to assassinate the Emperor or something. I don't know. We'll see. Herbs, is it? 6 sprigs of whatever's on hand? Afraid I can't spare that much. I'll take 2 and be glad of it. Alright. The remainder you'll have to gather yourself. Shouldn't be too much of a bother, though. You'd be surprised what you can find on underfoot, even in the reach. Fuck! I was going to say, alright, at least there's not some major busy work. Oh! It's here. I thought it'd be out in one of the other areas. So do you guys all like Xenos in general? I feel like he's in it for the long term for this X-Pack. For all I know, he might even be a part of the patches after the X-Pack. He's interesting. You like him? He's fucking boring guy. Gears to Gnome doesn't mince words. You can just sort of poodle around here, getting to know everyone. His character trope is boring and flat as fuck. Well, I mean, I'm assuming they'll do something fun with it. There'll be like a left turn or whatever. I'm assuming. I mean, they didn't really do that with Thornton in the end. I could really get what Thornton wanted, though, so I quite like that. The purple cannons is an odd choice. I'm really curious how this takes us to Doma. Is it going to be like how Heavensward had us flicking back to Nanamo every now and then? Oh, the snake people want to speak. You look like a strider in search of comrades in need. If so, I have a task for you. I'm a trainer and I was told to expect new recruits this day, yet nary one has come. Perhaps they were given the wrong time or location, I do not know. They number 5 in all, these would-be warriors. Send them unto me, should you find a chance to chance them. It's exactly how the Forgotten and the Naga were written in Guild Wars 1. The excessive S's and sibilant stories. Why? Why indeed? To save lives, perhaps, or make amends for the ones I couldn't. My father and brothers were worked to death while building a castrum. What did it matter to the Garleans, eh? More where that lot came from. After that, I couldn't keep doing nothing. Oh, that's it. She just does a very simple story for me, not a side quest. Okay. Oh, that looks good, does it not? Again, it's the lighting more than anything else. Severus Snape. AWP, there are other MMOs you've given a shot besides these two that you've enjoyed. I've given lots of MMOs a shot. Hold on. Aren't you the Icon Slayer? Damned if I know why you'd bother asking someone like me why I joined the Resistance. But it's simple. If I wasn't fighting for Alamigo, I'd be fighting for the Empire. You're either with them or not. And if you're with them, you may as well make the most of it. Food, training, citizenship if you live long enough. You'll die stealing someone else's land, like it's not. But that's the choice. For me, I'd rather die here. I like how he's got a warrior's dialogue and his animation is toiling in the land. Because it's not all glory and bloodlust. I've played lots of MMOs. I've played numerous 2D MMOs, which is actually where my heart's desire is. My dream MMO, my little world-building dream MMO project is actually, it's partly an isometric top-down experience, but mostly it's actually a side-scrolling MMO. I think that's a budgetary way to make an incredible game. But, so like MapleStory, Ghost Online, I can't remember what it was called, but I tried another one like a year and a half ago. My first ever MMO was RuneScape. My first Eastern MMO was Perfect World. What else have I played? I played WoW Classic. Both back in the actual day at a friend's house and last year I played a lot of it. I'm missing games, and there's a couple more. I know I'm late, but I had to say a prayer for my sister first. After what the Imperials did to her, death was a mercy. Alright. Oh, I see! And he's like tending to her grave. As for recent history, really the past decade I've been completely dedicated to Guild Wars and believing in Guild Wars and so on. So really, I haven't expanded my horizons too much. But I'm excited to now. You know, if people will watch me doing other games, I would love to go further with it. I'd love to play New World. I would love to play... If it's a situation like I've had on Final Fantasy streams, I really like this thing where I'm a noob and you guys are teaching me everything and I'm just constantly asking chat. I really like it. I've got to say, I've had a lot of fun with this. So if I can justify it in terms of like growing as a content creator or financially, if I can actually justify it, if I can see just a little bit of growth with it, I think I would really, I think it would make me very, very happy. So I would like to do that. You know the little challenge I've got saying go back to Guild Wars 2? I would love if that said go try New World and everyone was really enthusiastic in doing it. I would love it. I don't know whether I can justify myself as that kind of person to people, but maybe I can. And I would love that. That would be very cool. That's my sincere hope and ambition. There's a site, like I just like the idea of being able to play these games and people can sort of give me that expertise. I can take it at my pace, I can control it, and I can go at the speed I like. But, you know, you've got sort of this hive mind feedback. It's quite cool. Oh, this is a blue quest. This isn't what I should be doing. Something about sightseeing logs. Oh, so I can unlock vistas, basically, for this expansion. That's what this is. Let's see now. Here, there, and there. That was... So, she's given me the logs for this area. Oh, including the later places. My explorations have taken me far and wide. But dearest to me are the regions of Alamigo, but beauteous in their ruggedness, and the lands of the Far East, glorious in their diversity. There are many wondrous sights to be seen in these places, and I've written down the directions to them. Some will prove more difficult to reach than others. Even if you're half as resourceful as you are, I'm confident you'll find them all. Okay. So that's why I keep saying to people, like, if you've subbed on these streams, thank you very, very much. You know, that's why. Because I'd like to justify all this other stuff. What I think I'd like to do is play these games and then like kind of cover the news for them. You know, like if you go to my YouTube channel today, I'm talking about some ArenaNet news from Guild Wars in a blog post they've done. I would love it if tomorrow I was doing a video on YouTube about news from this game. And I could trust people would watch it. And then maybe the day after I did a news thing on New World. Not that I'd be following a rugged schedule like that or whatever. But, you know, just like, you know, play the games long form, explore them as a thing, like on the stream. And then, like, when there's exciting, cool shit that you can talk about in a sort of a bite-sized way. Maybe that's where the YouTube channel can be. I think that's a really nice balance because I really enjoy doing those kinds of videos. And generally speaking, people watch them. So maybe just sort of open it up for a few more games. But it's all very risky, guys. I mean, I can chat casually about it here to you guys, but it is sort of my whole livelihood here. This doesn't work. It's like I got to start a whole new career through my 30s in a totally different industry, in a totally different place, because I would have failed at this. So, you know, it is quite a big thing really that we're talking about. Ah, there you are. You got the herbs? I do. They're precisely what type of herb this is remains unclear, but the important thing is that it's green and it's fragrant. This does not sound like a very nice stew. Thanks, that'll do nicely. And sorry to impose upon you, sir. Thought you were a new recruit. I didn't realise until afterwards that you were. But to answer the question that's probably on your mind, yes, it's always like this. Never enough food or supplies to go around. All the more reason to be grateful when our countrymen can spare some for the cause. Though that comes at a cost too. Too many villages, too many children more deserving than us. But a man can't fight on an empty stomach, can he? So we partake, as we must, and we never lose sight of the dreams. Lovely. What about this earnest recruit? The teacher calls for me. I see. We were discussing strategies for disabling Magitech armor, you see, and... Ah, yes, of course, there's no time. If you'd excuse me. Yep. Just another recruit shirking from his duty. I feel like you'd be really empowered and, like, emboldened by Rulga there, you know, looking over you in the valley. Oh, that's interesting. Why is my... Oh, it's because it's all the way up there. I see. Near the exit, we've got to go. Hold on. So the most efficient thing to do would be to get this one here and then go up that way. Can we get on the chocobo here? Redeemed super highlight my message. Did you try swimming yet? I can't swim down yet. I've swam in the pool, but I can't swim down. I like how I just said all that shit about what I'd like to do, and it prompted 3 people to donate potatoes to the Go Back to Guild Wars challenge, as if to implicitly say, shut the fuck up, go to Guild Wars and don't leave. Ah, 1,000 pardons. So preoccupied was I by the question of whether Alamigo should be a monarchy or a republic that I neglected to attend my training. How silly. I know, until we drive the Imperials from our lands, the question is moot. Only you would overthink that? Yeah, I know. It's more likely I just mentioned that it exists, and so people remember. By the way, progress on that is going quite well. On the very first day, which was yesterday, I don't know how today's gone, but on the very first day, we got 5% in one day, which means you guys would get there pretty quick, just 20 days. So it's a third faster than I anticipated. Which is good to see. It depends whether that holds, though. My guess is it won't hold. Honestly, I thought all these missing recruits were going to be the snake people. What's the race, guys, of the snake people? What are they again? This Karma lady? What's her race? They're so cool. If I could pick a race, if this was available, I'd pick these guys in an instant. Look how cool they are. Odd question. How do you think they go to the toilet? With real snakes, it's like right at the bottom, isn't it? Of course you choose it, they're hideous. Yeah, but they're not hideous though, because they're like sleek, they're elegant, they're executing a vision, and they're good. I really like it. You can be their friend. They're a beast tribe, are they? Oh, look, this guy. He's hiding! What a coward. Oh, bugger. You were sent by the snake, weren't you? I've heard 1 in 4 recruits doesn't live through their training. That can't be right. True, right? Oh, bugger. Oh, bugger. Get over there, man. Okay, now what was this over here? You want Nagas to be playable too? Wait, they're called Naga. Oh, Ananta. That's what they are. Thank you for that answer, guys. Ananta. Ananta. I've been wondering what they're covering with their clothes. How does it transition from snake to woman? That's a good point. This is an interesting area here. Hello. What have we got here? Why did I join the Resistance? Well, if you must know, it was to avenge a friend the Imperials butchered before my very eyes back in Alamigo. We owned a stall in the markets and a passing soldier snatched up a piece of fruit. He spoke out before I could stop him, only to get a fullness steel in the gut for his troubles. Hey, that's the opening cutscene of 12! That's literally the opening cutscene of 12! I found my way here and that was that. See, except Varn stole the Imperial's coin purse and ran off. This is a dungeon entrance. What are you guarding? The path ahead leads to the Temple of the Fist, and it's my duty to ensure that only those sound of body and mind are permitted to pass. Huh. My streamer kidnapped by waifus and weaves is all Rocker's fault. Rocker did push for this game quite hard, but it's not really that, I don't think. I can't remember when he started pushing for this game. Was it before Christmas? Around Christmas? It would have to have been before or around then to have actually influenced me. Because I was doing this in February. Bevs. Well, Macon, have you spoken with the Freedom Fighters, I asked? Page after page of the log is filled with flowing script. Doubtless Bevs has had much practice honing his handwriting. As fascinating as they are varied, you'd have a knack for convincing others to bare their hearts to you. I could not have done better myself. Many years from now, when these tempestuous times pass into memory, their accounts will serve as a window into the struggle. We must never forget, friend. Never. Does anyone know any real-world literature that is that? And I'm not talking like modern history. I'm talking pre-19th century. The closest thing I can think of that's quite fascinating is, that immediately comes to my mind, is all that political commentary and graffiti on the walls of pacifists that refused to fight in World War I in Europe. And how they, like, scribed all this shit into the walls of the cells and the towers they were being held in. The Ananta Beast Tribe unlocks the amazing Griffin Mount. Yeah, I think I might be, as soon as I'm done with the Amalja, I might come to these guys. I really like this. All recruits present and accounted for, my thanks to you, Strider. Not all appreciate the rigor with which I train my recruits. Some favor a gentler approach, and if the Imperials would be so kind. It is a thankless job to teach, some say. But I say their survival is thanks enough. Fare you well. As for what they're covering with their clothes, I mean, let's just say it's a cultural thing. And coincidentally, it's where we imagine the giblets. What a lovely phrase. Swarthy resistance fighter. He's at his wit's end. Damn it all. Where could it have got to? Oh, pardon me, fellow lover of freedom and justice. You haven't seen a Ward of the Destroyer anywhere, have you? Maybe on the ground, as if a certain bloody fool had dropped it? I'd been here, it'd been this morning, that much I know for certain. And I've not I've not left the Reach since. So it's got to be around here somewhere. If you've got a moment to spare, would you be willing to help me search? I spent some time near the Temple of the Fist, so I might be there. Alright, fine. This is some major busy work shit. I was just up there as well. They have 2 mounts. Fake nails as a glamour piece and a pretty fun emote. What does fake nails mean? This game doesn't have tonics, does it? I never really wrote that in the Guild Wars review. It doesn't really have tonics, and it doesn't really have, It's okay, because we don't have to think about that anymore. Glamour for your hand. I see, okay. Well, look, here it is. Hey, speaking of subs and stuff, there's Dr. Leet 1337. Cheers, sir. Thank you, dude. Welcome, welcome. That's really, really awesome of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We have 377, nearly back to the 400s. It's tricky because every day it will drop again a bit, but thank you. They're false nails. You basically have to put the polish on, and I like them. The emote's fun. What's the emote? I swear I've searched high and low, but it just won't turn up. Here, I found it immediately. Sounds like you weren't looking very hard, dude. 7 hails, that's the one. That's my lucky ward. You're a godsend, brother. Before I was born, my mother made a pilgrimage to the Temple of the Fist, where she, like many others, received the blessings of the monks. And then Theodoric came and burned it all to the ground, the mad bastard. And after him came the Guardians, who cared even less for our beliefs. But I still keep to the old ways, as do many others. And when my son is born, I'll teach him the stories in the scripture as my mother taught me. This quest complete dialogue really blends in with the music. Hello, Alphino. Alphino's been making himself useful to the Resistance. And with that, another task is complete. Ah, Macon, I hear you've been keeping busy. Aye, that he has, and we thank him for it. It pleases me to inform you that our new recruits have completed their initial training and stand ready to contribute. As discussed, Manago and I would have you present our proposal for an assault on the Castellum to Rabon immediately. Of course, sir. Where is this person? I can't even see who we're talking to. Oh my lord. Hey, Guild Wars like almost literally has that as a map. That seems fine to me. I must consult with my comrades. Here we depart. Very well. I'll wait for you to pass, but not too long. How close are we to the dungeon? I can help you hop on since it's lunchtime. I don't know. I've been told it was 12 quests to go. Probably about 5 to 7 quests to go. I expect Kral and Ishtola will want to remain here to support the Chirurgeons, but nevertheless we should go and ask them. I'm guessing it's a bunch of busy work and then the dungeon will open up. My guess is maybe we'll have like a oh, by the way, can my Chocobo swim? I'm guessing the Empire is going to give us a missive or something in it. Yesterday's 30 minutes didn't work out. 12 quests away may need to be multiplied by a factor of 4. Well, yeah, but I mean, I did just do like 5 quests in like 10 minutes, I would say. We did a lot of quests there. How many is it now, guys? I'm on crossing the Velavina. The dungeon is after solo duty and then some chatting in Limsa and the Scion's headquarters. How long did the Noxus quest end up being, and how did I like them? It was pretty good. I actually really liked it. It felt just like playing 15. Same music, a little camping scene, same UI. I like the links, the warp strike fight. It was cool. Is auto miss? I see. That would explain the sudden flurry of activity outside. A lot of will happen next few quests. Don't wait. Okay, we'll see. I usually like to be done by 9:30. I like to get to Kerry by 9:30. And obviously that's half an hour away, so... This joint operation marks it, but I'd also like the first stream on this story to get to a good plot bit, so I kind of like the idea of beating the first dungeon. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Let's just keep playing and enjoying ourselves. This joint operation marks a turning point in our conflict with the Guardians. For the first time, the Resistance and the Alliance shall go on the offensive and attempt to capture an Imperial outpost in occupied territory. Personally, I believe it's imperative that we offer them our full support, as was the case with Ishgard. However, this is not a choice to be made lightly, nor less on others' behalves. This is war, and every Scion must decide what part he or she would play. I'll fight for Alamigo, for my father, for Ida. I'm in it to the end. The choice was made for us ere we were born. Brother, when the Empire marched on... I've read that wrong. Let's redo that. The choice was made for us ere we were born, brother, when the Empire marched on Eorzea. They will stop at nothing to subjugate or slaughter us all. Van Baelsar and Van Darnus were but the first to try. Though you're further surprising, I cannot dispute logic. At the risk of repeating myself, I'm of course of the same mind. The present situation is untenable, and further complicated by the existence of Ilberd's Primal. I believe we have no recourse but to directly and openly intervene. Oh, the stream died? Yeah, the preview died for me. If you just click refresh, I think it will fix. My Twitch died. My internet didn't. That was Twitch. Guys, I didn't drop any frames. Seriously, I didn't drop any frames. Over the whole stream, I have dropped 30 frames. I'm giving you 60 every second. Over the whole stream, I've only dropped 30. It wasn't on my end. But my media player on Chrome dropped. It was a Twitch thing. That was weird as fuck. Anyway, it probably depends on the quality of which you're watching. At the risk of repeating myself, I'm of course of the same mind. The present situation is untenable. Okay, let's intervene. I thought this a foregone conclusion given our actions thus far, but if you required renewed affirmation, then yes, I'm still wholly committed to this cause. For it is ultimately the self-same cause that I've served since I first pledged to serve Master Louisward in the Circle of Knowing. The salvation of Eorzea. Okay, yes, guys. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, you're all in. Okay. I came here from Minfilia. That hasn't changed. However, I'd like to stay with Stola now and tend to the wounded. Okay. As for you, yes, yes. Yes. I decide for myself. Well, I'm going to fight with him. Oh, we get a choice. Oh, I like it. I could just say it's not really my fight. I'll fight. The Empire poses too great a threat. That's what I genuinely believe. Of all those options, most of all, the top one. Indeed, as you have doubtless seen during your time in the outlying villages, their so-called meritocracy is but a pretext to torture and enslave their lesser subjects. Such is the fate that awaits us all should their expansion continue unchecked. Take care, Stola and Kral. Do not hesitate to contact us. We should go. Might I persuade you to join us, Macon? Should we wish to give your decision further consideration, the Castrium would seem an apt place to do it. You need not answer right away. I'm sure I'll convince Nago to wait a little longer. So what is this, the duty now? Lots of preparation. I feel like we're there. This must have been pretty exciting right at the start because this outpost is very early in the adventure. So right when the expac came out, I bet there were just a billion people running around here spending like a lot of time. By the way, I never played Triple Triad against that guy. I do have the Noctis card now. Am I intended to go all the way to Endwalker? If people are watching and following and so on, yes. So you'll be accompanying us. Full glad am I to hear it. All set, excellent, then let us be off. It's nice to see the story as a refresher for Endwalker. Yeah, I hope people are getting some, whatever the justification is. I'm glad people enjoyed it. Well, fuck me. I may as well just waypoint, right? Sorry. Aetherite. Teleport. Sorry. We're not allowed to use the waypoint word. You want to prog Anima Extreme together? I'm not going to lie. A big part of why I'm playing this game and excited about this game is that Anima trailer. Like a very big part. Just knowing that shit's coming up. Also, on the store page for Endwalker, they say Blitzball's come into the game. So, Anima and Blitzball, does that mean there's going to be like a Spearin raid, Alliance raid thing like Rabanasta was added last time? So what are we getting? I mean, is it going to be Zanarkand? Is it going to be Luca? Is it going to be Bavel? I mean, what are we getting? I mean, if it's any of that shit, I'm going to be over the moon. Welcome back, comrades. What news? Greetings, General. I'm Commander Kemp's behest to brief you on their latest developments in the region. And you can just tell, by the way, for the animal boss fight, they're going to do the Oblivion overdrive, and it's going to look amazing. It's going to melt the arena away and shit. He's going to use Oblivion, and it's going to be so cool. Our recruitment efforts have exceeded expectations. In addition to welcoming many motivated young Alamegans, our ranks have been bolstered by the arrival of a number of experienced veterans, thanks in large parts to the Scions. As a consequence, we can field half a dozen new units, with more being trained as we speak. Good. I gather Conrad is eager to strike while the iron's hot. Just so, General. He proposes we begin preparations for joint operation to capture the Castellum. It's kind of sad Ilberd's not here. In another world, this all could have happened and the two of them would have been fighting together. Capture Veladina? That will not be easy. It will, however, be necessary if we're ever going to get towards the capital. There's no profit in delay. It's only a matter of time before the Guardians learn of our plans and summon reinforcements. But as we saw, dramatic irony in that flash sideways, they anticipate this attack. A cornered animal may have spirit, but it is nonetheless predictable. It's a trap! We're moving into a trap. The Alliance hereby accepts Commander Kemp's proposal. Tell him to take no chances. Pepin, I want it watched. Assess its defenses. If there's no objection, General, can the Scions join? By all means. If that's all, let us be about it. No inanimate effort from 10. I wonder how they'll translate its attacks. Well, you know what I want this game to do? Conrad and the General of one mind, it seems. I only wish I could say the same. While this aggressive strategy may well profit us in the end, what losses will we suffer in the meantime? Anyway, we should speak with the Vice Marshal about this reconnaissance mission and see how he'd like to proceed. You know what I really think this game should do? Anima is the main fight. Anima Extreme is Dark Anima. I mean, they've got to do Dark Anima, haven't they? I mean, surely. If you're going to do the Aeons, and you're going to do it as, like, hardcore endgame or whatever. I mean, Dark Anima is the coolest fucking one of them all. I'm sorry. I know the Dark Maga Sisters are actually harder, but Dark Anima is just so badass. Like, penetrating Ribbon and stuff with his abilities, so stats come back. Oh. Thank you for volunteering to join me. This should be a fairly straightforward reconnaissance mission, so long as we do not have the ill fortune to run afoul of an Imperial patrol. Come, our destination is beyond the East End, just north. They went for bosses changing forms before. I mean, if it happens mid-fight, how cool would that be? Like, you kill Anima, and then it's like it comes back in Dark Anima form. I mean, but it does make me think, like, are they doing all of those Aeons? The thing is, a lot of them are already primals, right? Ifrit is already a primal. Shiva has already been seen as a primal. Have they done Ixion? I mean, they've pulled so little from 10 already. It's almost like they've waited a long time for the good stuff, in my view. Is Ixion in it already? I mean, I'm sure its namesake is in it somewhere, but the actual design of the Lightning Horse. Bahamut's obviously in it. Valifor, I know that there are bird enemies in the first Alliance raid called Valifor. Like, the word Valifor does already appear, but I don't know whether, like, the entity itself appears. I mean, the entity itself is already kind of referential, so I don't know. This is like anthology cycling back onto itself at this point with a lot of stuff. By the way, that building, the shadows, something about that really grabs me. I feel like that building looks awesome. The darker it gets, the less striking. But so what have you got really? Let me get to the point. Yojimbo's already at the Gold Saucer. It's literally Anima and the Maga Sisters. Those are the two, right? I'm not forgetting anyone. So those are the two they can really play with. I mean, the nerd in me wants to point out that there were two cut temples of Yevon that never made it in. What was it? There was the Temple of Yevon. Fuck, I can't remember. There's Yevon Jose made it in the game, but there's two other temples. You can see them on some maps, but they never implemented them. Maybe they have summon designs on the back end that they could use or something. I don't know whether they'd care to do that though. I mean, who's going to recognize that in the community? All right, you're going to force me to fight you? Let's do it, baby. Very gross bug. So this is not PS3, by the way, right? Wow, this feels a lot like Jahai, don't you guys think? Feels a lot like Jahai. This is PS4 now. Okay. This ought to be close enough. Now we settle in for a long watch. That said, it would be prudent to keep your weapons at the ready in the event a passing patrol stumbles upon us, or worse. Several cutscenes. Ooh. In crimson it began. Oh, it's sad music as well. All right, here we go. Time to make food. Time to go for a whiz.
Excellent. The disposition of the Imperial forces is exactly as expected. I will notify Father.
It's a trick.
Cannon fire! Where did it come from?
There's some nice animation mark on his face there.
Smoke! There! Is that... Oh, gods, it's Rhalga's Reach.
I don't know whether Pippin has plot armor or not. So let's just talk about this. We just had a male Lalafell die right a minute ago in the story, basically. And Pippin's kind of stepped in and given us sort of that feel. So I kind of feel like he has plot armor for that reason. However, maybe they sort of suspect people will feel that way, and he actually doesn't have plot armor. Because narratively, I feel like it's a really good idea to kill Pippin now. Just to really piss off Raban and have some fun stuff. So I don't know. We'll see.
It's no use. I think someone's jamming our communications.
You don't think... Could this be part of a coordinated attack?
Could be.
Too early to draw conclusions. We must abort the assault and return to the Reach at once.
After all that busy work I just did? Unbelievable. Who's my favourite character so far? Nero. Definitely Nero. Fuck him up.
Forward! Forward! Give them no quarter!
Sorry, guys. Sorry. Hildebrand. Hildebrand.
You!
Oh, she's a fucking badass.
Traitor! Kinslayer!
Dude, she just dodged all your shit and she didn't even care. You're like nothing to her. I would run away from this woman. Traitor, Kinslayer.
You're no kin of mine!
Oh, never mind. She's angry. Oh, rest in pepperoni. He's out. He's down for the count. Oh, wow. The nice little cut to Lise there. I warned you.
Meffred!
No. Oh, fuck! Palm strike.
He'll take you!
Get in there. As a monk myself, I can respect this. That's right. Batter her. Sure, your standing game's good, but how's your ground and pound? Oh my god, he's here. What is he holding?
Well, well. Stand aside, pilots. This one has promise.
Zenus.
Have a care, my lord. She's not like the others.
How is that a scabbard? Are you serious?
Do not disappoint me, girl, or I will kill you.
Oh god, why does he sound like... Oh, it's like a... That's hilarious.
Seven hells. It's him.
It's like...
Xenos.
It's like one of those spinning motorized Tyrax, except for a sword.
The Viceroy? Oh, you are a dead man! Ah!
I thought he was flipping her the bird there.
Spirited, and it's so empty.
I would have loved that. He said casually parries her attacks, and you just look at his fist and he's flipping her the bird. Dude, take off the armor and then talk. Pull his hair. Pull it. It's exposed. Oh, it's Tola.
Run!
Get the fuck in there.
Ah, a magical barrier. Alas, it will not save you.
What do you know of magic, Guardian? Oh, fuck. No. There was that blood down her lip.
Yes, Tola!
No, she's not dead. I know she's not dead because she's in the later story.
Hold the line, Byroga! Hold the line!
I know it's not over for Stola. That's fucked up though. Oh, shit. Oh, come on, get in there, Macon. This is like a Superman story. I could deal with it, but I'm in the wrong place.
Kryl!
Alphino!
We saw the smoke and thought we heard explosions. Are we under attack?
A distraction.
The Imperials were all over us before we realized what was happening. No one knew where to run or what to do. It was chaos. Lise and Master Kemp rallied the guards and bought us enough time to get some of the wounded to safety, but I haven't seen either of them since.
Confound it! If we lose the Reach, this will all have been for naught.
Arenvold, can you escort these people to the wall?
Aye, sir.
Our place is at the Reach. We must offer such aid and succor as we are able. Saving lives is now our paramount concern.
Of course I could defeat Xenos. What are you talking about? Canonically, I fucked up Thordan while he was like half gods. Thordan one-shot an Asian. And I went toe-to-toe with him. And the Knights of the Round at once. I killed Nidhogg. Me. I'm amazing.
If we can hold back the Imperials until Father sends reinforcements, we may yet turn the tide.
I'll join you. I've done all I can for these people, and you'll be crying out for a healer in there.
I fear you're right. Come, there is no time to lose.
Who is Xenos? He's just a man. He's just a man with a big suit of armor. Is there a billionaire philanthropist playboy under there? I don't think so. In crimson it began. So what is... Oh, shit. Gods help us, there's killing everyone. We have to stop them before there's someone left, while there's still someone left to save. Right, let's just immediately sort this shit out.
It's all over now.
Unfortunately, there's no setting to quiet the NPCs, so I'm just going to turn it down manually whenever I get one of these. It's all for the show, guys. So, duty says, just aid the resistance. So I'm looking to see if there's any healers around. Maybe I'll go for the back line in general anyway. Right, the monk animation is so crazy at this point. I wish I had more gap closers. I have to start playing Dragoons. I think Dragoons would probably... I'm really interested to see how much they can do. Help us! There are others who need it. The Imperials came from nowhere, started cutting people down left and right. Shit, they got magic tech. Reinforcements on the way, spread the word. We should keep moving. I'm so tempted to just like unmend everyone, pull them together and then AoE. But I don't get that. Yeah, that's it. Stack around, boys. I've got 3 targets. 3 targets. Header kick. Alpha knows obsidian carbuncle all the ways around. So I'm going to turn the game down a little bit more, guys. Oh, I see. Hold on. Is this gonna... Am I gonna fight my way up to the dungeon entrance? These monsters! These people had surrendered! It's not too late for the others. We must hurry. I think
For the glory of the flames!
I think the Empire's made a serious mistake with the way it treats its vassals and its annexed territories. We could learn a lot from real-life Rome. Or the way I conduct my my Solaris playthroughs. Obsidian Carbuncle is your band name. It's a pretty good band name, actually. Not too bad. Why are you attacking me? Of everyone? Reinforcements. They took Lise and the others deep inside. You've got to. You've got to. I think he died. I think that's the idea. Come on, team. Oh, shit. There they are. We're not too late. Alright, let's prep our 10% damage modifier. That, and now we'll return to AoEing. I can actually spam it. I'm going to spam it. My T3 Rock Breaker. And then we're going to have to refresh the modifier there. And then go again. I wonder if I can just about in range for everyone. No, I don't think I can. I know I stood in that AoE, but I interrupted him. Right, it's no longer worth AoEing. Wow, except that OGCD AoE. Alright. What's that face from Alphino there? Does he recognize her? Oh shit. You guys aren't going to hear the sound effects in this cutscene because I had to turn it down for the duty. I don't know what more you want from me.
What took you so long?
Hello. Hey, I think I did it pretty quick. Oh, it's Mordekaiser?
Alphino,
You think
I need your help.
Xenos is like Mordekaiser? Mordekaiser is not real though, is he? I get the big heavy armor thing, but Mordekaiser's like dead in there, isn't he? Isn't he just a spirit inside? I don't think he's living anymore. You play a healer, you help heal here. Oh, that's nice.
My lord, the prisoners.
See to your men, Pylus.
As you command, my lord.
Your friends were a disappointment. But you will entertain me, will you not?
Dude, I'll mince you up. I will put you in a grinder. You need to back up. What contrivance will stop our duel? Oh, I'm going for it! That's right. The expansion ends now. Careful, Pippin. I don't need anyone else. Wait, why aren't my combos working? Oh, come on. Unnerved. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go.
Be gone.
Oh, shit. Demolished didn't land, though. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Ah! 7 hells. Not even Father could do that. What was that? I will not be perturbed.
Give me something to remember.
I'll give you something to remember. What's all this? Should I stop this? Maybe I just needed to stand out of it. I think I avoided a big attack though. I wish I could pause it and change the settings again. Oh. Oh. Oh, he's actually quite a good fight, like an actual combat fight. Why is he taking no damage? Come on now. Vein splitter. Oh my god, if I was better at the game, I'd be building all this chakra. That's it. Eat my forbidden chakra. Have this. And this. And a true strike. Now, I wonder if I am about to fucking die. Do Fist of Earth. Bloodbath. Heal up a little bit.
Don't stop now.
This is a bit mental, isn't it, really? Defeat Xenos. Am I supposed to be dying to it? Oh, there's another one. Oh, I got a wombo combo. What do you guys think? Should I just let him win? Because clearly this is not. I mean, I can do a little bit of damage. It would seem I've misjudged you, he says. This ends now. You damn right you misjudged me. Shit. Don't just spam that. Where are the devs? That's not balanced. He's just spamming that OP skill. It's almost as if he's stronger than I am. Yeah, you just wait till I get my eye level 500 gear or whatever it is in the sex pack. Alright, we didn't get the amazing whoosh whoosh noise. I'll do bad Foley, yeah? Shall I? Bing! Wait, what actually happened there? Someone fucked his sword up. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I really don't like this. Pathetic. My body did it. Okay, my steel abs. Oh, I'm so ashamed. Look at all these people watching me fail. You don't know who I am. Rabon, where have you been? Fuck him up! Get in there! Oh, who stayed his hand? Oh, but you're a baller, Rabon. Oh, he best have a good moment in this story. I want to see him go berserk.
Shall we give chase, General?
No.
Nay. There has been enough death this day. See to the wounded.
Aye, sir.
Come on, Rabon's practically armless these days. Rabon was awesome earlier with the giant fire rings and stuff.
All right, lad.
In the post-Heavensward playthrough. I think it's part 10. Because I think it was 3.1. I think my pride might have taken a knock.
There's no ordinary foe could best the likes of you.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. All that grind I've been doing and I still can't win. Should have used Fantasia. No, guys, we're playing a monkey for now. We must return to monkey, or whatever it's called.
Don't you die on me, Ashola! Hold on!
Don't worry, it's going to be all right. Alphino, Master Kemp is all yours.
I'm sorry, guys, but I know she's not dead.
Understood.
I know she's not dead. I hate to be in this position, but I know that I'm not worried at all about Ishtola. She might be down and out for the count the rest of the
Don't just
X-Pac.
stand there gawping. Hold her down while I work.
Kryle's got this, alright? You gotta trust in your companions. Kryle is like a premium white mage. She gets it. She is a white mage, right? Hold her down, she's unconscious. She might be having like, you know, we might like to imagine she's having like contortions.
The worst is past, but without the proper facilities, I can do no more.
Also, you got to remember, Vidofnir survived getting absolutely fucked up in Heavensward. You can't trust the gore in this game.
Master Kemp
I've realised
would be better
that.
served in the infirmary. Let us take them there without delay.
I wish you could trust the gore, but I feel like you can't.
Give us a hand, would you, Lise?
I feel like that's actually a really
Of course.
important thing to do with storytelling. It's not even just with video games, but like gore. If you're, I believe in like rare gore, and when it's rare gore, it's always like there's some significance to it. It's like when you're watching Estinian destroy Nidhogg, you know, okay, that actually does correspond to him dying in the story. If you have moments where people are like getting seriously beat up and stuff, but then or more out of the normal, but then they just sort of walk it off, it kind of ruins it a bit, I think.
I know you must be exhausted, but there will be others who need our help. Leave these two to us and look to the other wounded.
Oh, interesting. TC Factory says it's more a case of you can't cheat against Xenos. Your Echo supercharges you to match primals. And you had the power of Hraesvelgur's eye when you were fighting Nidhogg. But Xenos is just a man. You don't get any superpowers against him. That's cool. Does the story like... That's brilliant. That works. But does the story highlight that? I like that. Well, I'm still a badass, but I'm on a man's scale, you know, as a badass, just as he is. You did well, Maker, and you saved lives, no matter what happens. Remember that. Now then, let's do what we can for the wounded. Every minute counts. Would you guys like to hear a really picky plot hole? You know how Heidelin gave us the power of flashbacks, and so we can see important stuff after it's happened? Why doesn't she give us a flashback after a we could be omnipotent with that if we wanted to be. Because it's just the flashback isn't 5 years ago, it isn't 100 years ago, it isn't 500 years ago, it isn't 1,000 years ago. It's like 2 seconds ago. And what that essentially means is I can know anything that's happened right after. If the crystal really wanted to. But I suppose the crystal's getting weak. Something like that. I'm only messing about anyway, so let's see the crystal. The haunted-looking Rabon's eyes speaks volumes. To see the wounded, Maker, and if they live... Sorry, see to the wounded. If not, move on. There is an explanation to Xenos' strength. It's unfortunately locked behind a book that's constantly out of stock in the English version, and for some reason Square Enix doesn't like ebooks. The story was posted on Reddit though. I can't remember if it spoils anything for later in the story. Oh wow! That's interesting. Have the people here in chat read that? Mefrid lies motionless, having breathed his last. Clenched in his fist is a small charm, which you take for safekeeping. It was already cold when I got to him. There was naught I could do. That charm must have been important. You must take it to combat. Someone in chat says this is jarring for them because, like, why can't a white mage res these characters just like it would res me? You'll probably find there's some, like, what that is that's a nitpick that can be hand waved by some bullshit like, you know, technobabble. And I'm sure you'll find that the bullshit technobabble hand-wavy explanation does exist in this story too. It's like how in Guild Wars you don't get killed, you get defeated in combat, and death is still death, and all that kind of... Like, they do take the time to do the boring-as writing busy work to explain why one thing is true and not the other. But at a certain point, I think the consumer just needs to, like, get the fuck over it and, like, understand, yeah, you're playing a game. There are going to be some mechanics that you can enjoy that aren't in the story. It's not, like, I mean, must we really force every work of story to go through the boring drudgery of inventing some shitty little, like, hand-wavy explanation every time? I mean, sure, if you can get something that's coherent and works well, cool. But who really needs that? Do you know what I mean? Because you can ask a question like that at every scale of the combat system, you know, or every scale of the exploration system. And it's like, why don't I go to the toilet? Do they have lore that explains why I haven't gone to the bog since I installed the game? It's like, at some point, everyone's drawing that line where they realize it's an unreasonable expectation. Nago, Mifrid, where are you? A small wooden charm Mifrid clenched in his fist as he breathed his last. They do it while you log off. I mean, you can imagine that as a headcanon, and that's fine. The point I'm trying to make is I would never put on the studio the need to explain that. I mean, they can do that if they like. They can say, hey, your character goes to the toilet and gets changed and blah, blah, blah when you're offline, just so that you know they're living, they're just doing their thing. The MMO or whatever, it could be a single-player RPG, it doesn't matter. That you can do that if you want, but I mean, it's kind of just a waste of time to me, all things considered. This is... He's dead, isn't he? Mifrid was a warrior, always thinking about others before himself. He once had an Imperial patrol chase him nigh on 20 miles so that the wounded would have time to escape. One other note on that, like, little concept as well, guys, is if the studio does start doing stuff like that, there's gonna be something they miss or something they can't answer. I don't know, it just puts a lot of weight and sag on everything. And I don't know, maybe you can hide it in side quest places, but so that the information's there, but it doesn't stop randoms eventually asking it. I don't know, I feel like people just ask meaningless questions sometimes in the hope it's insight. I do that all the time, alright? I'm not saying I'm a cut above that, that's what I do. But it doesn't actually mean that it's a hole or whatever, do you know what I mean? Like, we could be asking why we never age, you know? Why isn't my character getting wrinkles? So you might say, oh, well, we can explain that in the story, or we can add a whole system where you slowly get wrinkles, but it's like, it's minutiae, it's ticky-tacky, there's a bigger thing, there's some emotion, there's some theme, there's some question that they want to ask, and I'd rather the story focus on that. Always thinking about others. He's wounded, would have had time to escape. His comrades loved him for it, of course, but that only made him worry more. Do you know that he sent his men to Quarry Mill away because he thought they were fighting for him and not the cause? Aye, well, he did. The only life he was willing to risk was his own, you see. Oh, wow. That's exactly the kind of man who should be a leader. The kind of man who deserves to survive. Not an old fool who's all used up. There's no logic to it, Master Kemp. There never is. Who stands, who falls? In the heat of battle, we can do our best, as he did. Mifrid will be sorely missed, aye, but because of his sacrifice, many now live who would otherwise would not, and they need us now more than ever. Aye, aye, that they do. Forgive me. I had higher hopes for him is all. It's more because they talk rarely about things like death. I mean, yeah, look, maybe the whole death side of it is a part of too much suspension of disbelief for people, maybe. I'm just saying, at the point that I'm at with games and media and stuff, I find that an easy line to cross for my suspension of disbelief. And I sort of think asking about it is a waste of my time. Why doesn't Maker never talk about how much his feet ache? He's always standing around. Our defeat was nowhere near a thing. It was total humiliation. We were powerless to withstand our enemy's assault. You can tell me he has a poo when he's offline, but why doesn't he ever drink water? I've been playing for 6 hours. Shouldn't he have a drink of water? It's nearly 7 hours. I think he should have a drink of water. That becomes a thing in survival games all the time as well. It's like, where do you draw the line? Because it's tempting to make all that stuff a mechanic. But we cannot afford to dwell on our failure. As Alphino said, it is those who survived whom we must think of now. Ralga's Reach is no longer safe. The Imperials may have withdrawn, but they could return at any time to finish what they began. We dare not remain. So how do they figure out how to get in here? We'll take everyone away by chocobo carriage. How did they figure it out? Have I learned that already or no? Good, I shall oversee preparations for the carriages. In the meantime, I'd have you scour the infirmary for any supplies that might prove useful during the journey. Fordola? Oh, Fordola betrayed us. Right, I missed that. Forgive me, but it's imperative that I continue preparing medicines for the wounded. If you desire treatment, I must ask you to seek it elsewhere. Oh, I see. In that case, you are free to search the barber and take that which you require. I would not have our people dying en route. I would assist you, but this process demands my undivided attention. Okay, guys, I've got to ask, how long till this dungeon? I am on Bereft of Hearth and Home. How many quests away are we? I'm on Bereft of Hearth and Home. Does anybody know? This looks like a very short quest for what it's worth. Let's probably just grab these supplies. No, not soon. I want to know a number. 5 quests is too far. The dungeon will be on the next stream, I'm afraid, guys. No, we had the big story beat. I'm not going to do it. I'm already going over here, so I'm going to end that there. And besides, I've started rambling about random stuff. I want to be in the emotion of this moment, and I'm missing out on it. So look, we'll just do it tomorrow. Look, these streams will continue. Part 2 will be tomorrow. Probably around the same hours, so keep an eye out. Thank you very much for everybody who's watched. Just a couple of points. Check out Boots' channel, where I think I'm in a video over there. Check out my channel, where I did a Guild Wars 2 news video. Check out the Discord, where we have a bunch of active conversation about Final Fantasy, about my content. I'm still looking for people who can give me advice on emotes. We've got like 7 slots. I'm looking for advice on audio balance, graphics. I'm looking for advice on like what to do with these potato things and whether you guys are enjoying the VIP thing. Just any kind of thoughts or feedback on any of that shit. I'm really, really looking for it. So please do not hesitate. Join me over there. What else is there? I don't really know what else. I think that's it. Just thank you. Oh, and thanks for the subs, obviously, as well. Anybody who subbed, and just click follow so you can see when I'm live tomorrow. Because I'm very bad at announcing that stuff. That's it, guys. Thanks. I quite like the start of Stormblood so far. It's definitely slow. It is slower than Heavensward. Heavensward had a pretty slow start as well with, like, getting to know House for Tomp and stuff. Like, there's a bit that I cut out of Heavensward that is not in my stream playthrough from a couple of weeks ago, where I did it ages back, and it's very slow to start there. But I'm quite satisfied with this. I quite like it. Environments are nice. It's fun to be leveling again. Oh yeah, and advice about like roulettes and dailies and duties and all that shit. Now that I have a full account, let me know. So again, just all over in Discord. That's where I keep my eye on the closest. All right, guys. I don't mean to ramble too much. Thank you all. It's been lovely. Take care now, and I'll see you in the next one very soon. Sad stuff. Bye-bye, guys.